Have anyone participate in online? No, okay, thank you. Video of committee members speaking, presentation, and the vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Committee members are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this council chamber. Please use stairs, do not use the elevator. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for a security staff member to get you to a safe location. I would like also to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of this council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having care of this land and looking forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contribution of City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every single day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Zhou in the chair. Mayor Sim. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. This meeting has quorum. Chair Zhou.
Thank you, Leslie. Any comments on the agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind the community when addressing speakers and the city team members, we will avoid using gender honorifics. We will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today, we have 1 administrative item and 6 reports, and also 8 council members' motion. The plan for the day is we're going to break at noon for lunch, return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, we're going to recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. The committee member will now consider the matters adopted on consent. We have report 2 to 6 on the consent agenda for the committee consideration. We will hold report 1 to hear from speakers. The committee may adopt recommendation for report 2 to 6 on consent. Does any member want to hold any items for debate or question to team members? Councillor Klassen?
Yes, I'd like to hold report 2 for questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fry?
Report 5, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none, we have report 3, the Venture Program 2025, Sustainability Bond. Report number 4, contract award for supply and delivery of water meter assemblies. And report number 6, contract award for supply of contracted janitorial services for the consent approval. Would someone like to? No, you said 5. Yeah. So 6 was on consent. Thank you. Okay, so would someone like to move on adoption of recommendations? Okay, moved by Councillor Dominato, second by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. All right, thanks. So the following items have been approved on consent. They are report number 3, the Venture Program 2025, Sustainability Bond. Report number 4, contract award for supply and delivery of water meters assembly. And number 6, contract award for supply of contracted janitorial services. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move on to the first report, Citywide Design and Development Guidelines, Phase 2 Actions. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, seeing no one on the queue, this item has a presentation. We have team members here to present this item. Please go ahead, Josh.
Thank you, Chair. Josh White, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. And I'm here to introduce our Citywide Design and Development Guidelines Phase 2 Actions Report. Our journey on the Citywide Design and Development Guides is in midstream. Last year, we introduced changes to policies related to protected views and introduced consolidated and consistent approaches to solar access policy outside the downtown core. Today, we are similarly introducing a proposed guidelines recognizing the unique attributes, including public space and development conditions of downtown. I want to acknowledge that there has been some correspondence expressing some concern about the proposed solar access policy based on interpretation. The intent of the proposed policy is to add clarity, but also increased flexibility in comparison to today's array of rigid no shadows policy across downtown. Today's presentation and discussion will, I hope, lend better clarity in plain language and some visual illustration on the intent and how the policy will be used in aiding decision-making on a site-by-site basis. Staff have also provided a clarifying memo to Council this morning. Today's report also continues the journey of consolidating and rescinding redundant, confusing, overlapping, and conflicting policy that guides development. In sum, by the last phase of the updates to the Citywide Design and Development Guidelines next year, we will have consolidated over 2,200 pages of these into a single, concise, contemporary, and user-friendly guide that will dramatically streamline review and help us speed delivery of housing, hotel, and job space, all while improving design and development outcomes. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Kevin Spans, who will present today's proposed updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. I just want to confirm that you can see my presentation. Great. So good morning, Chair and Council. My name is Kevin Spans. I'm Senior Development Planner and Project Lead on the Citywide Design and Development Guidelines project. I'm joined today by Carrie Dow and Andy Gavel from the City Design Studio, as well as Doug Shearer from the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation and Matthias Seaton from Community Planning. I'd like to start with a bit of background on the project. Vancouver's urban design guidelines have been instrumental in shaping our reputation as a global leader in urban livability. But over the years, the framework has grown overly complex, spanning more than 2,200 pages across 80 separate documents. The Citywide Design and Development Guidelines project is modernizing, simplifying, and consolidating these materials into a single user-friendly document. The goal is to streamline processes, set clearer expectations, and help deliver housing faster while continuing to support high-quality livable design. In July 2024, Council received the Early Actions Report covering solar access outside downtown, tower floor plates, and view cone updates. Today's Phase 2 Actions Report builds on that direction. In early 2026, we'll bring forward the final Citywide Design and Development Guidelines, including recommendations for the Trout Lake and new East Vancouver view cones. Today, we're assessing two solar access topics. First, our assessment of changing the 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. solar fan to 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. outside of downtown. Second, our recommended approach to solar access in the downtown peninsula. This report responds to Council's direction through amended recommendations A and C of the Early Actions Report, approved in July 2024. Just want to confirm that you can still see my presentation. Oh, good. Just wait until the song. Great. Great, thank you. In Vancouver's predominantly overcast climate, access to sunlight, particularly in the spring and fall, is especially valuable. Sun enhances public life, supports mental and physical well-being, improves the usability of play spaces and sports fields. Importantly, sustains healthy vegetation and tree canopy, helping combat urban heat island effect, and contributes to a strong sense of place and community. These broad benefits underscore why solar access continues to be a central consideration in urban planning. There are currently 7 different solar access policies in effect. Last year, Council adopted new guidelines outside of downtown. With this report, we're proposing to refine and consolidate 6 remaining downtown policies and replace them with one consistent and notably flexible guideline. In the following slides, I'll detail the findings of our research into the alternative 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. solar fan versus the established 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. window. There are just under 40,000 unconsolidated residential development parcels outside of the downtown peninsula. Of those, approximately 720 fall within the area of influence of a 10 to 4 solar fan. If the solar fan was adjusted to 10 to 2, this number drops slightly to 570 residential parcels with a difference of 150. With the existing 10 to 4 solar fan in place, an approximate 30-year build-out of residential parcels would net an estimated 200,000 housing units. Adjusting the solar fan to 10 to 2 would add approximately 300 units to this count, representing an increase of less than 0.2%. This diagram illustrates the 10 to 4 solar fan overlaid over an example public open space. As shown, development is balanced on the east and west sides of the park. Of the 1.8% of parcels affected by the 10 to 4 solar fan, 1.4% are limited to a height of 6 stories, a form for which discretionary relaxations may be considered. Also shown is the approximate shadowing of the adjacent park at 4 p.m. on the fall equinox, if a relaxation was afforded the neighboring 6-story building. In this example, the shadow would extend no more than 60 feet into the park space. Adjusting the solar fan to 10 to 2 reduces the amount of affected parcels to 1.4% of the total, 1.1% being limited to 6 stories. The resulting 4 p.m. shadow, however, represents a 200% increase of potential shadowing of the park. And again, doing so would only result in approximately 300 additional housing units over a 30-year period. Given the nominal benefit to development and the proportionally low increase in potential dwelling units, coupled with the significantly greater amount of potential shadowing of adjacent public spaces, staff are recommending upholding the established 10 to 4 solar fan outside of downtown. As no amendments to the solar access guidelines for areas outside of downtown are required with this direction, no formal recommendation is brought forward today, and no action is required of Council at this time. We'll now shift focus to the second solar access topic, which is downtown solar access. Downtown is distinct. It features more intensive development, varied park orientations, and a rotated street grid that complicates shadow analysis. Staff drew from key city initiatives, including Places for People Downtown, the Downtown Public Space Strategy, and Van Play to guide this work. These studies show that the most used spaces balance sunlight with shade from trees or structures, while overly shaded areas see less sustained use. These studies also highlight the civic importance of key spaces like Robson Square. We also ensured that our approach aligns with Vancouver Plan's 3 big ideas: housing in complete neighborhoods. We wanted to ensure that we're prioritizing sunlight in public spaces while also enabling new housing. Really about achieving the right balance. An economy that works for all. We want to ensure that we're supporting vibrant commercial districts and downtown job space. Climate protection and restored ecosystems. We want to ensure that we are fostering a healthy urban tree canopy and promoting summer comfort through shade. We then undertook comprehensive technical modeling to explore alternative strategies for downtown. We assessed shading in protected spaces and ran detailed sun shadow analysis across a range of parks. This helped us understand both existing shadow patterns and the potential impact of sample development scenarios. These illustrations also, I'll just pause to note that, as you can see, many shadows from tall buildings are kind of scant. They trace across public open spaces pretty quickly, and that's one of the things we want to make sure we're responding to, which our current approach doesn't. In addition to solar impact analyses, staff generated solar budget diagrams and tested potential impacts to development. Our testing demonstrates that shadow impacts from new development can be reduced while maintaining project viability through a collaborative solar budgeting redesign process. These graphs illustrate that with this approach, the reduction in shadows is targeted to the shoulder season when sun is most valued. Our work produced some key findings. It showed that development impacts vary widely, depending on form, street orientation, and park placement. While the solar fan offers clarity and simplicity, it doesn't always account for nuanced conditions. More detailed analysis allows for tailored responses but requires greater technical rigor. Our conclusion: a hybrid approach is best, combining the simplicity of the solar fan as a baseline with the precision of technical analysis to achieve flexible and balanced outcomes. Our recommendation. Recommendation A of this report seeks council approval for new solar access guidelines for the Downtown Peninsula, generally as presented in Appendix A and detailed in the following slides, along with consequential amendments to the policy documents outlined in Appendix B. These guidelines establish a clear baseline, the 10-to-4 fall equinox solar fan. At the same time, they create room for flexibility, allowing projects that demonstrate technical design and deliver significant public benefits to take a more tailored approach. The guidelines apply to the Downtown Peninsula as shown and cover all applicable public spaces categorized using the Park Board's park classifications. I'll explain the colors and shapes in later slides. We'll now walk through how the guidelines apply to each type of public space, starting with West End mini parks and urban plazas. In these cases, due to their small size and location, solar protections are encouraged but not always achievable. Applicants are asked to minimize shadowing where possible. I'll note that existing policy treats these spaces equally to other public outdoor spaces, and that has had a measurable impact on the viability of adjacent development. There are 17 applicable urban plazas noted in yellow, primarily east of Butte Street, and 9 West End mini parks noted in orange, localized entirely west of Butte. Next are community, neighborhood, and local parks, public school sites, and the Davie Street and Robson Street villages. For these areas, we're recommending the established 10-to-4 fall equinox solar fan as a baseline policy, giving staff and applicants a clear collaborative starting point. This aligns downtown with the solar access guidelines for areas outside of downtown, improving clarity across policies. A key difference, however, is that between the two guidelines is how we assess compliance. Rather than measuring from the spring to fall equinoxes, we're proposing a single-day check on the fall equinox. This small shift makes a big difference. It allows more summer shading, which can actually improve comfort and usability in these spaces. Oh, and I'll note that for Robson Village, the solar fan is 10-to-3 as per existing policy. That's the baseline. What we really want to do is introduce flexibility for the exceptional projects that we see in downtown. These guidelines are designed to recognize those projects and allow for further flexibility. For community, neighborhood, and local parks, school sites, and the Davie and Robson villages, the new solar access guidelines allow for additional shadowing when proposals include social or affordable housing or other public amenity. Since the report went live, we've heard feedback that the wording of the guidelines implies less flexibility than intended, that exceptions to baseline policy are limited to very few projects. As part of our ongoing work, we'll continue to refine the language of the guidelines to ensure they are functioning as intended. Our intent here is to ensure that the major city building projects in the downtown core are able to move forward collaboratively and not be impacted by rigid solar access guidelines. In these cases, applicants and staff will work collaboratively on a comprehensive fall equinox solar budget analysis. We have in-staff technical expertise, and we are always happy to work with our industry partners, measuring with greater precision the duration and extent of shadowing that provides clearer data for council to support and staff to make informed, context-sensitive decisions. There are currently 4 applicable school sites, shown in purple, 21 community, neighborhood, and local parks, shown in orange, and the 2 villages indicated by the pink lines. As reflected in current policy or demonstrated in the public space studies, there are several public outdoor spaces in the downtown that are places of special cultural heritage and civic gathering and provide public programming. And their value warrants a higher standard of protection from new shadowing in the guidelines, which I'll summarize in the following slides. The Dr. Sun Yat-sen Garden and Park is a cultural landmark in Chinatown. The guidelines limit any new shadowing from development between 10 to 4 on the fall equinox, with no exceptions. At Victory Square, new development should be shaped to avoid casting shadow on the cenotaph at 11 a.m. on November 11th, a symbolic and solemn moment in time during the annual Remembrance Day ceremony. Though classified as urban plazas, both Robson Square and Jackpool Plaza are subject to the same solar access criteria and potential relaxations as community, neighborhood, and local parks. At Robson and Homer Library Square Plaza, also known as Dilawri Square, the guidelines maintain existing protections by limiting new shadowing between 10 and 4 on the fall equinox. Staff note that with the exception of select sites adjacent Robson Square, which we're happy to work with applicants on, development around these 3 public spaces is substantially complete, with very little new shadowing expected. The 5 special cases are indicated here. To support key policy goals, we're also proposing general exemptions that may be applied to 100% social housing or low-rise buildings under 4 stories. This mirrors the approach taken outside of downtown and helps facilitate much-needed affordable housing in downtown, as well as modest school and park structures. As I mentioned earlier, our work is going to continue to evolve. We're monitoring implementation closely and explore refinements. We'll also include studies for potential park-specific solar budgeting to ensure the guidelines remain effective in responses over time. In summary, the proposed solar access guidelines for the downtown peninsula aim to strike a thoughtful balance between sunlight in key public spaces and affordable housing and other major public amenities. This approach supports a more livable, resilient, and equitable downtown, and will continue to be refined through the broader Citywide Design Guidelines initiative. We'll now turn to the second Phase 2 action, repealing outdated guidelines documents. As part of our broader effort to consolidate and modernize urban design guidance, staff are currently reviewing all 80 existing form of development and urban design guidelines documents. As a first step, we've identified 27 guidelines documents that are ready to be repealed now. The remaining 53 guidelines are still under review, and most of them will be repealed with the new CDDG in 2026. The guidelines being repealed with this recommendation generally fall into one of 3 categories. They were developed for CD1 rezonings where the associated developments are now complete. The guidance is no longer relevant to today's development context, and/or they will be fully replaced by the updated CDDG in 2026. I'll note that in these cases, there is nominal risk of policy gap affecting development proposals in the interim. Per recommendation C of this report, staff recommend that Council repeal 13 CD1 guidelines, 7 district schedule guidelines, 5 area-specific guidelines, and 2 general guidelines documented as documents as detailed in Appendix C. The recommendation also seeks Council's direction to bring forward consequential amendments to the zoning and development bylaw at a later date. The repeal of these guidelines represents the most substantive streamlining of development guidelines undertaken to date, marking a major step towards simplifying the policy landscape and improving clarity for applicants, staff, and the public. Finally, I'd like to summarize some housekeeping amendments to the transit-oriented rezoning policy. In response to Provincial Bill 47, Council adopted the Transit-Oriented Areas Designation Bylaw and TOA rezoning policy in July 2024. These apply to 29 areas across the city and are intended to streamline rezoning reviews near rapid transit while clarifying expectations around land use, housing tenure, and infrastructure updates. The proposed amendments to the TOA are focused on improving clarity and alignment with current planning policies. First, we're updating the wording to clarify how the policy applies in areas with new or updated plans, like the Broadway planner Rupert Renfrew, where TOA regulations have already been integrated. Second, we're strengthening the language around built form expectations. This will help ensure that development on one site doesn't preclude opportunities on adjacent sites, supporting a more coordinated approach over time. And finally, we're adding clearer references to citywide livability guidelines and policies, such as those related to solar access and public views, to reinforce their continued relevance and clarify how they apply within TOA areas. Together, these actions and recommendations outlined in this report advance Council's priorities around housing, equity, economic resilience, and high-quality urban planning. By updating outdated documents, adding clarity to new ones, and supporting coordinated growth, this work lays a strong foundation for the future implementation of the Citywide Design and Development Guidelines project in 2026. Thank you, Chair and Council, for your attention and support. Staff are available to respond to any questions and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for the presentation. Committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Kevin, for the presentation and staff team for the work. I just wanted to better understand both how we're engaging with the development sector, the building community on this work, but also how we reconcile these policies with the changing landscape in our city. So, for example, the mini parks and the plazas are ongoing and somewhat new compared to how long these have been in place. So just wonder if you could maybe actually start with the second question first is,
Sure.
How does planning go about this work when the landscape is changing based on decisions we make, like where plazas are going to go, what comes first in terms of a priority?
That's one of the challenges that we had to face because you're right, it is evolving. We're adding mini plazas and other park spaces. So that's one of the reasons why we worked so closely with the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation to understand where anticipated changes are happening and to make sure that we're aligned in our approach. The changing development landscape, though, is one of the reasons why we wanted to ensure that it was clear that some open spaces, such as those smaller public spaces, are not expected to have the same degree of rigor applied to them when it comes to solar access because of their size and location. Actually, I've forgotten my point, but.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, okay, great. And if it comes back, let me know.
Sure.
So follow up to that, we discussed this phase one of this work last summer, and there was engagement from the development community then to, hope to be involved and consult and really understand the impacts. Can you help us understand, because there has been sort of there's always disagreements or maybe misalignments on approaches, but this seems like the feedback that I'm hearing is that there hasn't been any engagement with the building community on this report. And now we're at phase two in a year. So can you just provide some context around that?
Absolutely, yeah. So as it relates to the solar access guidelines downtown, we saw this exercise as consolidating and streamlining existing policies and introducing flexibility, which is one of the things we heard from the development industry, and then as directed by council to find a balanced approach. So we didn't undertake any comprehensive stakeholder engagement. However, we benefited from the fact that we have a number of active applications that are proposing to do just what we're working on achieving with these guidelines, which is introducing additional shadowing into public spaces. And we use those as test cases. So we have, we have a great working relationship with a number of the major developers downtown. So in working with them, we were able to shape this policy approach.
Okay, and so So in that, was that an open discussion, or did you take away from those applications and those discussions and that fed into this policy work? Or did we close the loop essentially?
It was pretty tailored because a lot of those were related to applications that are not in the public realm yet. They're not formal applications, they're inquiries, or they have only just become applications. So we kept them relatively tight, but the direction that we were heading was to streamline and simplify and introduce flexibility. So we determined that since we're not introducing anything new and more rigid, that we didn't need to undertake a more comprehensive public engagement. That said, as we advance this work and the CDDG, a comprehensive public engagement strategy and stakeholder engagement strategy is part of that work plan. So as we continue to refine this work based on feedback we've received and other elements of the Citywide Guidelines project, we are going to be engaging directly with industry stakeholders.
Okay, in those future report backs, I think it would be helpful to have a quantifiable number of units of housing, or, just what those trade-offs are that we're making as a council, because that is, I think, part of the broader conversation around we're leaving, critical housing units on the table because we're priority, and then that trade-off conversation is more difficult here without that detail. I just wanted to quickly, on my last question is, around the healthy city strategy and the broader policies that we talk about here at council, solar access is a critical piece to building a densely urban city. What kind of work do you do that informs that, and vice versa, in terms of interdepartment consultation?
So that's one of the things that we reviewed as our kind of foundational understanding of what the principles of the city are as it relates to solar access, in order to really measure what the level of importance it is. But in terms of a direct engagement with the Healthy Cities team, other than referring to their work, there wasn't a direct engagement there.
So we're out of time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Meissner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Kevin, for the presentation and all the work that your team did. I had similar questions to Councillor Bly. I just wanted to clarify the question that she was asking. It was similar to mine. I'm wondering if we did any analysis like we did with the view cone changes around quantifying how much additional floor space would be unlocked as a result of the changes.
It's a great question. The answer is it's very, very difficult to predict what development in downtown looks like from one day to another. A couple of years ago, we wouldn't have predicted that we would see an application for a 1,000-foot tall building in downtown. So we found that outside of downtown and in known growth areas where we've got those metrics that we can rely on, it's a little bit easier than in downtown, where it involves a much more site-by-site crystal balling. So our focus more was on ensuring that the types of citywide or city building types of developments we have that are the ones delivering those housing units are have an avenue through which flexibility can go, not considering too much what the delivery could be from that.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. My other question is around the exemptions. And I just want to get some more context from you. I guess my question is that if solar access is so important, which I believe it is, as someone who lives downtown in one of these towers, it's very important to have, access to sunlight in your unit, as well as on the public spaces that we use because, you don't have a backyard, for example. But what I'm struggling to wrap my head around is, if it's so important, why would we have an exemption for, say, 100% social housing tower? Why would we say, absolutely no shadows on this park, but if it's 100% social housing, then we can put a shadow on the park?
That's an excellent question. The intent of that was really to align with the outside of downtown guidelines to ensure that there was clarity across the guidelines. When we look at those 5 exceptional cases, there is substantial build out around them. So the solar conditions that we have right now are effectively the solar conditions that are predicted to be. But as you noted, one of the unintended outcomes of the structure of the document and that exception that reflects the outside of downtown approach is that it would imply that shadowing may be considered. And I'll put an emphasis on the word may. There is still the question of whether or not it meets other criteria or it is supportable. to add more shadowing onto the 5 exceptional spaces or other spaces.
Okay. So just to clarify, it may be considered for 100% social housing, but it would absolutely not be considered for rental.
So the wording for there's two sort of exceptions. There's the exemptions as they relate to the community, neighborhood, and local parks, and then there's general exemptions that apply to everything. The exceptions that apply to the community, neighborhood, local parks, the streets, etc., has an expectation for affordable housing, which many applications in downtown apply or provide, social housing, and or another public benefit. Now, our intent there, and we understand that this is a point of some interpretive confusion, is that that public benefit could be something like public open space, it could be something like a child care facility, it could be something else that is determined by council staff to be a commensurate benefit to the public in exchange for the additional shadowing. So there's that, and then we're saying for 100% social housing developments, they may be exempted from any condition of the guidelines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that. My other question was around Robson Street. There was, you mentioned 10 to 3. Is that correct on Robson Street? Is it existing
That's right.
policy?
That's per the existing policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why would we keep that existing policy just for that street versus the rest of downtown?
It's an excellent question. Yeah, it's mostly to support and make sure that in-stream applications, notably a major development behind Harrow Street, that we're not shifting the parameters too much on them. It's also reflective of relatively new policy direction within the past few years. So.
Okay. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Clausen?
Chair, thanks very much to staff for this report. Clear there's a concerted effort to strike balance in this policy. I just have a couple of questions regarding the term flexibility, which directly references to some subjectivity and or later decisions that would be made by staff on a case-by-case basis. I think because there is a element of uncertainty around that, that's where you get naturally some pushback from somebody who's concerned about what the potential cost to that might be. I'm just curious, have we developed a framework or a formula? I'm sort of picturing something, using some trigonometry to kind of figure out what are the things, or is it much more loose than that? How do we make those flexible decisions?
It's a great question. One of the reasons why we didn't apply, say, a percentage where you could say, well, you can increase the shadowing by 5% or 50% or something, which is what a number of other cities do. Because the park spaces and public open spaces vary so significantly through downtown, that requires a more comprehensive technical analysis that relies on digital twins and things like that. That's work that we're trying to get toward to increase assurance and clarity. The real intent of this is to go through something that is a little bit more like an animated solar budget to make sure that we're going in informed of what the solar impacts might be. Those solar budgeting exercises can also help to inform direction that an application could go while maintaining viability to, say, reduce that shadowing. But you're correct. Right now, in this at this point in time, what we would be bringing forward would be data to council to make a determination. And along with that data, we would say there may be increased shading of a public, like a play structure or a seating area or something, and then it would be up to council to make a determination of supportability.
Okay. So again, this would go into the decision-making loop during a rezoning exercise, and so there is no kind of set language that would say we would consider, the following conditions outside of this policy, that will help to define the word flexibility.
Yeah, it's a good question. We do say in the guidelines that there are certain conditions that will be considered. I believe I think it's 3.1.3 in the guidelines that says things about equity considerations for the park, the programming of the park, existing shading conditions, and also what the baseline development scenario would do. Those are all things that would be applied, but there is nowhere that defines parameters or ring fences the word flexibility. We didn't want to, at this juncture, be too hyper-specific at the risk of precluding everything. We wanted to make sure that we were leaving the door open enough for a collaborative process with our development partners.
And speaking of those partners, is this, I mean, you're obviously stating it here in the chamber, but is there a way to communicate that particular nuance to the policy, to the industry?
Yeah, so we've, the memo that went to council this morning is public. We'll make sure that we're going through and doing a comprehensive training session with applicants. But I also understand in conversation with a number of our development partners that there is some concern that the language may be interpreted a different way in future. It's one of the reasons why we're committed to making sure that this document is fine-tuned over implementation. This is a highly technical thing, and so we know that there's going to be revisions and refinements as we go along, and that's our commitment. So where there may be gaps right now, gaps in interpretation, we're hoping that those are closed as part of the broader project.
Yeah, I've got about 45 seconds here. Just as has been pointed out, we are establishing plazas and mini parks and sort of more on an ongoing basis. Are there civic spaces yet to be identified that maybe a group or somebody say this has a significant cultural experience they would come to and say we don't want to have we need to have sunlight at this certain time of day?
At this time, we don't have that written into the guidelines, but it is part of our ongoing relationship with, say, the park board and the public, that we could continue to refine this guideline. And as it becomes part of the citywide guidelines, we're hoping that becomes a living document that can be a little bit more responsive. The existing policies talk about public spaces generally, and we wanted to be as tuned in as possible.
Thanks very much. That's my time. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. Kevin, thank you for this work. I appreciate there's a lot of wrangling of red tape and layers and stuff and consolidating it all, so I know that's a lot of work, and thank you for that. And just to paraphrase this memo that's come out, it's basically we're talking about generally avoiding shadows as opposed to hard and fast no shadows in the 10 to 4 zone. That's, if I was to paraphrase that memo,
That's effectively correct. We still want to maintain the 10 to 4 solar fan and use that as the baseline because it gives us something to work from. And many applicants may choose to just 100% comply with that, and we do have some applicants that do that. Effectively it's saying the intent is that we're no longer taking that hard line, that we're opening the door.
about flexibility. And so now, are we explicitly covering POPs, privately owned parks, in this work?
We are not. That is something that we can continue to evaluate as part of the ongoing work. But because of the location of POPs and the orientation of them, they are often very difficult to protect solar access on. That said, it is something that is on our work list to look at.
And I appreciate hearing back on that because I would imagine those are conditions of CD1 bylaws in many cases.
Yes.
Included. Okay.
Yep.
We also hear a lot about shadows in the hot summer sun. This is year-round access, and what we don't hear a lot about is like an equity lens. And I'm curious about the equity lens on this because we know that people with darker skin have more difficulty absorbing vitamin D without access to sunshine, especially in northern climates. And that can result in things like eczema and psoriasis and bone deficiency and autoimmune disorders. And it's a real equity issue for folks with darker pigments. And, not everybody can afford private UV therapy or live in a sunny BC city like Penticton. We're here in a cloudy coastal city. And has there been an equity lens that's applied to this work and thinking about that?
It's one of the reasons why, that is one of the reasons why we've included equity considerations as one of the number of considerations that we would apply to our review of the additional shadowing on adjacent parks. I should note, for clarity, our testing shows that even major developments would shadow generally nominally on adjacent parks at the times that we're testing. So we are confident that what we'll get to is a balance of the two. In the summer months, we do want to capitalize on potential for additional shading in some areas of public open spaces, which we're not currently doing. Outside of that season, in the winter season, it's very difficult to achieve sunlight in these public open spaces. Even very low buildings tend to shadow pretty significantly.
And that points to some of the science around darker skinned people in northern climates and how crucial that sun access is. And I know you get that.
One of the benefits of doing the fall equinox versus, say, spring is it gives us a clearer picture of what happens in the winter to inform council. But our approach is to apply controls, for lack of a better term, around the shoulder season.
Just because there is that extreme, right, where lighter melanin people don't want the sun, darker skinned people need some sun to. Anyway, okay, I know you get that, and I appreciate that that's going to inform some of the ongoing work. Last question from me, and it's an oft-repeated refrain. Where are we at for standardization of solar mapping software so that when we get applications from developers, it's consistent with, and everybody's using the same platform? Because we see different shadow studies out there.
So I'm going to actually pass that over to my colleague Andy Gavel from the City Design Studio. He's sort of the technical expert. But I can say that we are currently launching a work plan, the early stages of a work plan to get a digital twin of the city, which is how we can establish the baseline shadowing. But Andy, why don't I pass it over to you?
Hi, Andy Gavel, City Design Studio. Right now, there's a lot of different software options out there, and different people are using lots of different programs to do the same thing. So what we're trying to do is develop a process that we can outline that everybody can follow the same process, so that at the end of the day, we're all working with the same numbers, we're all looking at the same data. To that extent, everybody's kind of working on the same playing field.
Amazing. Yeah, I think it'll be helpful, and we'll clear up a lot of the confusion because we get the sort of advocates and citizen scientists who present their own shadow studies, and I'm not a spatial engineer or whatever that discipline would be. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carbiel.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to pick up on the earlier question asked by Councillor Meisner because that struck me as well. I just, can you elaborate further? I just don't understand. Shadowing is important, is a critical planning principle, and this is the type of city we want to build for livability, except if it's something different. Like a building is a building, regarding of what's inside it, if it's rental, social, or strata.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's been reflected in a number of other recent policy documents, including the Solar Access Downtown, is this treating 100% social housing as being an exceptional circumstance for which there is additional flexibility or additional allowances applied. Honestly, what we were doing was trying to right-size this a policy approach with those. The unintended outcome is that it implies that they get a free pass. It's a good question.
So how do you answer, can you say they don't get a free pass relative to what another building?
We still allow for the discretion by use of the word may. We don't say should in the guidelines or will. It is a discretionary thing. Yeah.
Okay. All right. It just seems like we're pitting social benefits of kids being able to not be shadowed in parks, but it's okay.
Yeah, actually, I'll pass over to Josh.
Go ahead, Josh.
It's a fantastic question. I just want to weigh in because I think one way to conceptualize this conversation is we're expressing solar access as a type of public benefit, but it's not the only public benefit we consider. We weigh the trade-offs of it as a public benefit against potentially others. And in some instances, we suggest that social housing, on balance, is privileged over other public benefits, and so that's a reflection of that that policy direction.
Are we placing, to that point then, would you say it's fair to say we're now placing more value on this as a public benefit?
I think what's in front of you today is clarifying and cleaning up a process for how we evaluate that public benefit. I think it's established has been established through council policy for a long period of time. I don't think we're
Okay.
adding any special weight to it, except for, I think, some specific public spaces we're trying to add more clarity on
Clarity
some
around
of their
those.
special cultural value within the downtown.
Got it. Okay. So it was mentioned earlier that I think you might do presentation sessions, I think was the phrasing with the industry. I'm wondering if you see any benefit, given there seems to be so many questions. I've received so much correspondence in the last 24, 48 hours around doing those now and working through to determine if it's really just clarification and education, if there are any genuine concerns before council adopts this report.
Yeah, we feel that that we can overcome some of this confusion through a training effort with staff, with applicants. I've reached out to a number of people in the industry as well because I've heard the same concerns about the interpretation, and that's absolutely not the intent. We, as I said, we can continue to refine the
Can
language.
I ask the question more explicitly? What,
Sure.
if you were to do those sessions first, what impact would it be if council didn't adopt this report till October, for example, and info sessions happened in September and staff had time to engage, and we got to a good place as opposed to what appears to be a pretty fraught dynamic right now?
The impacts would be that we would just continue to apply a case-by-case basis with in-stream applicants, as we've been doing, it would basically just push off the implementation of the guidelines.
Okay.
That would be the impact.
Okay, just wanted to ask about that. And then this notion of flex versus certainty, we hear a lot from the development industry. Just give us the criteria, just give us the guidelines, just give us the rules, so we know what it is. Because interpretation and uncertainty is time and money for us. But in this case, you're saying flex is better than certainty because certainty would be more restrictive or prescriptive.
There is the risk that with our current technical tools and all the varying scenarios in downtown, there's the risk that if we went too certain, then it wouldn't be broadly applicable enough, and we could inadvertently restrict development where we don't want to.
Okay, I have another question. Chair, can I move for a second round? I'll keep going on this one.
We
But
need a second. The second by Councilor Meisner. All those in favor say yeah.
Thanks.
Opposed say nay. So now we have second round. Thanks.
So I'm also hearing a lot of examples from people say our projects won't be able to be built now. Can you comment on what's allowable in the current FSR versus what people are hoping to propose in their rezonings, and any analysis of the current economic conditions that people can't build to the current state because things like hotels, for example, are more difficult to do? And I'll come back for the answer because I'm out of time. Gives you a chance to think about it.
Yeah, I will respond to that question in the next round.
Hey, thanks, Counselor. Okay, so I put myself on the queue, so I think many of my questions were asked, but I'm just gonna follow up a couple of other questions. So am I correct that the impact for this policy changing, from 10 to 4 to 10 to 2 is only approximately 300 units?
That's correct.
Okay, so we heard from the something different from the industry, and some people show that for one particular project, the impact's like more than 100 units. Do you know the discrepancy? Why we have such a big discrepancy?
Is just to clarify, is that for outside of downtown or within downtown?
I think within downtown.
So the 10 to 2 versus 10 to 4, we focused on outside of downtown and the impacts of a 10 to 2 fan outside of downtown. Inside of downtown, we focused more on ensuring that the relaxations were in place to ensure that we're not impacting the delivery of those housing units.
Okay, and do we know the estimation for the impact in downtown?
We found that, especially in the space of time that we had, it's a bit too difficult to predict what could happen on one site versus another. We are seeing new forms of development within the past year or so that we just haven't seen before. And so predicting what can happen on broadly in downtown is quite difficult. You have to do a site-by-site analysis.
Okay, so can we assume that the impact for downtown will be much bigger compared to this outside of downtown?
Our intent is that the guidelines as written would ensure that there is no significant impact to delivery of housing. That the flexibilities that we have in place would allow us to consider additional shadowing from those applications.
Okay, thank you. Other question is, okay, so for instance, we have the TOA regulation from the province. So what happens if the height of this building conflicts with our solar access policy?
So in the context of downtown, the TOA policy would apply, and the flexibility would be initiated or sort of applied to those applications in order for us to make, and council to make a determination. We do clarify in the TOA policy that solar access guidelines still apply, so they don't so the TOA doesn't override the solar access policies, but outside of downtown, the policies and the TOA, the solar access policies and the TOA align quite nicely. So there are very few conflicts there that we've modeled out. In downtown, it's a different story, and what we're hoping to do is to allow for that collaborative negotiated outcome.
Okay, thanks. The other question is, I understand the Dr. Sanderson Garden is a special case, a special site. So I wonder, how does this future development in Northeast Falls Creek impact on the Dr. Sanderson Garden?
So right now, the details on that application are still being negotiated. We have a great working relationship with the applicant in that case, and we've been working closely with them to ensure that the solar impacts on Dr. Sanderson Garden are mitigated as much as is possible.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Kevin. That's all my question.
Great, thanks.
Hey, Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, Councillor Zhou just asked my main question, but I just want to clarify a bit more about the transit-oriented areas. Obviously, I'm concerned about how we get as much housing built as possible, and that we, and I think it's worth clarifying. So you're saying that the TOA legislation doesn't override this policy, so council may be making decisions. So the policy, we can't decline applications based on height and density, but we can on the basis of solar access.
So in the case of solar access, it's typically height. Density can still be reaccommodated, but as I noted, outside of downtown, which is the policy that was approved last year, TOA and that policy tend to merge quite nicely. There's very little conflict in there. Council still has the ability to apply discretion, and staff may recommend applying discretionary relaxations to those. In downtown, the policy is written, and what we've seen in terms of like where some TOA developments would happen, those are the types of development that we anticipate would meet the criteria for the relaxation consideration.
Okay, thanks very much.
Of course.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the update and the presentation and the additional memo. It's helpful. I just am wondering if we could circle back to slides 11 and 12, which also is referenced on page 4 of the report. And I just wanted to better understand the reference around the 39,000 residential development parcels. Are we talking the potential development parcels? I'm just looking for some clarity about what's being defined there.
Sorry, I'm just bringing up the presentation.
No worries.
You said 12 and 13, correct?
Yeah, slides 11 and 12, and on page 4 of the report, just under the heading Alternative Solar Access Assessment Times in Areas Outside of Downtown. I'm just trying to better understand the parcels you're referencing, what they are. Are they potential developable parcels?
Yeah, they're the individual existing unconsolidated residential parcels in downtown or outside of downtown. Yeah, meaning residential sites as they are right now.
But it's not all sites outside of downtown. That's not representative of all sites.
No, it's residential specifically, yeah.
And is that in totality? That doesn't sound right to me. That's not all residential sites, is it?
It's an estimate of, I might ask Andy to clarify. He pulled those numbers.
Wait, oh.
Oh, yes. So those numbers are the current and plans in the works. So TOAs, villages, Broadway, MTC, and Rupert Renfrew. Those are the residential parcels of those plan areas that were looked at.
Of those planning areas, okay.
Yeah.
And does that represent all residential sites outside of downtown?
So those are sites that,
Just trying to get clear on what the number represents.
for sure. So those are sites, sorry, I don't want to
Yeah,
interrupt
go
you.
ahead.
Those are sites where there is identified potential conflict with the solar access policy. So outside of those sites, there's not a lot of towers or high-rise development being considered at the moment. So that's why we looked at these specific plan areas, because that's where you're going to have conflict with the towers or with the solar fans.
Okay, I appreciate that. And your recommendation, though, still is not to move to the 10 to 2, it's to retain the 10 to 4.
Correct.
That's okay. I'm wondering if staff can comment a little bit more on the issue of the building community and the building sector being seems to be just unclear about what's being presented today. And I know you've been asked a couple of times about this and potentially some further workshops if this isn't passed today. And but I always find it surprising when we get to this stage when we're getting calls at the very sort of the last minute. And I know it's summer, but I'm curious about how we kind of got there and why is there confusion around this particular report at this particular time and what's being proposed, and that people feel it's conflicting with existing guidance and direction to develop more housing.
Yeah, it's to be honest, it came as a bit of a surprise to us. The industry stakeholders that we did engage with hadn't generally understood what we were going for. However, when I've had conversations since the launch of the report, I understand that it's confusion around the interpretation of what, say, for example, a major public benefit is, and concern around that being a bit too limiting. Our intent was that could be something like a public plaza, it could be public realm improvements or something like that. Our intent was not to say, capital P, capital B, public benefit or public amenity. So that has led to a little bit of confusion, and I'll pass to Josh.
I see Josh hovering, so yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Kevin. Yeah, I think that there is opportunity to, as we refine, or maybe there's opportunity for added wording around some of the clauses. So we heard maybe some concern around, like, is public benefit too restricting to considering other council policies, such as hotel use or something like that. Like, our belief is that we absolutely could, kind of in the realm of public benefit and council policy, consider that, utilizing our discretion. But it has highlighted to us there's probably some refinement to do and lending a bit more clarity. I think it's been sort of correctly pointed out. I think people understand it quite clearly when we're explaining it, talking about it, the subtleties, the nuances. There is some worry about, okay, well, if someone's reading this 10 years from now, are they going to read it the same way? I think that's fair, and there's probably some work to do to add some clarifying language around its intent. But with any kind of policy development, we know we're not going to get it 100% right from the outset. We want to live up to the standard of refining and having living documents that we utilize that feedback loop between live applications, feedback that we get from stakeholders, and we reflect that in the policy, and that would be our intent here.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Josh.
Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Would love some solar access in here today. It's freezing. Just one question for you. I'm hoping it's going to be something you can answer, but earlier this term, Council received a report on view cones. So I'm wondering how this solar access policy will interact with the exceptional sites that were in that view cone report.
So the intent of this is the same team that worked on this was the team that worked on the view cones work. The intent with this is to ensure that those exceptional sites have an avenue to go through to increase shadowing potentially of adjacent spaces. So we anticipate that those exceptional sites, especially those exceptional sites, but other sites, are the types of sites that we want to make sure that we're supporting through this new flexibility that we're applying. And just to reinforce the point, the existing policies that we have in place are applied very rigidly. And what we're trying to do is override that and introduce flexibility where there isn't right now.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby on second round.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up on just restating quickly my economic question. And so a lot of these, the outreach that we're getting around, it's going to cut, hundreds of units and citing examples of specific projects, I think is not based on current zoning. It's based on a rezoning that would oftentimes request additional FSR. And so I think that's how some losses are being quantified, but some of them are on projects that, as Josh White said earlier, that have relate to council priorities, so hotels, right, or accommodation hotels and that. So I think my question is your analysis kind of really considered the economic impact and the conditions of it being difficult to build, particularly with certain tenures that are council's priority versus the existing zoning, and what's the intersection with that, with this new consolidated guideline?
Yeah, so the vast majority of development downtown is CD1s. They very rarely come in under existing zoning. And so these guidelines were developed with consideration of those CD1s and ensuring that as part of that CD1 process, this collaborative process is underway. We didn't do a significant economic assessment. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I just want to clarify that one point when you said it. You said you did it based on the existing zoning, so not necessarily on proposals that are coming in.
No, we actually did shape it based on proposals that are
You
coming
did it
in
on
that are
proposals,
active right
okay.
now. I cited a proposal that is prospective near Robson Street. That's an example of one where we've been working with the applicant to say we are opening up avenues for additional shading. I see that Josh is standing up for additional shading, and we're working with them to right size that and look at strategies that might reduce it, but understanding that the economics right now would require some additional flexibility on that, and I'll pass it over to Josh.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think it is helpful to illuminate maybe a real life example through a confidential inquiry we had just through a meeting yesterday. Some of our initial feedback through that inquiry was stating some of the concern we had about shadowing on a particular public space downtown. We've had workshops with them. They've taken that feedback. We've exercised form of development flexibility elsewhere in order to, for example, achieve the same FSR, the same density, but redistributing that density differently on the site. And because we have, greater flexibility in floor plates that we've also been applying through updates, through guidance, we're able to kind of manipulate the form of development so that the project can still remain economically viable based on the overall density, but we've been able to shift that density, move it through the form of development to still achieve that solar access outcome that we care about. And that's exactly how these conversations manifest. That's why it's useful to have that productive, collaborative, negotiated exchange through processes, having these types of guideposts as things that we can utilize through that conversation.
So is that the solar budgeting redesign process that you're referring to? Is that linking into that?
Yeah, in that particular case, it's referencing both existing and the emerging policy here in terms of solar access protection of a particular public space that we value, and that was the basis of the conversation. We said to say, okay, we understand what your imperatives are in terms of the program. It has some commercial space, some residential space. But we value protecting the public space to the greatest degree that's possible here in terms of solar access, and we were able to work together to what we think will be a sort of a win-win outcome for both parties. And this is what this allows us to. This is the conversation this allows us to have.
What if some of those sites are constrained? Because some sites have enough size that they can distribute over, like in the example you showed with different buildings, and others we're hearing a lot that sites are constrained because of the narrow nature. Downtown is very built out, like there are sort of limited opportunities and the only ability is to go up, right? If you want to build hotels, for example, you need more space and more FSR.
For sure, and I think there could be impact, but that's also why we're introducing some degree of flexibility. If there's an unavoidable shadow impact, again, and this allows us to have that trade-off conversation between what the project's delivering, potentially how how much of that park space is impacted by solar shading, and we can use that analysis in exercising that discretion. It may not limit the overall development, but it gives us a transparent view about what the impacts are, and allows us as adjudicators and you as decision makers to make those trade-off decisions with eyes wide open.
Thank you. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Meissner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to circle back to the exemption for social housing. And I was hoping that you could remind Council what the definition of social housing is in Vancouver, because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding amongst the public as well as to what social housing is in terms of hills rates, in terms of units that are actually social housing versus market housing in the tower.
I'm going to turn back to Josh on that one.
Yeah, and we've been trying to consolidate our different definitions of social housing. Typically, it requires a minimum of 30% at that hills rate, and then the lion's share of other units in the building to help kind of cross-subsidize or float the viability or cost of it are often kind of near market rents.
So it could be 70% of the building at market rent.
That's
and
right.
It would still be considered social housing.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, thanks. All right, so seeing no one else on the queue, we will now hear from the registered speaker for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first and only speaker for this item is Speaker 1, John Stowell. Is John on the line? Yeah, please go ahead, John. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and thank you to staff for this. My name is John Stavella. I'm the president of Reliance Properties. We're an very active developer in the downtown peninsula across all asset classes, including office, hotel, and strata, and rental residential. So I'm also the chair or co-chair of the UDI Vancouver Liaison Committee. So I'm very involved in ongoing policy updates and outreach between staff and the development industry. This report has been long awaited, and as we see it, industry has seen it as the sort of second part of the significant improvements that were made in view cone constraints. And I'd remind Council that those were accompanied by capacity increase studies that came from relaxing those view cones. And this was very much expected to be a significant relaxation in what has been a very difficult area of strict compliance on outdated shadow guidelines. And so I'm afraid we have to say that as written, and I appreciate that staff is trying to indicate flexibility and has provided a memo, which I have not yet read, but as written, which is how we'll be presented with these things, years down the road with different staff, maybe even different senior leadership in planning. This is seen as a significant restriction, an increase in the difficulty in complying with solar access requirements. That's done in 2 ways. One is by significantly broadening the time frame over which shadows are measured from many areas of the downtown, 10:30, 11:30 to 2:30 now, strictly to 10 to 4. And the Appendix B in your report indicates very strict compliance. There shall be no new shadow during these times on these areas. And then it does go on to describe conditions where a further technical analysis would be considered. But those conditions, as written, are very limited to social housing, not even rental, social housing below market, daycare, and providing a significant public amenity, which most sites downtown can't do because they just don't have the space. And so, what to us this ability to show a further analysis, which is very discretionary, ignores many other council policies, such as council's recently approved hotel enablement policy, which supports mixed use with hotel at the bottom and residential over. And so we did a quick study in the very short time we've had on 4 of our sites in the downtown, 3 of which have hotel with residential over. And in each case, the strict compliance with this policy would really significantly kneecap those projects for moving anywhere from 3 to up to 15 floors in some cases. And that I'm afraid is how we've seen things in the past, where we come in and we're presented with a policy written like this that may at the time have anticipated some discretion or flexibility, but is interpreted very much like the letter of the law. So I think it would
That's
be a
the
mistake.
time. Yeah, so already
Okay.
yeah.
So I would recommend significant, either this be pushed back for capacity study and further consultation with the industry, or not approved today. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you. All right, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thanks, John, for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Would someone like to move a motion? Oh, okay, so Councillor Meissner, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I did submit a motion to the clerk to defer debate and decision on this item to our next standing committee meeting on September 17th. I am been listening intently, obviously, to staff as well as our speaker today, and have also heard a lot of response and feedback from the building community about a concern around the impacts of this policy, but mostly the consultation. So I understand that staff did do some case studies of particular projects, and that's great to hear. But I feel that there needs to be more robust consultation. This is a big decision for downtown Vancouver in particular. We have really ambitious goals around housing delivery, around delivery of job space, around delivery of hotels downtown. And I am concerned that we could be, kneecapping some of those goals. We've done a lot of work to facilitate those projects. Some of the changes that we've made in the past 2.5 years in order to accelerate those projects. So I just want us to take another and staff to take another month or so over the summer break to do that consultation with industry to ensure that we're getting this right. I think it's really important that we get this right, and it's a small delay, but I think would be worthwhile. So I've moved a deferral motion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. We need a seconder for the deferral motion. Seconded by Councillor Dominado. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, through you, ask staff how they interpret this amendment, and also who they consider to be stakeholders in this. Is that the public or the development industry or specific developers? How does staff interpret this?
Please go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I think typically when we think of stakeholders in the context of this type of regulation, we would interpret that to be industry stakeholders or applicant types. I think just one additional question there. Through the conversation, it's clear to us like we may need some tweaking of language that we might want to bring back. So I'm just wondering if a deferral of debate and discussion would allow us to do that versus a referral back to staff, which might allow us to make some minor tweaks, and we might appreciate that opportunity to make some tweaks as part of that stakeholder consultation. So forgive me, I don't know necessarily
I think that's
subtleties of there.
No, thanks, Josh. I think that makes perfect sense that you'd prefer this to be referred back to staff rather than a deferral of the current report to just come back as is in September.
Yeah.
Refer it back to staff for a bit of additional work. I think that makes sense. So I won't support this amendment, this move to defer as is until it comes back, maybe as a refer back to staff.
Or you can do an amendment if you want.
I could, but I'm offering that to Councillor Meissner. I'm sort of making eye contact with him as I say this. So.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'll keep on going. Councillor Montague.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be brief. I think if the deferral is changed to a referral back to staff, one of the things I heard Josh say when he was speaking and staff was that they already are aware of some tweaks that they can make and some minor changes to reduce confusion. And if we can make that happen, then I'd be supportive for that referral.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Maloney.
Through the chair, I'd invite staff to comment on the time frame and how that works, noting that staff may want to have a summer break too.
Okay, please go ahead.
We've chatted and we think that time frame works for us. Oh, I don't have any summer vacations planned. You don't know that.
That's very reassuring. Thank you.
That's it. Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to add, is I did hear also from staff that there was some, Josh just spoke to it, around some tweaks around language for clarity. And so I notionally support the idea of referring back, and I suspect I see Councillor Meisner on there. Potentially he's going to move an amendment. I think that would make sense. It gives some space to make some of those tweaks and changes, as well as to have some conversations with industry where it seems more just there's a little bit of confusion out there as to what's coming forward. It's not that there hasn't been engagement, it's just a little bit of confusion around this piece right now. So I'll wait and see what comes forward. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Chair. I had some other questions around just a straight up referral back to staff. So I see that Councillor Meisner is on the queue next. And likely will be making an adjustment. So I'll take myself off the queue, but supportive for the reasons stated.
That's okay. Sorry, I missed your comments. Okay, but yeah, that's it, Councillor Bly. Okay, thank you, Councillor Meisner.
Yes, thank you. I did send in the amendment to the deferral
So let me
motion.
just move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. So, Councillor Meisner, please add yourself to the queue. So I have to move you to the amendment queue. There we go. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So I did send in an amendment to the deferral motion. It is a strike and replace, and I appreciate staff's feedback. This is to refer the report back to staff and have it considered at the next meeting of the Standing Committee on September 17th to allow staff time to make some updates to the report as well as engage with stakeholders. So hopefully that works.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young, to the amendment.
Yeah, I have a question through you, Chair, if I might, to staff, and it's just one clarification on the language in this amendment. And the language sort of presumes that updates would be made to the report as opposed to, like, I'm wondering if you see that as prescriptive, because you may engage with stakeholders and feel that there's educational clarity and that the report is fine, or you may see that there is genuinely opportunity to make updates. So I'm wondering if you view this as flexible, or if you view this as there's an expectation that updates are made. Sorry, do you want to repeat that?
Yeah. I think no matter the outcome of our engagement with industry, there's likely to be some updates to the report in some manner. Our own review shows that there's some clarity that needs to be provided. And so we don't see this as limiting in any way. So even if the outcome was it is good as it is, we'll probably still use this as an opportunity to provide some clarifying language.
Okay, but it gives you the flexibility that if you feel there's genuinely positive updates to make, you can make them. And if you feel that it's clarification sort of updates, you can make those. So you feel like that gives you breadth.
Yes, it does.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Chair. It's actually just a procedural question that this strike and replace is an amendment to the previous amendment. Okay. I know it is, but it's just where we are. We didn't deal with the previous motion, so I'm just checking.
Councillor Meisner put a new motion on the floor in place of staff recommendations.
So we're in Amendment Q2 right now?
We're in Amendment Q1.
Q1.
Yes, because the main motion was Councillor Meisner's, the motion that he put on the floor originally.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Oh, okay, so we need a seconder for the amendment.
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Dominado. Councillor Meisner, please go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, just wanted to quickly address Councillor Kirby-Young's question to staff. I did use the language of update just because I heard from staff that they wanted to make some tweaks, and I thought updates is probably a more parliamentary version of that language. So just wanted to clarify that. No response.
No response required, yeah.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor. So seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote for the amendment. Council, please register your vote on the voting screen. Mayor Sin, yep. Okay, Mayor Sin, vote is in favor, please. Perfect. So this amendment passed unanimously. Okay, moving back to the main queue, Councillor Meissner. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be quick. Thank you, everyone. I think that's a good resolution, and it doesn't cause an unnecessary delay, but ensures that we're going to get this right. As I mentioned in my previous comments, we're working to build an amazing city, a vibrant city, and these guidelines are really important. It is important, of course, to have access to sunlight for residents, for visitors, for our public spaces and parks. We have to strike that balance, though, between ensuring we have sunny public spaces and also ensuring that we can deliver the housing that we need to, the job space that we need to, the hotels that we need to. Downtown is just such a critically important part of our city with huge opportunities, and I want to ensure we're getting the balance right. And I think we're so close. So I have confidence in staff that this extra time will produce an even better outcome. So thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Corbière.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I know we're voting on the referral, so I'll focus my comments specifically on that and just say that in terms of what I'm looking for in the referral report back as in the assessment is that I fundamentally believe that solar access is a critical part of livability in a city. When I go to Toronto, I hate it. You walk down those streets and you feel like you are walking in between, it's cannon-like, between some of the tall towers, and there's deep shadowing that happens there. And every time I walk out, like, you actually feel like that is a failure of city planning and urban design and livability, and you feel a sense of relief, at least I do, when you actually get towards solar access or down to their river area, which is fantastic. But if you are stuck for the day in the middle of the city, it has a definite impact, I think, on people's physical and mental health and well-being. That said, I am really going to be looking in the referral report back to better understand some of the significant proposals that we do have coming forward, particularly hotel in the downtown that we've been clearing the pathways for with the updated hotel policies, and recognizing the need for additional FSR or for mixed tenure there, that we have some degree of assurance that some of those really critical council priorities that we're looking to meet are going to be not unduly constrained in balance with sort of the importance of retaining the solar access. And then what I'm also going to be looking for in the report back is, I think, a bit further perspective around this. It was positioned as sort of flexibility or a trade-off, but the notion of either shadowing is important, but if it's a building is a building, regardless of what's in the building. So I appreciated the comment around social housing and that there'll be other public benefits and trade-offs, but I'd like a bit better, I hope to see in the referral report back a bit better articulation around some possible examples of that, because I think that that would also be very helpful for the public to sort of better understand perhaps some examples of trade-offs. I know it was spoken to verbally by staff, but I think it would be very helpful to see that articulated in the report as well. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate the opportunity for some of this engagement to happen, and it's not, I think, an undue delay, so I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, Clerk, this is a strike and replace. Do we still need to vote on this? The main motion. Okay. All right. So, Council, please register your vote on the voting screen, please. Okay. So the main motion, as amended, passed unanimously. Okay. Thanks, everyone. All right. So that completes report 1 on the agenda. We're going to move on to the report 2, prohibiting the sale of gang-shaped lighters, GSL. Just a reminder that Council received the updated report, so you should all receive that report on your table. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none, the item does not have a team member presentation. So, Councillor, I think Councillor Claassen, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Please add yourself there if you have any questions. Yes. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, I'm really glad to see this work coming back. I just have a few clarification questions. There have sort of been out in the public trying to explain this a little bit, and some questions have sort of been posed to me about this. I'm just curious. I realize that the replica lighters themselves look to the untrained eye like real weapons, and I know that there have been stories in the past about replica sort of non-active guns. I don't know what you call it, but a replica gun. Are there any current laws that are in place about the possession or use of replica guns in Canada?
Alvin Shum here from the Vancouver Police. I'm a staff sergeant. There aren't any current laws in regards to replica guns unless they're used in the commission of an offense. So that would work the same as these gun-shaped lighters. If they're used as an imitation firearm in a robbery, that would be a criminal offense, and so it would be used in a commission offense, but not by itself.
Mm-hmm. Are you aware of law enforcement across the country ever seeking any additional requirements or regulations around replica guns?
I am not aware.
Okay. Obviously, they create challenges of their own, but I'll leave the policing agencies to decide how they want to respond to that. Just in terms of the number of incidents that have led to officer use of force that resulted in escalations, do we have any figures in terms of the number of times that Vancouver Police have had to respond to gun-shaped lighters?
Yeah, so in 2004, we had 162 documented incidents of gun-shaped lighters. Of those incidents, 36%, 58 of them led to a use of force situation. That could mean anything from dialogue to a lethal encounter. Fortunately, there has been no lethal encounter. We've had instances of less lethal encounters. Moving forward, year to date, there's about one per day of gun-shaped lighter incidents.
Obviously ties up a huge amount of resources too.
It does, because we have to treat these as real firearms until it's been determined it's a gun-shaped lighter, and so as such, the response is accordingly, which would be multiple units attending. It's a priority one response. So.
Okay. Since we're regulating the sale but not the possession under municipal law, are there identified legal gaps that could undermine the enforcement, and how can we potentially mitigate this?
So, in terms of possession, at this point, as you said, there's nothing we can do about it. We think, though, by reducing the supply, eventually that should reduce the amount that's in the community. Sir?
Good morning, Sarah Hicks, Chief License Inspector. I think to add to that, in the report, you'll see that there's a recommendation that we advocate to both the province and the federal government to consider regulations in this way. In that manner, we would be protecting the province as well as broadly with the federal government.
Right. Meet with the minister in charge. That's terrific. About a minute and a bit left. We've got about 75 local retailers that have been identified. What enforcement resources, in terms of either inspections, compliance visits, and so on, are going to be deployed to try and manage this?
Certainly. Vancouver Police Department has already gone out to do education through all of these sites. If approved today, all retailers within the City of Vancouver will receive notice from the License Department about the regulations, and then there will be further follow-up with our VPD colleagues.
Okay, great. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Orr.
Just sort of following up on that same kind of line of questioning in terms of getting them off the streets. Obviously, like a lot of people have these lighters currently. Has staff ever sort of thought about maybe like an amnesty program, a trade-in program, where people bring these lighters in and they get either a refund or maybe a trade-in for another different type of lighter? I just know that you know, a lot of people love these lighters. I know they're ridiculous looking, but a lot of people like them, and it might help get them off the streets. Has that been explored?
Not for the regulations before you today. We had considered that as part of the continuous butane flame regulations that were put forward in May of 2024. You know, in order to do those, you know, there would be an unknown financial, you know, investment to make, particularly since you can continue to buy these lighters in other municipalities online. This move is to really help to regulate as quickly as we can within the city, you know, without those additional funding resources.
That's interesting that you brought up the other municipalities. Would this motion essentially sort of maybe like kickstart that conversation with other municipalities to get them banned as well, or would this continue to see this black market trade in these, or?
With the recommendation to advocate to both the province and the feds, the hope is that they'll continue to look at the issue and potentially put in resources.
Would it be possible to ask the province also about an amnesty program when we're doing that?
Good.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wasn't going to ask any questions, but something that Councillor Meisner was talking about sparked a couple questions in me. First of all, what sort of an issue are we seeing in other cities? Is Vancouver, are we seeing way more incidents in Vancouver than neighboring municipalities? And do we have numbers at all?
You know neighboring or just Edmonton?
Even anecdotally?
Government. Yes, it is an issue in neighboring municipalities. We've been in contact with Transit Police. Victoria Police gave a public statement earlier this year. We know just through just talking to our colleagues, other agencies, it is a problem, but it is more of a problem for us because it seems to be in the downtown east side. It's quite prevalent in the downtown east side.
Okay, and when you talked about, Councillor Klassen was asking about a police response. And when you talk about a call to police, these are calls that the public are making to 911 because they're in panic, basically, because they see someone with what they think is a gun, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Can you, and I don't know, maybe you, Alvin, or maybe Don Chapman might be better suited to the response. Can you take us through what that response might look like? We're talking, I assume, emergency response team, potentially drone deployment, that sort of thing?
Yes, Don Chapman, Superintendent, Vancouver Police. Thank you very much for the question. Exactly that. So the bulk of our calls coming in are to 911. These are our citizens calling in, seeing somebody out on the street, on a bus, you know, in a restaurant, a Tim Hortons, something like that, with what they believe to be a firearm. When that call comes in, that will go to a central dispatcher at ECOM. That call will then be warbled over all 4 district channels in the city to let people know there's a priority 1 call involving what we believe is to be a firearm. Dispatched to that call will be multiple units, and likely our emergency response team will be listening to the call and how that call is progressing, but we'll be having multiple units go to that. I think we have some data to indicate that we have, on average, 10 units going to each of these calls, and most of those units comprise of 2 officers. And these calls are lasting up to about 2.5 hours per call, because we're going to take safeguards to ensure that we don't know we're dealing with a gun-shaped lighter. We believe we're dealing with a firearm at the time. So there's going to be a protracted situation where we ensure not only that individual's safety, but the citizens' safety, and then the safety of our members as well. So yes, it's very, very time-consuming and very, very resource-intensive.
Yeah, thanks. And we're getting at least one of those a day.
Correct. Year to date, 185, I believe. So yeah, roughly 1 a day.
Yeah, thank you. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Montague's question prompted a question for me, and it's just a question to staff is, given, aside from the instances and the city, apparently, I think DPD was referencing other municipalities have had some similar occurrences, maybe not to the same degree and scope. Would there be value in in sharing this information with your counterparts in other neighboring municipalities might be just to make them aware this is a step that we've taken, and just so that they're aware of that as a possibility for their municipalities as well.
Yeah, we can absolutely share it with our colleagues in other jurisdictions. It may also be something to consider for UBCM as a motion to come forward there.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, so there's no registered speakers for this item. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Kirby, seconded by Councillor Claassen. Committee members, is there any discussion? All right, seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? And council, please register your vote on the voting panel. All right, so this report passed unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Okay, report number 3 and number 4 were adopted on consent. We're gonna move on to the report number 5. Contract award for supply of tree-related maintenance services, pre-qualification. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? I guess Councillor Fry, that's not conflict of interest, right? Okay, thank you. All right, so this item does not have a team member presentation. Councillor Fry, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Now I see this contract is for things like stump removal and tree maintenance, and I was of the impression that that would normally be a QP 1004 kind of staff role. Can you explain why we're not tasking or hiring city staff to do this work?
Thank you for the question. Emmett Ganda, Director of Park Operations. So maybe just a little bit of backdrop. I've had many conversations with QP 1004 with respect to that. And me, as a former QP member itself, know the value of what QP delivers for the City of Vancouver and the Park Board. The intention of this work is it's about not taking work away from QP. What we're struggling with is the backlog of trees, stumps, issues that we need to resolve. We are also challenged with fleet, and one of the major components we're struggling with is actually recruitment. We've currently had postings out for almost 2 years to fill positions, and the intention of this blended service model is not a long-term plan to remove or eliminate QP 1004 positions. This is really to play catch-up in the next 3 to 4 years on getting the work completed with a long-term goal of increasing our fleet and staff capacity moving forward.
Okay, well, and I take away the recruitment issue, and I think that's a very valid. Is there a role for more investment then from the city into the fleet? Is that part of the issue?
It's not say an issue. It takes time to purchase fleet. To go through the fleet process, when we talk about lift trucks and chippers, it can take up to 18 months to bring in a brand new unit. So it's just part of just purchasing and getting the right equipment, and to be honest, the availability of it as well.
Does that inform a future strategic planning to bring that online, or is the movement more towards private contracting moving forward?
No, the moving forward is really about having this work completed in-house by our staff.
Okay.
This is really just an interim measure to catch up to the work that we have a backlog to.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to appreciate that. And I also see the mention in here about a million forest trees, including Stanley Park. And I'm curious around that Stanley Park work, assuming some of it has to do with the looper moth infestation, and the Blackwell, who did the assessment, is also named as one of the contract. Can you run through? It's not a leading question, but I just know that there's been some legal kind of questions around the role of Blackwell and that kind of thing. And I'm wondering if you could give a little color to how they are on this.
No, that's a fair question. And so when we put out the procurement piece earlier this year, we did have 23 companies that started the process. By the time it was all said and done, there was only one proponent that came forward to be able to deliver this work. And so we did go through the procurement process to secure a contractor that would do this work. And it is all around the hemlock looper response, not to do with tree maintenance in Stanley Park, but it's in response to the dead trees that need to be removed for public safety.
So this is like the stump grinding, that kind of thing?
For the hemlock looper, it's all inclusive. So it's to remove the dead trees and the logs, because there's also a fire risk mitigation piece and component to that. Typically in Stanley Park, we do not do stump removals unless they're completely dislodged and blocking, say, trails or roads. Stumps in the forested areas would be left for nature to take its course, and sometimes they act as nursing logs, et cetera, for the new growth to come on live.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks, Amit.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I happened to tune into the park board meeting for a few minutes on Monday night, and I believe this item was on the docket and being discussed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and I didn't have a chance to listen to and hear the full outcome, but I did hear some questions raised by commissioners. So can you just confirm how it was disposed of? Was it passed?
Correct. Staff had recommended, there was 3 options. Staff had recommended option 3, which was supported by the board.
Okay, and that passed?
Correct.
Okay. And follow-up question, is this sort of similar to when we don't have capacity in-house like we did for the backlog of curb cuts, and then in consultation and conversation with the union, we determined that work to clear some of the backlog would be done in a similar way?
Correct. Urban forestry staff, the general make of it is really maintaining our assets on our street trees, golf courses, and parks. Stanley Park is unique because it is as close as you can get to a forest setting as possible with having an urban interface. And so this work is really very specific. We're talking about large logs, large equipment, and those things are required one-off. And so hence why the contractor, bringing in contractors that actually have that equipment and that expertise was the best approach.
Okay, thanks very much.
All right, thanks. No one else on the queue. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Kirby, seconded by Councillor Clausen. Committee members, is there any discussion? All right, so now I'm gonna call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote. Councillor Maloney? Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right, so this report passed unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Moving along, so report number 6 was adopted on consent. We are now going to move on to the council members' motion. The first motion is a request for review of a school liaison officer program. And it is moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Let me turn on your mic. There we go.
Just a quick recess to check with the chair of the advisory committee, who was intending to speak and has a medical appointment and may not be able to attend. And I just want to make sure, because otherwise I'll read their comments in my introductory.
Okay, how much time you need?
I'm just going to check with them right now. Maybe 2 minutes?
Okay, so let's just take a 2 minutes. produce your motion.
Yeah, and thanks for that indulgence, Chair. I know that the chair of the Racial Ethno Advisory Committee is indisposed and was struggling to make the schedule for this. So I'm just going to take this time to read a little bit from their remarks that they sent to me. Recognizing I'm bringing this forward on behalf of the racial ethno community. Some of the salient points that Steph Kallstrom wanted to share was that overall, 60% of students and respondents agree that with the slow program, but there are challenges. And what they're asking us to do is advocate to the school board to have a comprehensive review of the program by an independent firm with the intention of officers participating in extensive training in anti-Black racism, systemic oppression, decolonialization, and trauma-informed care. The committee strongly recommends that Black and Indigenous voices are centered in the review. They also believe that the department can do more for those communities. The Reese community has previously asked VPD to develop a position for its Black liaison officer similar to the Indigenous liaison officer with the hopes of creating trust with the community. However, Reese has been told there's not enough need for this service, and they feel strongly that this is a complex relationship with the police. They want it to go well, and they're hoping that that this motion can lend counsel an advocacy voice to the school board with the intention of ensuring safety of minority children and respondents in Vancouver. And I think it's, on a personal level, I'm happy to bring this forward on behalf of the committee. I recognize that this is not our jurisdiction, but there is a role for us to advocate and to reflect the voice of the appointed advisory committee, the council-appointed advisory committee, who have recommended this with unanimous support at that committee.
Okay, thanks Councillor. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Okay, seconded by Councillor Bly. Okay, we will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. The first registered speaker is Steph Kallstrom. Is Steph online or? Okay, please go ahead, Steph.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Hi, Mayor and Council. Today I'm speaking as the chair of the Reese Committee. Our committee unanimously brought forward and supported this motion because we strongly believe that Black and Indigenous students need to feel safe in schools. It should be no surprise to anyone that Black and Indigenous people have an incredibly complex history and present interactions with police, including the Vancouver Police Department. As per the Argyle report, Black and Indigenous students and respondents often link the presence of police officers to broader societal issues like systemic racism and abuse of power. As per the independent study, Black students in particular express their feelings of discomfort with police in schools. More than 50% of Black students express their concerns and negative experiences and fear of police. The report also stated that there were barriers to participation in consultation due to potential re-traumatization from recounting their experiences. As stated earlier, the poor relationship with police are primarily Black and Indigenous people. As such, the minority group who is most vulnerable to police maltreatment were also the least likely to participate in consultation. Overall, 60% of students and all respondents agreed with the school liaison officer program. However, the majority of those students were white and East Asian. In fact, the percentage of those two groups equates to approximately 60% combined, as opposed to Black and Indigenous students and respondents, which equate to a mere 8%. Black people are approximately 1% of the population in Vancouver, and Indigenous people are approximately 2.4% of the population in Vancouver. However, just because a group or groups are minority doesn't mean that their opinions and experiences don't matter. In fact, due to their experience with police, their opinions should be prioritized, because if we disregard minorities, what kind of message does it send when we put forward this kind of behavior to the city? What are we asking for is a comprehensive review of the program by independent firm and intentions of officers participating in extensive training in anti-racism, systemic oppression, decolonization, and trauma-informed care. Our committee strongly recommends that Black and Indigenous voices are centered in this review. We also believe that the Vancouver Police Department can do more for communities. The Reese Committee has previously asked VPD to develop a position for Black liaison officers similar to the Indigenous liaison officers with hopes of creating trust with the community. However, Reese has been told that there is not enough need for this service. This kind of message is one of the reasons why these communities have particular complex relationship with police. Primarily because we bring our concerns forward, they are not heard or taken seriously. Please support this motion with the intention of ensuring safety for minority children and respondents in Vancouver. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Steph. Perfect timing. So I'll just repeat one more thing, which I forgot to mention. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. All right, so our second speaker is Andrea Vasquez Jimenez, Director, Principal Consultant, Policing Free Schools Canada. Is Andrea online?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes, Andrea.
Thank you. My name is Andrea Vasquez Jimenez. I am calling from what is currently called Ontario on behalf of Policing Free Schools and our national campaign for Policing Free Schools Canada, which includes people and organizational partners from across the country, including in British Columbia. Regarding the motion put forward for request for review of school liaison officer program, we are asking you to go further and amend the motion to request that the City of Vancouver not renew funding for the SLO program, that the Vancouver School Board end their police in school program, and that the provincial government properly fund and resource schools, not policing in schools. We already know that any review of a police in school program anchored by an equity lens that centers those who are most negatively impacted in a human rights-based approach will always end up in the removal of the police in school program, not revisions. There is no evidence to support the notion that police in school programs and policing in schools make educational spaces safer. There is, however, evidence of detrimental impacts of police in school programs and policing on students, including in Vancouver. Thriving and healthy communities, including educational spaces, which in and of themselves are safe, have more supports and resources, not more policing. We know what actually supports the conditions for optimal learning and working spaces in schools, and that is because students' learning conditions are workers' working conditions. Police in school programs, regardless of the name it goes by, such as the original Vancouver School Board SLO program or the reimagined quote-unquote SLO program or otherwise, perpetuates the detrimental impacts of police and policing in schools. As this is a systemic issue, Vancouver is not exempt. The harmful impacts remain intact with reformist reforms and revisionist approaches to any form of police in school programs, whether that is a renaming, rebranding, revising, updating, a quote-unquote reimagining, whether it is changes to its composition, whether it be increasing and diversifying police for the police to be quote-unquote representative in schools, whether that be less number of police, whether it be police in one, some, or all schools, whether it is police not being stationed in schools or police having reduced hours on site at schools, whether there are more specific roles and responsibilities, additional trainings, changes to police uniform, whether plainclothes or otherwise, whether smaller guns or concealed weapons, etc. Again, harms persist regardless. An example of a reformist reform approach that perpetuates and exacerbates the harms of school-based policing is that of the Vancouver School Board's quote-unquote reimagined SLO program, a harmful, non-evidence-based program that was ushered in as a first priority by the Vancouver Police Union endorsed ABC Vancouver slate of candidates for school board who were voted in as trustees in 2022, and whose campaign promise included to bring back policing in schools. There's already more than enough reports, research, data, lived and living experiences showing the adverse impacts of police in school programs and policing in schools. With that stated, again, we are asking you to go further and amend the motion to request that the City of Vancouver not renew funding for the SLO program, that the Vancouver School Board end their police in school program, that the provincial government properly fund and resource schools, not policing in schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. All right, speaker number 3 has withdrawn. Speaker number 4 is Erin Arnold. On the line?
Hi, my name is Erin Arnold. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I am speaking in support of this motion as an individual and as a parent. My background is in child and youth care counseling and victim service management. I currently sit on various boards in the municipality and feel passionately about the request for review for school liaison officer program. My rationale is this motion is simply requesting a review for the school liaison officer program to determine evidence-based decision-making. I believe it is good practice to ensure we are using our resources effectively when serving the public interest. The School Liaison Officer Program is not funded by the school board. It is funded by the city and governed by the Police Act. You, as council, are perfectly positioned to request a report on how public funds are being used. It is the least we could do, as it was requested by the Human Rights Commissioner to have solid evidence. This is not even that. This is a bare minimum of accountability. A public report must be created by a third party and shared with VSB, VPD, and all our partners. I support Councillor Fry's motion he is presenting on behalf of the Racial and Ethno-Cultural Equity Advisory Committee. In my work experience and time served on parent advisory committees and district PACT advisory committee, many parents and families have expressed concerns without a full review of this program. I implore you to consider this motion. Thank you for your time and consideration in voting in favor of the request to review the School Liaison Officer Program. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 5 is Mona Sam. In the chambers, please come to the podium, Mona. Thank you. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. My name is Mona Sang. I am one parent of a high school student and a resident of Vancouver. I'm here today to clearly say that I oppose the motion to review this program, and I support the current program as it is. As one new immigrant parent, I truly appreciate the presence of the current trained police officers in schools. They help keep the environment safe, and they are also the people students can talk to and trust. I spoke one of my friends, whose son is currently attending one summer school in the Eastern Canada. Her son just mentions, it is definitely helpful to keep school police because not every student behaves well. If even such a tall, confident teen who plays hockey feels this is so important, imagine how much more vulnerable and younger students are, especially those who are new to this country and still learning language. For families like mine, who are still adjusting to life in Canada, when we know that schools have such a strong safety support, this gives us peace of mind. So a very good liaison officer, they are not only for protection, they can build relationships with students. They can help them to grow in a positive and respectful way. I do believe that this program is working very well and should continue without reviewing. Please, councillors and mayor, please continue support this program for all the benefits for our students and the families. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mona. Okay, speaker number 6 has withdrawn. Speaker number 7 is Vicky Wei.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the time today. I'm here to speak against the motion calling for the other independent review of the school officer program. I understand there's concern where the concern come from, and I'm fully agree that we must keep listening to those who feel unheard or unsafe. But after reading the full Argyle study, I honestly think this motion tells only one side of story. The truth is 61% of all students said the school program makes school feel safer. 58 said the program helped create a sense of positive community among the Indigenous students. Yes, 30% feel unsafe, but 47 said they feel safer because of the officer. That's nearly half. So why are we ignoring that number? And when asked what should happen next, the majority of people, 67% said keep the program. either as it is or with some changes. Only 14 wants to cancel it. And this is a program that's not broken. It's a program that has already changed. Officers no longer wear uniforms. They are trained in mental health and de-escalation, and they focus on building relationship, not enforcement. Vancouver is a city that celebrates diversity. That's what makes us vibrant and strong. We are not a divide city. We are not a city with us versus them. Please do not use selective data or political pressure to split us into sides. We are one community and we move forward by working together, not by creating divergence. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Speaker number 8 is G.W. Liu. Online?
Hello, everyone. Am I clear?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I would like to take a moment to further express my opposition to the proposed review of the Vancouver School Liaison Officer Program. As a Vancouver resident and a mother of 2 children, I respectfully urge the mayor and council to reject the motion requesting a review of this SL program and instead reaffirm its continued implementation and oversight. I was surprised to see this motion isolates demographic data such as responses from Black and Indigenous students, while overlooking the fact that a clear majority of the
I think we lost you, GW. Can we check if... Oh, she's coming back. Let me pause the timer for now. Okay. Can you confirm? Okay. Oh, she's disconnected. Okay, do we need to take a recess? Quick recess? 2 minutes? Okay, so let's just take a 2 minutes recess so we can get the speaker connected online. Thanks, everyone. Let's continue. Okay. Hi, GW. So you have spoken 30 seconds. So you have another 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I don't know where I was disconnected because I think I will restate what I said just now. I would like to to express my opposition to the proposed review of the Vancouver SL program because I'm a Vancouver resident and a mother of 2 children. I was surprised to see this motion isolates demographic data such as responses from Black and Indigenous students, while overlooking the fact that the clear majority of the VSB students overall reported that SL program made them feel safer at school. We should be looking at all student voices and working toward solutions that support collective safety and well-being, not division. The 2023 reintroduction of the SLO program by the Vancouver School Board was not done lightly. The redesigned program reflects a proactive and community-oriented approach. I still vividly remember when my elder child entered secondary school, and the SLO officer welcomed students and families with an overview of the school safety procedures. That experience gave us peace of mind and helped build trust with the school's community. I believe moments like that are why the program was reinstated in the September 2023. At this time, I do not believe it is good use of public resources to launch another review of the program that was just recently redesigned through an inclusive process. The existing program already includes built-in oversight and community feedback. In light of the available data and the feedback of students and families, I respectfully recommend that the board continue to support SO program, mentor its implementation, and ensure it evolves with a strongly equity-informed lens to meet the diversity needs of all the students. And I thank you for attention and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you so much. So that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to Standing Committee on City Finances and Services. I want to especially thanks for all the speakers who come to council speak without using their first language, which is not happen very often in this council chamber. Traditionally, I think our non-English speaking community has been underrepresented, but they have a huge courage to come here, speak, and express their opinion. They don't speak good, perfect English, but it doesn't mean they don't have opinion. It doesn't mean they don't contribute to this city. It doesn't mean they are not residents. So we need to hear from their opinions. Thank you so much for everyone speaking to council today. All right, committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Montague.
Yeah, one quick question through you, Chair, to staff. My understanding there is already a review, third-party independent review happening. Can you confirm that? I don't know if that's a question for our city manager or for the police department to answer.
Yeah, please go ahead. Oh. Okay, perfect.
Yes, once again, Don Chapman, Superintendent of Vancouver Police. Yes, I'm here. I'm just quickly representing, obviously, the VPD, and by no means an SME in this particular field. However, I just want to let council know that, yes, there already is a third-party review going on right now. I'm able to say that that group is, that review is being conducted by a company called Catalyst Research Group. I believe that contract was put out for tender. It has nothing to do with the Vancouver Police Department and or the Vancouver School Board, I believe. It went out for tender. They were the successful bidder. And so it's Catalyst Research Group doing that review. And their results are expected, as I've been told, in the fall of 2025.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not sure what Councillor Fry or the advisory committee thinks that officers in the SLO program do, but I can assure you that they're extremely dedicated men and women. They focus on 2 things: enhancing school safety and fostering positive relationships between law enforcement and students. And there's a few examples I'll give. They run programs like hockey program, ball hockey programs, Paul Sangarra tournament, which is a soccer tournament, Pee Wee soccer camp, Strathcona Bike Smart, Share a Meal, VPD Cadets, Food for Families. That's just a handful. VPD Running Club, the Titan Swim Club. They run an archery academy.
we may want to live in some sort of fantasy land, but the reality is that students are bringing weapons to schools. There are assaults, extortions, sex offenses taking place. Students are being introduced and targeted by drug dealers and organized crime. There are gangs. The school liaison officers act as a deterrence, and they identify those who are recruiting students, and they're mentors and role models. I believe that officers made a significant number of serious interdictions for serious incidents in the school during the school year, not to mention all the unknown number of incidents that simply never happened because of their presence. The program is successful. The program is wanted and appreciated by teachers, school staff, and the public. And unfortunately, the program's needed. There are some in this chamber that I actually thought about calling this motion redundant and frivolous, calling it out of order, but I actually want to see the votes in this chamber. There are some who are going to say this is just a review of asking for a review of the SLO program, but there's already a review happening. This is already going on. They're going to justify their vote however they want. But the bottom line is this is a vote about council support. The motive of this motion is to remove the SLO program. And we heard that from some of the speakers. If you as an elected official are in support of the SLO program, you will vote in opposition of this motion. Those who oppose this motion support the work that police are doing to make safer schools. I have firsthand knowledge and experience with the work that's happening. I don't have any concerns about the program, and I applaud what the VP are doing, not only in our schools, but the work they're doing with the city's youth in general through their youth services unit. So I'm going to be voting in opposition, and I'm looking forward to seeing exactly where everyone else in this chamber stands by how they vote. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Corbian.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a certain number of comments to make, and I will just try to provide some framing and context. I'll start off with what Councillor Montague mentioned, that it was my understanding, and it's been confirmed, that an independent review is underway, and as was referenced, is being completed by Catalyst Research. That is part and forms part of an MOU between the VSB and the Vancouver Police Department. And so that commitment is there. I do feel that while the motion is framed as doing a review, we heard from some of the speakers that they wanted to see the program canceled. Sorry, Chair. Sorry. Anyway, sorry, I heard from a number of the speakers that they wanted to see was the program canceled and the officers removed from schools. And that is not what the motion is on the table, but that sort of does raise questions, obviously, as was mentioned. I will note that on January 30th, 2025 of this year, the province of BC fired the Victoria School Board about banning police from schools, and cited that they found that the school board did not support students. And I'm paraphrasing, but essentially the essence of it was that they did not work collaboratively on the development of a safety plan. One of the speakers suggested that there was no evidence on this matter. When this debate happened previously, I know that the then Deputy Chief of the Vancouver Police Department said that stats showed since 2017, when there were officers in schools, that calls had continually decreased, but the pattern changed subsequently in later years in 2022 when schools were without officers, and then we saw an uptick in some of those concerning stats where calls went up 16%, violent crime went up 19%, and assaults went up 27%. I think it's really important to have conversations around continually questioning how we support students and marginalized and vulnerable groups. I think that very robust conversation has happened. And the commitment was a modernized and updated SLO program, which resulted in a number of changes, such as plainclothes officers in schools, changes to how they interact with students, and all those types of things. And I think the mechanisms are in place to continually review that. As was mentioned, they do focus a lot on sports, community activities, and other type of positive engagement in order to build those relationships and not see that we have some of the, I'm looking at some of the stats that have come up currently, and it's things like assault with a weapon or causing bodily harm, robbery with offensive weapon, and so on. I also note that there's a number of stats around charges that have been diverted. When you look at some of the reporting data, with an effort to not ensure that students are charged, but to ensure that those are opportunity moments to put kids on a positive path and not to charge them, but to try to divert some of that. So I do think it's really important to look at sort of the context and the stats. It was referenced by one of the speakers, I think, not to make this political, and that the party that I ran with in 2022 did make this a platform significant commitment, and that's 100% correct. We did. And we were very clear and very transparent about it, to return a modernized, updated, responsive program that supported all students to schools. And that was, and I think the public spoke quite loudly in response and in support of that program. So I'm going to entrust that all of that work has been done, that the review is happening, is underway, but I will not support a motion that I believe is intended to remove the SLO program again from schools. Thank you.
Thanks, Counselor. So I'm looking at the time, so we can just do another speakers, and then we're gonna recess at noon and come back, continue the remaining of the speakers. Counselor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. I have a point of information through you, Chair, to the mover of the motion.
Yep.
And my question is really related to some of the work that's currently underway with the Vancouver School Board, and as the liaison to the advisory committee who brought this forward, was that a discussion at the advisory committee at the time that this motion was brought forward, and if you can offer any helpful context to that.
Sure. I mean, I want to first start by just reminding folks that the question here is the motion on the floor. It's not the speaker from Policing Free Schools.
I just want to interrupt. Sorry, Councillor Fry, I don't mean to. I'll have 5 minutes of total to make my comments to this, and so I just ask that it's just.
Yeah, and I think it's captured in the second whereas, that the intention really is to have that review and request that it centers equity deserving communities who have expressed that distrust. We make a lot of comments about equity and centering equity and those voices. And I think it's important to ensure that we're not having this dictated by the majority voices that feel comfortable with the status quo. And I think it's important that this review, and great to hear that there is a review that's coming forward and that'll happen in the fall. I think that doesn't preclude this request that review center equity deserving voices that may not be represented by the majority.
Okay, I appreciate that, Councillor Fry. Sorry to put you on the spot there with and on the clock. I'll just take that away. Appreciate it. I'm going to come back on the list, Chair. I'm just going to listen to the debate.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the time, 11:56. I don't think we can fit
Can
another.
you please stop my time?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't think we can fit another speakers. So let's take a recess. We're going to come back at 1 to continue with other speakers. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Julie, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
So it should be okay on Talis. Yeah. Thank you, Julie.
Hi, Connie. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. Let's reconvene in the standing committee meeting. Okay. Councillor Bly. Okay. Yeah, we have quorum. We do. Okay. Okay. Okay, sure. So then next one is Councilor Dominado. Is you. Okay, are you gonna speak or you want? Okay. All right. So okay, let's continue with the remaining business. I think we were at speakers from council. Councilor Bly has already made the comments. Mayor Sim.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm just going to cut to the chase. I'm not going to be supporting this motion, and I do want to take a moment to speak to the importance of the SLO program in our Vancouver schools. So in the 2022 election, residents of Vancouver were very loud and clear. My colleagues and I were elected with a mandate to reinstate the SLO program. And the reimagined program, by all accounts, has been a resounding success this year. But let me be very clear, this program isn't just about safety, it's about connection. School liaison officers are more than officers. They're coaches, they're mentors, and they're role models. And some lead after-school activities, as Councillor Montague mentioned. They coach teams, and they even help with homework. And I can tell you, I could have used a bit of help with my homework back in the day. For some kids, especially those facing challenges at home or in their communities, an SLO might be the most stable and supportive adult in their lives. And I truly believe it's critically important that youth, especially in their formative years, have an opportunity to develop healthy, respectful relationships with police officers. So I'm going to get a little personal here. And I think most of you have heard this story before in some shape or form. I truly believe the SLO program saved my life. And so I remember growing up, the Red Eagles and the Lotus Gangs were pretty prominent at Churchill High School. And I remember my buddy Derek in grade 8 French, we all hung out, and then he got targeted. He ended up in the Lotus. And by grade 10, Derek had to pick a fight with me. And he didn't want to, he had to. Because he got peer pressured and he got forced to by the gangs. And needless to say, I got out of that situation, but the SLO program was that anchor that made me feel safe in school and I could talk through things. Now, you fast forward today, I actually don't know what happened to Derek, but I can tell you one thing. A bunch of my friends did end up in either the Red Eagles or the Lotus, and Councillor Montague knows them as well because he went to the same school as I do. And I can tell you, I'm not going to mention names, but Steve, dead. Ray, dead. And those are the people that I know of that didn't make it. There are others that did not make it as well. And so, there is talk about people being racialized at schools. People use the term bullying. I can tell you, we back in the day, and I know it still exists to this day, there are communities that experience bullying on steroids. We call it fearing for your life and being extorted. And that's a good situation compared to what other kids end up in. And I know this exists today as well. And it's not just in Asian communities like the Chinese community, the Vietnamese community, people that sort of look South Asian or Asian. South Asians get targeted every single day. And I know this because I have nieces and nephews that are South Asian. And they experience this to this day. And I think we would be incredibly naive, as Councillor Montague mentioned as well. Like, we don't live in La La Land and free land. There are bad kids, or not bad kids, but kids that have been forced into bad situations. It is a tough place. And there are weapons out there. There are knives. There are guns. And there are people that target racialized communities. And I can speak on behalf of at least the Chinese community and the South Asian community. When you don't speak, when English isn't your first language, guess what? You get targeted a lot more. That's just the reality. Because the bullies and the gangs they look for, weakness is the wrong word, but people that don't have all the support systems. And so that's my personal story. I know looking at the data this past year alone, the school liaison officers interdicted hundreds of incidents and dozens of major incidents in our schools. This program already has measures and oversight and continual improvement. And under the current MOU, an independent third-party review is already mandated, as has been mentioned at this chamber a couple of times already. And at a time when public safety and youth well-being are top of mind, we should be strengthening, not dismantling programs that connect our schools with compassionate and accountable supports. The SLO program is one of those supports, and council should support it continuing. And I'll leave you with this. Do I have any more time?
No, you're 30 seconds over.
Sorry. Okay, then. Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Okay, so I'll provide some quick comments. I'll cede the chair to Vice Chair Councilor Dominado. Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay, so I think Mayor said really well regarding the program. So I think, in the past a few months, I heard overwhelmingly support from our cultural community regarding the school liaison officer program, especially from the Chinese and the South Asian community. I remember that was probably sometimes last year, I met a mother with tears telling me that her kid was bullied by other kids, and also the some gang-related activity in the school. It was the school liaison officer protected her kids, and he was so appreciated about all the work that the school liaison officer to keep her kids safe at school. So those are powerful story that it tells us the school liaison officer works, and we want our children, stay away from gangsters, from drugs in school, and the school liaison officer is the perfect protection for them. And like Mayor mentioned, the racial community often the target of the bully and violence at school. So that's exactly what we need, some protection. And also, I think they are the equity deserved community. So their opinion should be respected, and we should listen to those communities. And also, there's some comments on the online forum. I think the title is misleading. They were submitted as support, but they were actually support the school liaison officer, but against this motion. So I'll just read something quick here. This is from a mother work in the Vancouver School Board school. And she said, I strongly support the school liaison officer program. With the SLO program in school, the staff feels safer, my kids feel safer, the students feel safer as well. But overall, the majority of Vancouver School Board students strongly agreed that the school liaison officer contributed to the sense of safety in school. The school liaison officer in my school was helpful. A couple of times when I spoke to her, I've heard from the staff that the school liaison officer wasn't there. Things went downhill. I saw students talking to the constable in the hallway and in their office. Nobody feel intimidated. The officers are plainclothes and have concealed their weapons. And I believe that many school liaison officers also are non-Caucasian in schools, or at least the one I have been to. They cater to demographics and build safer community. So I don't understand the reasoning not to have them in the school. There are instances happening in school that end up calling 911. The officer is more equipped with this type of instance and knowledge to know how to de-escalate the situation. So I agree to keep them in the school. I think this mother said really, really well. I'm also the council liaison at this the cultural, racial cultural committee. I feel that there's also some discriminatory attitude towards certain professions, which I think is not right in this city advisory committee. So I do hope that other council members will think about, listen to the community opinions. As I mentioned at the beginning, many of those mothers, they don't speak English, but it doesn't mean they don't live in this city. and they are also the strong advocate for the public safety in our community, especially in our school. So with that, I'm not going to support this motion. Thanks. Councillor Fry.
Thank you. So I want to just start off by reminding members of council under our procedure bylaws 6.1C, not to question the motives of council members. At least 2 councillors have previously insinuated that I might have ulterior motives in bringing this forward, and that's not the case. And I want to remind the chair as well that they have a responsibility to enforce our procedure bylaws and not allow that kind of characterization. I want to comment on what this motion is not. And notwithstanding the comments from the Police-Free Schools Director, Andrea Vasquez Jimenez, there is nowhere, and I want to just articulate that her statements from what is actually in this motion. This motion put forward by the Racial Ethno Community Advisory doesn't mention suspending the program, doesn't mention getting rid of cops in schools. What it's asking for is a review and expressing concerns around a review. And very specifically, I want to highlight that, you know, we talk a lot about equity and commitments to equity and diversity in these chambers. We had an Emancipation Day proclamation the other day. We've heard from members of the communities and variously from councillors about who this should center and who is centered in this. But I want to just remind folks about what minority rights actually mean. Minority rights are fundamental human rights that are afforded to individuals belonging to groups that are numerically smaller and socially, politically, and culturally less powerful than the majority population within our society. And I think, as is articulated in this motion from our advisory committee, that they are asking this to be specifically centered around communities that aren't being represented, and that is particularly Indigenous and Black communities. Again, nowhere does this motion suggest getting rid of police in schools. It asks for a review. I've looked and can find scant information on the Vancouver School Board website. I don't know to what extent the liaisons from school board have communicated to the committee, but certainly there's not a lot about what the current review process is involving, how it centers Indigenous and Black communities, and how it really respects minority rights and takes that fulsome approach. So, you know, I think this is a relatively innocuous motion, despite the characterizations from numerous members of this council that it's an attempt to remove police from schools. It's about a review. It's about centering equity-deserving populations in the conversation. And frankly, I find some of the comments would actually preclude that, and I think that's a mistake. And so I would urge council to put aside some of their preconceived notions, put aside some of their preconceptions, look at this from the spirit in which it is brought forward, and read the actual enactment clauses in this recommendation from the advisory committee. And I think you'll find that it's actually not nearly as harmful or dismissive of collective concerns as one would have us believe. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks everyone for your comments so far. I just want to remind everybody that there is an independent third-party review underway right now. And I realize that perhaps the mover of the motion may not have been aware of that. But as we heard this morning, the results of that review will be delivered in this fall. So I can't support the motion for a review when an independent third-party review is already underway. In my eyes, it's redundant. But I want to talk a little bit about the school liaison program. And I do support this program as I believe it's working. And it is making schools in Vancouver safer. We've heard that not just from student surveys, but also from parents and educators. It was brought back by the school board in 2022. And yes, bringing back the school liaison program was a platform commitment of the party that I'm a member of. And I'm proud that we were able to bring back a reimagined program that centered equity and inclusion and sensitivity to some of the concerns raised by cultural communities. Just a reminder on the previous program that was scrapped in 2021, there's very clear statistics about the outcomes of removing that program. Calls went up 16%, Violent crime in schools went up 19%, and assaults in schools went up 27%. So it's pretty hard to argue with those statistics. And again, I want to recognize that in particular, Black and Indigenous students may not necessarily associate police with feelings of care or support. I fully recognize that. And that's why changes were made to this program when it was returned in 2023, to really center a trauma-informed approach, being mindful of that reality, and approaching the school liaison officer program from a place of care and collaboration and compassion. So I believe we have struck a good balance with this program. And as I mentioned, this motion calls for a review. Again, the review is underway, and we will learn the results of the review this fall. So to close, I very much support this program to help keep students safe in our schools. I think the evidence is clear. I think we're taking a measured and trauma-informed approach, and I believe this program should continue. I look forward to the results of the review that are coming this fall. Thank you.
I have an amendment that I'd like to move.
So I'll move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. So I can advance you. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I've emailed around an amendment that to the existing wording of the motion to make sure that children with disabilities are included in as a particular group, and that staff are consulted with. Now, there have been comments made about a review that is already being undertaken, and I want to note that this motion is simply about council asking VSB to conduct a review, and that's worth doing, and that's obvious, demonstrated by the fact that there is a review being undertaken. So it's obvious that there are a number of important groups, including myself, who found out about this ongoing review today, including the BC Civil Liberties Association that we had a long written submission from by email, that are unaware of this review being currently undertaken, which begs the question, how effective is this review if key stakeholders haven't been included? It's really important to note that there is nothing sinister about wanting to conduct a review. There have been some comments from my council colleagues about that exploring the need for a review is a vote for abolishing the SLO program, or that it would demonstrate living in a fantasy land. I understand and sympathise with people who feel very passionately about a particular topic, but I have come to this motion with an open mind, and I based my deliberations on the wording of the motion, the correspondence we've received, and public speakers we've heard from, and debate in chambers. I'm sure if I stated that anyone that votes against my amendment is really voting that they don't care about neurodivergent children, would be neither constructive, appropriate, nor well received. There are different perspectives on this program. For example, an observation about the time police in schools spend coaching sports teams makes some people question whether the VSB needs to hire more physical education teachers. So there are legitimate different perspectives, but we're not litigating whether we should have an SLO program here. What we are doing is talking about reviewing the program.
Yes, so seconded by Councillor Fry. All right, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks for bringing the amendment forward, just sort of reminding that what equity-deserving communities are, what that actually includes. It includes a lot of different groups. And I think maybe there's some sort of confusion around the word equity and what it actually means. It's also known as substantive equality in the Charter. And that means ensuring that laws and policy have an equal impact on all groups. So not a percentage of groups, not some, recognizing that they have an impact on all groups. Recognize that treating everyone the same may not result in fairness. It focuses on achieving equality of outcome, not just formal equality of opportunity, by acknowledging and addressing historically disadvantaged and systemic barriers. So either we take equity seriously or we don't. I don't think listening to equity deserving communities is living in a fantasy land, as Councillor Maloney just said. And speaking of the charter, professions are not a basis for discrimination under the charter, so it's not discriminatory. And I think we really need to show that we value the work of advisory committees doing this work, and not call it la la land or whatever, disparaging remarks. I think they're very valuable, and this motion proves that. So I'll be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just have a point. So I'm wrestling with this. I'm on the merit of including perspectives from staff and children with disabilities. Support that. But I'm curious about I'm curious about the date, because this review is being led by the school board. And I'm not sure that we can stipulate a date by when a review and its findings have to be released that isn't under our jurisdiction. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness behind the amendment, and notwithstanding the review, the identified groups, staff, and persons with disabilities needs to always be considered. So I just, in terms of this context, but I'm not sure it's in order by, because of the issue of the date.
So, Councillor, are you asking a point of order here, or?
A point of order, yeah.
Okay. So we need to take probably 5 minutes recess. I'll rule this point of order. Okay, thanks.
If I could just have my timer stopped. I would do it myself, but I cannot. Thank you.
just obtain the legal counsel for this amendment. I think Councilor Maloney is going to do an amendment to amendment. So we're going to wait for your amendment to amendment. Oh, okay. Oh, it's already done? Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. Councilor Maloney. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so the original language was out of order, but the legal proposed amendment to add a request to the original language. Yeah, okay, thanks. So I'll move you to the amendment Q2. Councilor Maloney, please add yourself there. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Bly for bringing to my attention the ambiguity in that wording. I have circulated a new amendment that that ensures that it's clear that we are requesting the VSB to include those items that I included in the original amendment.
Okay, we need a seconder. Second by Councillor Bly. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote for this amendment to amendment. Council, please register your vote. Councillor Kirby-Yang and Councillor Dominado, are they here? Or can we find Councillor Dominado? She was here. Councillor Claassen, Councillor Kirby-Yang. Councillor Dominado is here. Okay. All right, so let me see. This amendment to amendment passed with Councillor Zhou, Montague, Claassen, Mayor Sim in opposition. Okay, going back to amendment Q1, Councillor Maloney, you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bly?
Is this the main queue?
It's the amendment Q. Amended amendment.
Yes, so I think I'm good.
Okay, good.
Deliver.
All right, so we're gonna go back to the main queue. Councillor Maloney?
I'm...
Oh, sorry, we have to vote on the amended amendment. So everyone please register your vote on the amended amendment. Well, just adding request to, yeah, so you're gonna see that on the screen. Okay, Councillor Bly?
Okay, so just to get very clear, your ruling on the point of order is that the amendment was in order or out of order?
It was out of order.
So can I just pause? So we can't amend an amendment that's been ruled out of order. It should just be resubmitted as a new amendment with the revised language that makes the amendment in order. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not sure procedurally we've followed the correct.
Okay, so let's check with legal. That's what not legal suggested. So perhaps the easier thing is for Councilor Maloney submit a new amendment. We all good? The amendment? For the amended amendment, okay. Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor. From the legal opinion is we have to either withdraw the amended amendment or vote it down. So we can submit a new amendment. Withdraw, okay, so, okay, Councilor Malone, you want to withdraw your amendment? Okay, and we need a seconder for the withdrawal. Second by Councilor Meisner, all those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion, the amendment is now withdrawn. Okay, so now you want to put a new amendment. Councilor Maloney. Okay, so I'll advance Councilor Blythe first. No, you're on the queue. Okay, Councilor Damnado, you're on the queue. Okay, so then Councilor Maloney, please add yourself there. Okay, go ahead.
This is a new amendment and I don't have any other comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, we need a seconder. Yeah, it's being emailed. Second by Councilor Fry. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, so while we're gonna go to the voting panel for the new amendment. Oh, can we remove the previous vote? I'm still having the previous. Okay, now you're gonna have a new screen for the new amendment. Yeah, let's project that on a bigger screen. Council, please register your vote. Oh, okay. Sure. There we go. Okay, now everyone can see the latest amendment. So now we can go to the vote for the amendment. Okay. Okay, the amendment passed with Councilor Zhou, Dominado, Councilor Montague, Claassen, and Mayor Xin in opposition. All right, so going back to the main queue, Councillor Maloney,
I have no further comments. Thank you.
Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question to staff through the chair. The name Catalyst was cited as the group doing an independent review this year. Is this a group, as per the motion, does it have experience around equity and policing? And does this existing review have a focus on centering equity-deserving communities who have historically expressed distrust towards the police?
That's a point of information through me to the city staff.
Yeah, to staff through you.
Okay. I don't know who can answer that question from staff. Sandra? Yeah.
Sorry, could you repeat?
Oh, okay, yeah. My timer's just gonna run out. The name Catalyst was cited as the group doing an independent review. Is this a group, as per the motion, do they have experience around equity and policing? And does the existing review have a focus on centering equity-deserving communities who have historically expressed distrust towards the police?
We would have to inquire.
You'd have to inquire?
We would have to inquire and get that back to you.
Okay. Another question through the chair to staff. I'm just trying to understand all this. When motions are submitted, staff give notes on motions that help shape the policy. In this case, staff provided no notes. So I'm just trying to understand, because as a result, we had letters from the BC Teachers Federation, BC Civil Liberties Association, the Human Rights Commissioner as well. So I'm just trying to understand, was this just something that was missed, the existing review?
So typically when staff provide comments on draft motions, legal services will take a look at the legality of it. We'll provide any insight in terms of staff workload or any implications related to existing staff work underway. In this case, this was a request of another body, and so we didn't. There was nothing really for us to comment on here.
Okay, I understand. Well, yeah, just speaking to the motion in general, the BC Human Rights Commissioner in 2021 report, Equity is Safer. They recommend the psychosocial and educational roles of SLOs should be reassigned to civilians with experience in coaching and leading other extracurricular activities, child and youth counseling, trauma-informed practice, sexual assault prevention, substance use education, and bullying prevention. The funds and resources which would otherwise go to SLO programs should be redirected to civilians to fulfill these roles. Look, we all want our schools to be safe and for young people to get the support they need, but we need an evidence-based approach centered in human rights and the dignity of all students. So this review is a good idea. It's just a review. It's not a vote to get rid of the program, so I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. Are we speaking on the main motion, amended motion now? Okay. Thanks. Excuse me. I'll start, well, we've got a few comments here. I'll start by saying that I appreciate the interest in this program. I was formerly a school board trustee, and I was also the provincial director of student wellness and safety for the province, and which encompassed everything from bullying to violence prevention, and working closely and directly with the school sector, MCFD, health, and as well as RCMP and police of jurisdiction. And a couple of things I want to highlight in all of this is appreciating this is coming from one of our advisory committees, is that it's been made very clear today that there is an additional review underway of the SLO program. There was already a review undertaken. There's another one underway, which will be delivered this fall. I spoke with the school board chair this morning, and she confirmed that as well, as we heard from the superintendent this morning. And there's already been adaptations made to the program based on feedback that were implemented in the last couple of years. I also want to highlight, which reflects why my position around this motion is that as a former trustee, I know the school board will undertake a thorough review, and they will include all persons of interest in this work, whether they are families, the children with disabilities, and I think the focus of this particular motion that came from the advisory was around ensuring that Black and Indigenous voices were centered in the review. And so I just want to note that is that having worked with the staff there, I know they will work with the contractor to do a fulsome review and include all voices as possible. So I just want to affirm that. Secondly, I want to touch on a couple of points have been made, but I'm going to piggyback off of Councillor Montague's experience as somebody who worked with within VPD and the focus of the SLO programs and officers being about safety and about fostering positive relationships. And that is indeed the experience that I had when I was working within the K-12 education sector. And I cannot stress enough that public safety is a concern for families. I recently had a friend whose son was lured by his peers and assaulted in numerous locations in the city. He is no longer studying here in the city anymore. And yes, there's bullying, there's threats, there's assaults, there's violence. It doesn't mean that our schools are a scary place, but they are also our kids are being lured into gangs, and it's not just boys, it's girls. I spent time with some of the gang organizations doing prevention work. And so these SLOs can play a role as protective measures, as prevention and early intervention so that these young people don't get lured into gangs. And let's be clear that these young people that they lure in are dispensable to these gangs. They don't care about their lives. And so just as we have no concerns having health liaisons to our schools, and we do. We have nurses and other health practitioners that are connected to our schools, and this isn't about having armed and having officers at doors and in classrooms. It's not about that at all. That is not what this is about. But we have to really keep that in mind, is that this is about supporting a broader system. And that's the last point I'll touch on, is that we often hear there's too many silos in our systems and too many silos in the work that we do. And what I learned, and this was evidence informed, just to be clear, in the work that I did, and we were dealing with multiple types of threats that were being layered on schools and against teachers and against students, is that the failure of systems is when they aren't talking to each other, when there isn't connectedness between systems, between police, between health practitioners, between MCFD, between the health system, and the breakdown puts people at risk. So from my perspective, a fundamental part of this SLO program is that it ensures that we have that connectivity to the policing system. It isn't about having armed officers at every door of a classroom. It's about prevention, early intervention, and resources for teachers who can't handle all these threats that arise in their schools, and the principals and vice principals who are already under a pile of work. And there are consequences, and I'm not saying this is happening in our schools right now, but all of you have followed the stories of Rena Verk, of Kimberly Proctor, other kids who lost their lives, and it involves some of their peers in some cases. And so at the end of the day, I want us to have a balance to our system. And so I support the SLO program. I think it can be changed and adapted, and I think it should have Black and Indigenous voices centered in it. But I think it is an important part of our system today, and it's about ensuring that everyone is safe in our communities.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Claassen.
Thanks, and thanks very much, Councillor Dominato. I think you've expressed what I think myself I'm feeling, and some others I've heard today. First of all, I'm extremely appreciative that a majority of trustees were able to bring back the SLO program earlier in this term. And I continue to support the principles behind this. I know that in the lead up to the 2022 election, I remember going to households where educators and VSB administrators were at the door, and the one issue that they cared about the most was the reinstatement of the SLO program. And we've seen this turned into really an unfortunate sort of political exchange. We've already had recounted the fact that the Victoria School District was forced by the province and fired by the province as a result of them not being able to move forward with a proper safety plan for children in that district. I know that we in this chamber sometimes like to use rhetorical flourishes to make our points, but I took umbrage with the remark earlier about the amendment, suggesting that by not supporting that amendment that we were somehow not supportive of neurodivergent children. I take extreme umbrage to that as somebody who has supported the Pacific Autism Family Network, among others, in the past, and as well I just don't believe that we should be using that kind of language to disparage. I voted against that amendment because, on principle, I support the SLO program, and I think it's made clear now that we have a review, and I would like to see that review continue to go forward. But I mean, the statistics speak for themselves. There's an enormous number of young people that are benefiting from these programs, not just from the public safety standpoint, but also the overwhelming amount of recreation and other support that people from the VPD provide to young people in our communities. They're building trust. They're building relationships that are going to make our community safer and healthier. And I think that has such a positive impact, and it has over decades. And so to be able to continue that and allow trust to be built across all parts of society, and that to me is equity. Equity is the ability to sit down, learn, and sort of appreciate each other. And I do believe that is, I think, one of the principles behind the SLO program. The Vancouver Police Department is a very large and complex organization, but I know that they do have entire units dedicated to working on child trafficking and youth crime and what have you. And so I believe that those resources are being deployed. And of course, I mean, we have the tragic story of last weekend, a 15-year-old boy being stabbed and killed in Robson Square. And so there's a 15-year-old boy who is not going home to have dinner with his family. These are the reality is that violence exists, especially in the age of social media, in a preponderance of ways throughout our communities, and having additional measures to safely support young people and families in these communities is so vital. And I think that the learning that could go on that could help bridge cultural gaps and increase trust by communities is I think possible and should be a core principle behind this. So again, I'm very supportive of the SLO program, and therefore will not be calling and supporting this call for an additional review that I think really cast doubt on the program. And I think, again, from what I've heard across the board for people working in the district, from the public, is that this is incredibly important, and I think it's right before our eyes the reason why we need this program. So I will be voting in opposition to this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks. And I have an amendment, and I'd just like to move to an amendment queue, please.
Okay, I'll move you there. Please add yourself. Can you add yourself there so I can advance you? Okay, there we go.
And I just think my timer needs to be reset. So the amendment is to the most recent additional clause that's been added throughout the course of this meeting on this particular motion. And it's to identify, in addition to staff and children with disabilities, that perspectives from the equity-deserving communities, particularly Black and Indigenous communities, will be included in the independent review that I take from this is currently underway with the school board. So that's my motion, because I think there's important elements to this motion. It's come through an advisory committee. It's sometimes a tricky way to develop policy. And so I just want to put that on the floor for discussion so that there's an opportunity to potentially sever and vote for this component of the motion that would line up with the intent of the review that's currently underway with VSB.
Okay, we need a seconder. Second by Councillor Carvilla.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have to admit, I'm losing I'm losing track now and I'm losing the thread because I'm looking at the original motion and the clause that includes language that says centering equity, quote, centering equity deserving communities who've historically expressed distrust towards police, particularly Black and Indigenous communities. So I feel like that was referenced in the original clause, and I'm just at a loss to understand why we are repeating the same language in another clause when the motion already asked for it. So I'm just trying to see, unless I'm missing something, this appears to be redundant. So I'd like to ask for ruling if this is out of order.
Okay, so is that the question to the mover of the amendment?
No, I'm asking you as the chair.
Okay. All right, so let's take another recess.
Thank you.
Evaluate this point of order. Everyone needs to hear that. Okay. Councillor Corbiel? Okay, and Mayor Sim. Okay, all right, thanks. We got everyone here. So after talking to the clerks and also the deputy city manager, this is in order because this is a new clause and they are talking about two different things. I will ask Deputy Manager Sandra to explain that.
Thank you, Senator Singh, Deputy City Manager. So the way we interpreted the original clause is that the consultant would need to be, that the council would be requesting of the VSB that the consultant be a neutral organization with expertise in equity and policing, with a focus on centering Indigenous and Black communities. So that speaks to the expertise and the work of the consultant. This amendment here speaks to a request that the perspectives from these communities be included. So that would speak to actually engaging the communities so that their perspectives could be heard in the process. So we see that as a nuance to the work, but different.
Thanks, Sandra. Hope everyone's clear about this. Councillor Kirby, any further comments?
Yeah, I have one, and I just hope we have a very full day ahead of us and tons of speakers waiting. I'm just hoping that we can move through this and try to start picking up some momentum on the business. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Councillor Clausen?
Again, sort of repeating a little bit what I said earlier, but I thought the question was posed earlier to staff, but Councillor Orr, about whether the Catalyst review has any component looking at equity deserving communities. I think that is a completely fair question that could be sent over at our behest to the Vancouver School District and just leave it at that. And this is a completely separate item, so therefore I'll be opposing what I think is a well-intended amendment, but it again, I support the SLO program, and I want to make that clear.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. The way that we vote on motions in this chamber is each clause, each resolution has an independent direction. And so I will be asking to sever these recommendations. And there's the essence of what I think is at the center of this debate, which is to ensure that equity deserving communities have a voice in this review that's already underway. I'm hoping that there will be support for that so that the essence of those voices of the youth that I have heard many people speak to in protection of, in terms of the spirit of keeping the SLO program in schools is part of whatever that future direction is. We've got to keep an open mind here. This is an important debate. There are passionate and emotional perspectives on both sides of it. This ensures that we can keep this as pragmatic and centered on outcomes as possible. And I know that there are many councillors in this chamber that that value that as part of their role. And so in the spirit of pragmatism and keeping the essence of something that might feel quite political in this particular moment of this debate, let's keep focus on moving forward outcomes and pragmatic decision-making and evidence-based decision-making. And this basically ensures that the review and its findings come back that include all voices that we've heard reflected in the debate today.
Thanks. Councillor Clausen.
I guess where I get is the fact that the word further that would suggest that it's a part of the overall direction, the overall resolutions of council. That's my sort of main concern about this. Again, having staff go and just clarify that there is perspectives provided by equity deserving communities is a completely laudable and again, well-intended direction, but it adds to this additional motion here. So again, thank you for that clarification. I'll have to decide what I'm going to do with this then. Thanks.
Thanks. Seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote on this amendment. Council, please register your vote. Councillor Clausen? Okay, the amendment passed with Councillor Zhou and Councillor Montague and Mayor Sin in opposition. All right, going back to the main queue, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I think I really articulated my approach here in just those comments on that last amendment. So my request is that we sever, and I'll be supporting the third clause because I think it really does get to the essence of the work that needs to be done.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Maloney?
Yeah, I just want to address something that Councillor Clausen said in his remarks. It's very easy to mishear things, and I think that I just want to clarify that he misunderstood my comments. So I'm going to read them again. They might not have been in this exact wording, but it's important to me that he understands that he misunderstood that. So my comments were that there have been a couple of comments from my council colleagues that support for this review is a vote for abolishing the SLO program and that it would demonstrate living in a fantasy land. I understand and sympathise with people who feel very passionately about a particular topic, but I have come to this motion with an open mind and based my deliberations on the wording of the motion, the correspondence and public speakers we've heard from, and the debate in chambers. And the key part of it that he misheard was if I stated that anyone that votes against my amendment is really voting that they don't care about neurodivergent children would neither be constructive nor well received. So I hope that that clarifies that I meant the opposite of what he understood me to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else on the queue, we're gonna vote for the amended motion, the motion as amended. And we're gonna sever all the three clauses. Okay, so are we voting the first one? Yeah, can we highlight that, the first part? Okay, council, please register your vote on the highlighted part. Mayor Sim? Okay, so the first clause did not pass with Councilor Joe, Kirby-Young, Dominado, Bly, Montague, Claassen, Peter Meisner, and Mayor Sim in opposition. Okay. Now we are going to the second part of the motion, which is also highlighted on the screen. Please register your vote, Council. Okay, clause, the second clause also failed with Councilor Joe, Kirby-Young, Dominado, Bly, Montague, Claassen, Meisner, and Mayor Sim in opposition. Okay, the last one is we're gonna vote for the third clause. Okay, Council, please register your vote. Councilor Meisner? Okay, the third clause also failed with Councilor Joe, Kirby-Young, Dominado, Montague, Claassen, and Mayor Sim in opposition. All right, thanks everyone. That completes motion one. So let's take probably 5 minutes recess because we have a long item with more than 50 speakers. So let's take a bell break and we're gonna come back in 5 minutes at 2:14. Thanks. Next item is motion 2. Urgent investment in Vancouver's arts and cultural infrastructure, strengthening Vancouver's cultural sustainability and economic impact. And it is moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Let's go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll keep it quick because I recognize there are a lot of speakers. I just want to say I've taken the time to listen to this community as their liaison for the last little while, and I'm honored to bring this forward in my capacity as a liaison to the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. I think it's no secret that we're in some tough times, and in particular, it's really hitting the arts and culture community hard. And these are, I think, really thoughtful recommendations that they're asking us to bring forward for staff to consider and report back on, because these are desperate times, and this is a cry for help. And I hope that this council hears that cry for help and advances these thoughtful considerations for staff review promptly, because we all know how hard it is for organizations in the sector. We're seeing the loss of critical organizations. We're seeing cultural institutions struggle to survive. And this is a call to action. It's a cry for help, and we must heed the call. But I'm going to pass it over to my esteemed speakers from the arts and culture community who have shown up today.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Bly. All right, so we will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is Brent Constantine.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'm in favor from Vancouver. So I want to thank Council for their continued support of arts and culture spaces in the city, and the importance of that municipal support for organizations and events that likely wouldn't be able to exist or continue to exist without Council's belief in how the arts make Vancouver a better place. I know that all the councillors here have worked with artists and art spaces over the years and done work to help those spaces and those artists navigate systems that probably otherwise would have shut those spaces down. And thanks to the Cultural Services team for all the hard work that they do with the resources that they do have. This motion does come from the Arts and Culture Advisory Council, one of those bodies that has been created by City Council to give suggestions on how we can better serve our communities. And these are some of the ideas that the ACAC has come up with to help the arts community in the city. These suggestions are all created in response to objectives set out by Council, by those strategic priorities and our Culture Shift Arts Plan. For instance, the piloting an arts, culture, and creative city navigator desk within Development Building Services is an item that came from a previous council motion here, May 29th, 2024, taking action to protect and expand arts and culture spaces, which we'd like to advance. I hope that this motion here can develop some new ways for us to continue to have a really interesting and successful scene for music and comedy and theater and dance and all the amazing spaces that locals and visitors enjoy and want to continue to attend. So thanks to all of Council for the work they do to support arts and culture and supporting this motion as well.
Thank you, Brent. Speaker number 2 is Nina Horwath. Nina?
Hi there. Good afternoon to councillors, staff, and Mayor Sim. As you said, my name is Nina Horwath, and I am the Executive Director for the Coastal Jazz and Blues Society. We are the producers of the Vancouver International Jazz Festival. I also serve on the board of the Vancouver Cantata Singers and still work occasionally as a musician in the local scene. And I am here today in support of this motion. So, Folk Festival, Fringe, Pride, Mural Festival, Celebration of Light, and yes, also the Jazz Festival. What do these events have in common? Certainly, I'm sure many of us have been to these events, have enjoyed what they bring to this city, as well as the fact that they generate tourism, economic activity, and jobs, as well as joy, connection, discovery, and community. They are also all events that have in recent years had to make public appeals about facing serious financial challenges. Some haven't survived. And for every event that's spoken publicly, there are many more that are quietly struggling. We are at a turning point. Without renewed investment, vision, and new solutions, Vancouver's arts and culture landscape will be permanently diminished, and more events and organizations will be forced to close their doors. The Jazz Festival has certainly felt these pressures. The departure of our title sponsor, along with this happening to several other festivals across Canada, was a major blow. We've adapted, but not without great sacrifice. Through it all, we are deeply grateful for the city's ongoing support. Thanks to that support, we are able to generate over $20 million in annual economic impact for this city. We present dozens of free concerts and attract thousands of attendees, up to 20% of which are from outside of the region. This last year, we engaged over 180 local artists and nearly 100 local arts workers. But while costs have risen, core funding from the city has remained largely unchanged for over 15 years. It is times like these of great challenges where our greatest ideas are needed, where we need to be grounded in an attitude of abundance and resilience, not scarcity. What increased investment can do is not just provide stability, but free up capacity within the sector to dream bigger. With new investment and harmonized vision in our local arts and culture, we can elevate our events to destinations that bring increased tourism all year round. With deliberate and strategic action, we can make Vancouver the undisputed arts and culture destination of Western Canada. I recognize I'm running out of time, so I'm going to jump ahead. I think we should all recognize that this city has the capacity to make an amazing arts and culture scene for this part of the country, and that has extremely tangible benefits. The arts are not a luxury. They are essential. They build stronger communities, drive social cohesion, increase empathy and belonging, support mental health, and yes, they also drive increased tax revenue, GDP growth, and long-term value. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Speaker number 3 is Duncan Walsh-Grant. Hi, Duncan.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Duncan Watts-Grant, and I'm the Executive Director of the Vancouver Fringe Festival. I'm speaking today to ask you to support this motion. For the past 41 years, the Vancouver Fringe has been a place for artists to take risks and develop new work and create a unique identity for arts and culture on the west coast of Canada. Because of our financial model where we return 100% of net profits back to artists in the last 2 years alone, we've given nearly $500,000 back to independent and emerging artists, a majority of whom are from Vancouver. The Fringe is just one of hundreds of arts organizations operating in the city. Like so many of my colleagues, the years since the pandemic have been incredibly challenging financially. Last year, we were able to run a successful emergency fundraising campaign. We're incredibly grateful to everyone who donated, but emergency fundraising campaigns, by their nature, are not sustainable. And as a city, we have already seen festivals ending their operations and venues closing their doors. I appreciate that the tools available for revenue generation by the city are limited, which is why I support this motion that lays out ideas for monetization specifically for arts and culture, a new path for how we can invest in our cultural sector. By asking staff to report back on the options in front of you, the city could invest in a strong sector that attracts locals and tourists alike, like the minimal tax on hotels, similar to Edinburgh's levy, would utilize desirability of visiting the city to reinvest in our sector, or by charging a small fee on major commercial events, like when Taylor Swift comes to town, we could put those dollars back into our local artists, supporting uniquely Canadian talent. Our sector makes up a larger chunk of Canadian GDP than forestry and agriculture combined, so investing in arts and culture is just good business. This is a broad motion that covers a lot of ground, but the items are connected in wanting to see a sustainable and thriving sector where we can make the city a vibrant place to be that attracts tourism. After all, arts and culture tourism has tripled the economic value of other kinds of tourism. We need to give people a reason to leave their homes, to support local businesses, and to share a sense of pride in the cultural identity of our city. And I believe our arts and culture sector does just that. A scarcity model of funding drives the notion that my organization and the, I believe, 51 signed up to speak today are not competitors. I don't believe that this is true at all. Together, we celebrate a dynamic and a diverse city. We're collectively working to put Vancouver on the map, not just in Canada, but worldwide. I hope you'll support this motion that seeks to fund the vibrancy that we believe in.
Thank you, Duncan. Speaker number 4 is Arman Kazmi. It's me. Thanks, Arman.
Hello, thanks. It's Kazimi. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. So I'm Armin Kazimi. I represent the MENA Film Festival, reside in Vancouver, and I support this motion. I'm speaking both as a longtime resident of Vancouver, as well as someone who's worked in the arts and culture sector for most of my adult life. We started MENA Film Festival in 2019, first from a seed fund from the Neighborhood Small Grants, and every single year up until now, which is our 7th year, we've benefited from different levels of civic funding. And then since we have started the festival, I've personally witnessed within our community, which is the MENA Swana, Southwest Asian and North African community, different groupings effloresce, especially the younger generations who are now starting to vie for more and more of the funding, which is decreasing in availability. Some of the civic and spaces that we've come to rely on have been taken over by the glass edifices that we see kind of popping up alongside the Olympic Village, the South Granville Development Plaza, but which really don't provide the spaces that are necessary for organizations like ours that have benefited in the early 2000s to grow into what we are today. Having grown up in Vancouver, I've seen countless arts and culture communities sort of take root, sprout, and with the support lacking, seeing the spores spread to other regions, municipalities, and districts. And one of the only reasons I've been able to stay and sustain in the city is because I have a personal privilege having a family to fall back on and a safety net, which a lot of my peers don't have. That's why I'm here supporting this motion, and with our 7th year of funding and some of my own peers who are, we operate as a community, and we self-sustain, we self-support each other, and we really don't, in my opinion, function well vying for, in a capitalistic system, for diminishing resources, and we really support each other by lifting each other up, by sharing resources. And the only way that we can do so is by having reliable and predictable funding that is more than seasonal, based on a seasonal funding stream. And what I'm talking about is core operational funding. We've gotten CASC funding. We've benefited from the Civic Theaters Program Grant. We've been very lucky to do so. I, as someone who's grown up here, know how to navigate the system. A lot of the people from my community who are Middle East diaspora, first-time immigrants, they don't know how to navigate these sort of increasingly bureaucratic Kafkaesque systems that we see here today. We've been here since 9 in the morning, trying to get up on this podium, and we're now almost 3 p.m. in the afternoon. A lot of people have gone, and I guess the elephant in the room here is that I am able to be here because I have a job sustaining me. A lot of my compeers do not, because they're out working 9 to 5 so that they can sustain themselves within the arts and culture sector. Sustainable funding, long-term, I'm wrapping up, long-term operational funding will give us a sense of predictability so that we don't have to go chasing the 9 to 5 job, so that we can continue operating within the city and making it a truly livable city rather than just one that helps us survive. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so speaker number 5 is Sean Bickerton. Online.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of Vancouver City Council, and other guests. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am joining you from the traditional unceded lands of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam First Nations, and wish to express my appreciation to them for that privilege. My name, as you said, is Sean Bickerton. I'm the BC Director of the Canadian Music Centre, teach at Capilano University's Department of Arts and Entertainment Management, and I'm a past chair of the BC Alliance for Arts and Culture. And on all of their behalf, I wish to thank the Mayor and Council for their sustained support of arts and culture in Vancouver, and the hardworking team at Cultural Services for their extraordinary dedication. Some of you with longer political memories will recall my involvement in 2 civic elections, which brings a deep respect and appreciation for all you go through in trying to serve the people of this city. I'm here to speak in support of urgent investment in the motion in front of you. proposed by the city's Arts and Cultural Policy Council, a body I served on several years ago, which proposed at that time making arts and culture the fourth pillar of sustainability, which this chamber approved in 2016. Something that was vital for us to recognize, given that Vancouver lacks the national head offices back east, but does have the highest number of artists and cultural workers per capita in the country. As noted in the motion, a sector that contributes $6 billion in GDP to the economy each year, supporting more than 24,000 jobs, despite the fact that Western provinces and cities do not receive anywhere near the levels of federal cultural support that Ontario and Quebec do. Despite that, as just two indications of our vibrancy, Vancouver is the oldest symphony orchestra in Canada, which happens to have the largest symphony orchestra subscription audience in North America. And Vancouver has the largest audience for dance outside of New York, according to Americans for the Arts. Investment in the arts has a 3.5 multiplier effect, according to Silcox's Metro Toronto support of the arts. As one example, $2.3 million in grants from the BC government and Canada Council to 19 Vancouver organizations generated more than $8.1 million in spending for the Vancouver economy. In addition to that multiplier effect, more than 40% of Vancouver audiences eat out before or after attending a performance. Vancouver Symphony, Opera, and Playhouse patrons alone spend an additional $1.6 million a year on food, parking, and other expenses related to performances annually at a time of year most valuable to local businesses during the low tourist season. The city's Culture Shift 2029 strategy outlines 5 strategic directions, including increased investment, cultural equity, and creating new models for securing space, and explicitly calls for a cultural space acquisition fund. According to the findings of the Vancouver Cultural Precinct Committee, Vancouver has the lowest seat count for music in Canada. The population will grow by 67% between 2001 and 2030, yet no new major performance venues have been built since 1997, even though Vancouver City residents spend more on performing arts than the national average. The city's own Vibrant Vancouver Council Strategic Priorities 2023 to 2026 positions culture as essential to building a vibrant and diverse city, calling for a range of exciting...
Sorry.
Okay. I fully recognize there's many competing demands on you for funding, but investment in the arts is repeated many times.
Thank you, Sean. You are actually 40 seconds over. Sorry about that.
I apologize. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I have to be very clear about 3 minutes. Sorry about that because we have so many speakers today. So let's respect each other's time. All right. Speaker number 6 is Luke Summers.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Mayor and councillors, and very much appreciate the opportunity to speak today. And very happy to hear so many other peers in the arts organizations in Vancouver have come to speak as well. As mentioned, my name is Luke Summers. I'm the Operations Director of the Beaumont Studios and a Vancouver resident. I'm here to support this motion for urgent investment in the arts. As I'm sure some of you are aware, but many of you may not know, the Beaumont is home to over 100 artists, professional artists, makers, creators. We see around 50,000 visitors come through our doors each year for various exhibitions, open studios, and cultural events. We're in our 21st year now, and in that time, we've been a place where people come together to create and also launch small businesses that have gone on to fuel Vancouver's culture and its economy for a long time. I strongly support this motion because it proposes not Band-Aid, but foundational solutions. It tackles some of the root challenges that places like the Beaumont face, particularly the lack of stable multi-year funding, the lack of increasing in funding, and of course the constant threat of displacement. And I think this motion offers more of a long-term pathway to sustainability. There is still a lot more work to do beyond this motion, but this is exactly the kind of start that we really need to build a stronger cultural future for Vancouver. I think arts and culture is still often seen as a nice to have, but as many of the previous speakers have pointed out, it's one of the strongest economic multipliers that we have. As noted in the motion, the cultural sector contributes over $6 billion to GDP, 24,000 jobs, yet receives a small fraction of the operating budget. And it can't be overstated that every dollar that we invest in the arts and culture generates far more in local spending. If we or any of these other organizations that have been speaking host an event, that's restaurant tables filled, that's work for sound techs, work for support staff, of course, work for the performing artists that may be involved in a production, even the print shop that makes the posters. I mean, that's exactly the kind of ripple effect that the arts has in Vancouver, and it's the entire ecosystem of small businesses that this motion seeks to strengthen. Excuse me. Sorry, I just put myself on mute there. So the initiatives outlined on this motion, such as the Cultural Land Trust and the Cultural Space Acquisition Fund, they're exactly the kind of structural, long-term and forward-thinking investments that ensure that arts organizations thrive rather than simply scrape by. It's just simply good business. So on behalf of the 100-plus artists at the Beaumont, the thousands of people across the city who bring life into Vancouver's cultural scene, I urge the councillors to pass this motion because initiatives like this represent an investment that will pay back many, many times over in economic impact, in tourism, and the overall health of our cultural community and our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Perfect timing. Number 7 has withdrawn. Number 8 is Christine Quintana.
Hello there. My name is Christine Quintana. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking today in support of this motion. I am a theater artist. I'm a freelance playwright, actor, and producer. I grew up and live in East Van, and I benefited from arts programs through my youth. I earned my tuition at UBC working jobs for arts organizations here, and so I'm very much a product of the community, and that is something that is increasingly hard to do. Being an artist right now, particularly a theater artist, is an exercise in surviving some double binds. So as we heard earlier, we have one of the highest populations of artists in Vancouver, and we live here because we love it, but also because as performing artists, we have to live in urban centers. And then we are facing the housing crisis and the extreme cost of living in Vancouver in order to do so. We live in precarity, both from the housing crisis and from the eroding capacity of the arts sector to provide work. As well, in the theater, more Indigenous, racialized, and disabled artists are leading projects more than ever. It's incredible to see, and they're also having to do that with substantially fewer resources than we've seen in decades. And so their work is being put on less even footing than their peers, which is undoing some of the equity work that's been done as well. But as a community, we hold these contradictions because we are strategic, efficient, and community-focused. And I support this motion because we're not looking for handouts, as arts funding is so often characterized, but we wish to be acknowledged and respected as a sector that offers an exceptional return on investment. And what it comes down to, which is so beautifully outlined in this motion, is more funding and fewer barriers. I won't repeat what all my colleagues have said about the economic benefits, how we bring lots of activity to neighborhoods, but what I will speak to is the interconnectedness. In the previous motion, there was a conversation about how systems need to work together. As theater artists, we do our work in community centers, in libraries, in parks, and in schools. We are very much part of the community and give a sense of connection in a very lonely city. And of course, we also like to work in our theaters, but they desperately need renovations, including those to remain accessible to patrons with disabilities and other accessibility needs. So this motion outlines many small, practical asks that do keep in mind the many other priorities the city has. I thank you for your time, and I hope you will support this motion.
Thank you, Christine. Speaker number 9 is Hillary Essen.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Hillary Eisen. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm calling to support this motion. I'm truly humbled and impressed by the resumes of the previous callers. And while I don't lead an arts organization, I am a professional musician as well as a clinical counselor. So perhaps I can speak more to the kind of social and spiritual mental health benefits of arts and culture. I think we all know from personal experience how important art is. You don't need to be an artist to have a deep connection to the power of art. I think probably every counselor I'm speaking to, every caller I'm speaking to has had many moments in their life when the power of listening to a song, watching a movie, looking at a piece of artwork has been important, perhaps every day. So I think that that's something that we can easily take for granted. Yeah, and from a more kind of scientific point of view, you know, the benefits of engaging with arts and culture have been well researched and well established. For example, engaging with art, you know, improves social cohesion, improves social determinants of health, encourages health-promoting behaviors, healthy living, engagement with healthcare, and even can enhance physical well-being and reduce cognitive decline. You know, in a time when we are experiencing extreme social fracture and extreme stress as a society, it's more important than ever that we have institutions and spaces that foster social cohesion. And public art spaces do that better than anything else, in my opinion. As a musician and artist in Vancouver, I have many conversations with my friends and colleagues about how difficult it is to maintain arts spaces in this city as well as arts careers. So this is truly a desperate time, as people have spoken to, and given the importance of art, both for us personally and as a society, I truly hope that Council supports this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Speaker 10, 11, and 12 have withdrawn. Speaker 13 is Amanda Tastany.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Oh, great. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amanda Tastini, and I'm speaking in from Banff, Alberta today, but I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am in support of this motion. I'm a full-time theater performer, choreographer, and director who lives in Vancouver, and I've also been a freelance worker since 2016. I love living in Vancouver. It's such a wonderful city, and I love the work that I do. However, the challenge that the sector is facing right now is palpable. On a personal level, where I used to be able to make a full-time living as an arts worker locally in Vancouver, I'm finding myself needing to travel outside the city for work more and more to make ends meet. I used to be able to accept one job out of town a year, and now almost half my year is out of the city due to the dwindling number of jobs. I notice this in my colleagues as well. This is due to inflation post-pandemic, where so many companies are struggling, therefore needing to program less, and therefore needing to hire less workers. There's a negative ripple effect there. I've also been witness to Vancouver losing so many of their incredible artists due to being unable to make a full-time living in the city, needing to move other places in Canada and beyond. This is to do also with the post-pandemic inflation and all of the but also due to Vancouver's housing crisis. We need to find a strong foundation and a sustainable solution. The arts are important for a vibrant city, as many of my colleagues have already spoken to. They foster community, they entertain, they create a society who is curious and empathetic and care about the world, and as well is a huge part of our economic landscape. I thank you for your time and for considering this motion, which is so clearly outlined, and I urge you to see the undeniable benefit for passing it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker number 14 has withdrawn. Speaker number 15 is Evan Stearns. Not online. Okay, we're going to come back. Speaker number 16 is Nick Fontaine. Not online. Okay. Speaker 17 has withdrawn. Speaker 18 is Kayla Zander. Oh, okay. Speaker 19 is Molly McKinnon.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name's Molly McKinnon. I'm calling in from the Kootenays, but I am a resident of Vancouver and speaking in support of this motion. I'm a freelance violinist and collaborative artist. Since coming from Interior BC to complete my music degree At UBC, I've been living and working as a full-time artist in Vancouver for over 10 years. I've played with the VSO, the Vancouver Opera, touring groups like the Eagles, film scores, local and international bands, and also performed educational shows all over the Lower Mainland in elementary schools. I'm also the artistic director of Little Chamber Music, which is a small nonprofit organization dedicated to creating free public performances and inter-art collaborations that has been employing local musicians, composers, and artists at professional rates for over 15 years. In addition to the personal skin in the game I have in trying to make a living in the arts, which I think everyone has really outlined well today, which is hard because of the cost of living in Vancouver, I really believe the arts are for everyone and contribute so greatly to a thriving world-class city. And what I mean by this is not just large touring acts like Taylor Swift that cost a lot to attend, but arts on a local level that are free for everyone with brilliant local musicians, and believe me, there are a ton of brilliant local musicians around. For 3 years over the pandemic, with city support and funding through CASC, my tiny nonprofit, Seagrass Music, was able to put an upright piano in parks in East Van and have internationally acclaimed concert pianists like Libby Liu and Rachel Iwasa perform free concerts. Over the 3 summers, we hired 7 pianists at professional rates, performed in 7 different public spaces, and had over 1,500 audience members made up of families, low-income folks, and diverse community groups. We did this all on a tiny budget. For the first year, under $5,000, and the second and third under $10K, and still were able to pay professionally. Our third year, we actually didn't even get our funding from the city, but we were able to keep going because another small nonprofit gave us some money. I can't name the number of people who came up to me at those concerts and told me we need more of this in Vancouver, or that they'd never been able to afford or thought to go to a classical concert. And as many people have said before me, these small arts organizations like Little Chamber Music, like Seagrass Music, we shouldn't have to compete with other small nonprofits for very small amounts of money in order to have this kind of an impact. So thank you very much for considering and for taking the time to listen to all of us.
Thank you. Speaker number 20 is Kale Schilling.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Kylie Schilling. I'm the Vice Chair of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, the former Executive Director of the Vancouver Writers Festival, a writer, a teaching artist with Pandora's Collective. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I support this motion. I want to say thank you particularly to our 2 liaisons, Councillor Fry and Kirby Young, for your partnership and input in developing this motion. And I am asking Council to support this motion, and in so doing, support the vibrancy of our city. In the few days since being made public, this motion has generated a groundswell of support. 51 speakers in here, shout-outs online, ranging from Vancouver's own poet laureate to iconic designer John Fluvog. Organizations, large and small, are speaking up because stopgaps are not sustainable. The numbers, necessity, and evidence are in the motion and have and will be shared by other speakers. I'm here to say, I know it's hard to ask for money in tight times, but it is necessary. As Marcus Youssef noted in his support, 20 years ago, this city made a visionary investment in arts and culture that launched a generation of culture-defining artists from Vancouver. In supporting this motion, you're saying it's time once again for bold, visionary investment in the intangibles that make Vancouver vibrant. We urge Council to raise your voices to the province and to the federal government, while at the same time modeling that courage here at a municipal level. We're asking you to be the heroes of our most beloved civic culture. Investing in arts and culture provides a huge return on investment. It increases public safety, it boosts tourism, it promotes community and mental health, it drives the economy, it creates jobs, not just artists, but builders, painters, technicians, production, promoters, go-getters. It isn't secondary. In Vancouver, we navigate by art. Turn right at the Circle of Laughing Men. It's up the hill just by the mural that reminds us the present is a gift. We wayfind with art and we heart find with culture. Open mics mean open hearts and also open restaurants where audiences buy beer and hear themselves in the listening. A world-class city is one that invests in arts across cultures and income capacities, from indigenous fashion to opera. Investing in arts is to invest in a downtown after dark. It is to invest in revitalizing Chinatown, Gastown, and Punjabi Market. It is to invest in a city that will attract talent and keep the next generation here. It is to invest in music that lifts us on the beaches of Jericho and in dragons that race across False Creek. We breathe art in this city, and if our art is dying, then so are we. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 21 is Rainbow Roberts.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Rainbow Robert. I'm the director of the BC Alliance for Arts and Culture and a steering committee member for the BC Coalition of Arts, Culture, and Heritage. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here today to support your decision to vote in favor of the motion for urgent investment in Vancouver's arts and culture infrastructure. The arts and culture community is part of what makes Vancouver such a uniquely beautiful place. The dedicated artists and cultural workers who live here are one of the reasons that this is such an inspiring place to live. Many of Vancouver's most well-established cultural events, venues, galleries, and artist-run spaces are facing profound economic challenges and will not be sustainable without this type of support. These challenges are also being faced by emerging artists and organizations that are equally important to the future vibrance of this city. All of these organizations also require resources to develop effective equity and reconciliation policies, leveraging the unique power of the arts that arts and culture hold for making lasting change in these areas. This is a critical time for enhanced support at the municipal level. It's essential for us to acknowledge the role that all layers of the cultural ecology play in maintaining and building upon Vancouver's status as a world-class city. These financial commitments also serve as a sister investment to tourism, which relies on the vibrant arts and culture scene to make Vancouver a premier destination. Investments in arts and culture make economic sense. We ask you to think long-term about the need for stability in this sector and to bear in mind that these investments will benefit the economy overall and contribute to the quality of life in this city, nurturing human connection and supporting wellness in our community. Vancouver's cultural sector generates over $6 billion in GDP and over 24,000 jobs across Metro Vancouver, yet it receives just 4% of the city's operating budget. And the Council's strategic priorities position culture as essential to building a vibrant and diverse city, pledging to ensure Vancouver is dynamic and vibrant with a great range of exciting and engaging amenities and events throughout the city, calling for the support of diverse communities, large-scale events, and neighborhood revitalization. These are some of the reasons why it's so important to support this motion, which will help us to prevent the very real potential disappearance of countless layers of the cultural fabric of our community. We must reimagine our dreams for the city and work together to create the type of future that we are capable of building through our shared commitment and dedication.
Thank you. Speaker number 22 is Christina Zakau.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I am not as prepared as my previous speakers. I am here to speak to you and urge you to vote in favor of urgently investing in infrastructure for the arts and culture. And I'm speaking from the perspective of an artist, a newcomer to the Vancouver area. I come from Europe, from spending many years in Europe. And before that, I spent many years in Toronto area. What I have observed here as an artist is that there is a massive lack of venues. So I work in theater. We have very limited number of venues that are accessible to independent producers, to independent theaters, to independent artists. There are hardly any spaces for rehearsals. And we are bound to lose a couple more venues this year for buildings that are being torn down and rebuilt. And the future looks dire. I know we pride ourselves with having a very vibrant cultural life in Vancouver, but as an artist that has lived in multiple areas in the world, I can tell you that we do not. We do not, and we are going to lose what we have. And one of the problems with not having venues, not having spaces for the artists, is that we can also not train the future generation of artists. It is impossible for artists to start creating if there are no spaces available to them, no spaces available at any level of the financial cost, because we are losing them. So we have more companies, the ones that are struggling after the pandemic, competing for exactly the same number of venues that next year are going to be 2 less, and then the years after they're going to be reduced and reduced. This way, we are actually losing this vibrancy that we want to build here in Vancouver, and we are also losing the potential to support artists for future generations. I can tell you from the perspective of theater, a lot of the artists are always looking to move to Toronto. I would really like to see a city that dares to compete and dares to dream to become as vibrant as that city of Toronto that I used to live in, or any European city with a vibrant cultural life. That's all I have to say. Thank you very, very much for hearing me out. I speak with a lot of passion and very little prepared text because I have been working, but I hope that you will take my words to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 23 is Heather Redfern. No. Okay. Speaker number 24 is Christopher Gaze.
Hello, everybody, Mayor, councillors, and thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And I just want to recognize you for all the work you do for our city. I know it's not a get-rich program that you're involved in, but you do it, and it's a wonderful service to our city, so thank you. I was there at the beginning of BARD back in 1990. That's 36 seasons ago now. 2.5 million people have come, roughly. We have a budget of $10 million. And that began, by the way, in 1990 at 35,000. So we built one of the biggest theatre companies in the country. We're totally focused these days on sustainability. As healthy as all that might seem, we're not bringing in $10 million. So many of us in the arts and culture are facing the same. You keep hearing it. Costs have risen dramatically. The audiences haven't returned to pre-pandemic levels. We used to have 100,000 in our audience pre-pandemic, up to 19. That's 80,000 now. That's a big gap. And that's not just us. That stretches right across all the arts. The gap between revenue and expenses continues to widen, and that threatens the very heart of what we do. We know it can't be business as usual, but if any sector is equipped to reimagine the future, it's ours. Still, we can't do it alone. That's why I strongly support, obviously, the motion for urgent investment in Vancouver's arts and culture infrastructure. It recognizes what we're all experiencing, that the systems and spaces supporting arts and culture are fragile. And if we don't act now, we risk losing a vital part of this city's identity. We're not asking for public funding to be the only solution. It's part of it, but it's not all. We need all levels of government to work with us on sustainable, creative strategies. Let's make better use of what already exists. Empty buildings, underused civic spaces, and programs that could be scaled up to support more of our sector. And because the reality is when arts budgets are cut, it's artists who feel it first. We still have to cover rent, advertising, variable costs like the number of actors we hire, staff we retain, or community programs we offer are what get cut. Not because we want to, but because we have no choice. For instance, one thing that's interesting where BART is concerned, the parking came in as a fee, I don't know, 15 years ago or so. And that nets to the city, just because we're there, what, $300,000 to $400,000 over the 4 months that we're there. That's a big contribution back to the city. If we weren't there, that would be missing.
Sorry, Christopher, you are over time already.
Really, that's a great disappointment. But thank you very much for letting me speak to you today.
Thank you, but well articulated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 25 is Jinwa Yasin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
My name is Ginwa Yassin. I live in the city. I'm the co-founder and co-executive director of the MENA Film Festival, and I'm a working artist. I also teach courses to artists on how to navigate the grant systems at Emily Carr University. I strongly support this motion and urge the council to consider it. As an artist, I receive funding from the BC Arts Council and Canada Arts Council. I've personally paid over $80,000 in fees to collaborators over the last 5 years, and at MENA Film Festival, we've paid over $300,000 to creatives, not only from our sector, but from various sectors. And as a recipient of arts funding, although it never comes without the stress of its irregularity, I've been able to support dozens of artists who've told me, a lot of them told me they earn under $30,000 a year. And I'm just one artist, and we're just one organization. But with consistent funding, we and others like us can make this city far more livable. More than 10,000 people have attended our events over the years, clearly demonstrating the demand. We've improved inclusion in the film sector and offered access and professional development to low-income and underrepresented communities. Yet most of the labor behind this work is unpaid. Cultural workers are taking on the responsibility that this city claims to value, making Vancouver vibrant and inclusive and innovative, yet we're burning out. At MENA, we each take home $600 to $1,000 a month while volunteering the rest of our time. Meanwhile, the rent, obviously you know the average rent in the city, and our team is considering a sabbatical or even winding down our activities to address severe burnout among our team. The impact will definitely ripple through our communities. We are encouraged to start as organizations with the availability of these small grants to build something meaningful, and then as you're starting to grow and as you actually need to expand and hire more people and pay more fairly, that's when you hit the wall where funding starts to dry up. So us and so many organizations are facing the same challenge. We're not asking for excess or insane amount of money. We're asking for sustainability. The sector has already lost too many people to this financial crisis. And when I mean lost, I mean left or died by suicide. $40,000 in operational funding won't fix everything, but it's a crucial start. It means hiring one regular staff, for example. It means we're not consistently waiting for the next grant to come through, and it offers short-term security, but long-term potential. I lastly urge you to address the question of space. I lived in the Netherlands where I paid €75 for a 500 square foot studio in a subsidized building. We artists kept the building from deteriorating, and here hundreds of residential and commercial buildings sit empty. Repurposing even one could provide shared studios for dozens of artists. Please take this up seriously, and it will not only support the arts, it will save lives. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Jima. Okay, speaker number 26 is Alan Dominguez.
Hello, am I connected?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, hi, good afternoon. My name is Alan Dominguez. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm calling today in support of this motion. I am the managing director of New World Theatre, a 30-year-old organization at the forefront of theatre making and touring in the country. We recently produced the play Eyes of the Beast that Councillor Klassen and Councillor Orr attended in late June earlier this year. I'm also the chair of the Vancouver Creative Space Society, an organization that runs Progress Lab 1422, a shared creation and performance space in East Vancouver and the Grandview area. My adult life since immigrating from Mexico City has been dedicated to the arts and culture in Vancouver. I love my job, but I know firsthand that investment in the arts has lagged. And as treasurer of many other performing arts organizations, I know that increases to operating grants continue to be below inflation, and that the loss of cultural spaces is the result of poor capital investment in this area, and they're not meeting the city's own culture shift strategies and the city's strategic priorities. So I'm really encouraged by this motion, and particularly by the recommendation number 3 in the report, which kickstarts a community-led cultural land trust. This is the type of investment the city's failing arts infrastructure need, and it's a project that we've been advocating for years. So just to conclude, let me say that the artists of the city need this motion to move forward, to provide a signal that council stands behind them and respects its cultural workers, and that council understands that a thriving arts community is good for long-term business, GDP, as has been mentioned, climate crisis awareness, sense of belonging, good mental health, and overall community well-being. So I urge council to support this motion in full, as it will allow the wonderful and capable cultural services city staff to move forward the initiatives that we know have the potential to make Vancouver a more vibrant, dynamic, and culturally diverse city. Thank you very much to the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee for their hard work, and thank you to council for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 27 has withdrawn. Speaker number 28 is Fiona Black. Hi, Fiona.
Hello. How are you guys holding up? It's a long day. I have newfound respect for all of you. My name is Fiona Black. I am speaking on behalf of the Vancouver Folk Music Festival. I'm the artistic director. We just wrapped our 48th edition this weekend. Some of you were there. Hope you had fun. It was a great weekend. The weather cooperated, so that was awesome. I'm very happy to report that ticket sales were up from last year, which is really fabulous. That's not happening in many other festivals, so we're really proud of that. And the really impressive number that we have is a whopping 51% of our audience were first-time attendees. It means that people are, they're discovering us. They want what the experience is. They're buying into our brand. 48 years. So we have a ton of past attendees that come every year. In fact, there's people who have come every single year. That's 48 years of festivaling. So that says a lot. I know a lot of my colleagues have already covered a lot of the points that I was making. You all know how many jobs the arts and cultural sector contributes to the economy. I want to say, just point out that our sector contributes nearly $6 billion to the local economy, but we receive just 4% of the city's budget. While we are grateful to Vancouver City Cultural Operating Funding, which was $70K this year, I can't help but be a little jealous of our sister festival, the Edmonton Folk Festival, which receives a grant of $350,000 from their municipal government, as well as a second contribution of $30 to $40K to pay for half of the city's charges, the power, fencing, all that stuff. Terry Wickham is the founding artistic director of the festival, expressed to me that our festival has the most potential of any folk festival in Canada. We're in the biggest market. We're a pioneer in folk festivals in Canada. And folk festivals, I've been to festivals around the globe, and we do it better than most countries do. Like when we have visiting artists, and we're proud to always invite international artists to our festival, they rave about how well they're treated, the inclusivity, the diversity, the welcome they get. We have almost 1,000 volunteers who just who love our festival, who come year in, year out, and welcome guests. 20% of our audience are tourists. This festival, as you probably know, did die in 2023 momentarily, and we came back that year. We mounted a big campaign. We're still fighting for survival. It's not easy. We have a small but really mighty team. I think we're building back better and smarter, but the precarious economy is just hard on us. The destination grant from the province helped enormously, but we found out about it about 2 weeks before our festival. That's really hard on us. We don't know if we're going to be a deficit or whether we're going to make it through. We'll make it through this year. Are we done? Was that?
Yeah.
Okay, wow, it goes by fast. Just in conclusion, I'm sure you're all tired of being called the no fun city. We all bring the fun. We bring the fun. That's really important for Vancouver. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you. Speaker number 29 is Ryan Hunt.
Hi, I'm Ryan Hunt. I'm the CEO of the Museum of Vancouver, and I support this motion. I'd like to speak to the impact that cultural operating grants provide for our organization. For every dollar invested in the Museum of Vancouver by the City of Vancouver, we're able to leverage roughly $4.50 through federal and provincial funds, through sponsorships, through corporate donations. That means that we basically provide a fourfold return on investment to our community for that essential municipal funding. And we are in a very fortunate position. Many organizations in the City of Vancouver do not receive that similar level of support. And I am very cognizant that we're in an extremely challenging global financial position at the moment. But investing in arts and culture is an investment that provides a measurable, tangible return, both economically, socially, it has proven health benefits, and critically, it provides Vancouverites and Canadians and visitors alike an opportunity to experience cultural education, experiences, and joy. The Museum of Vancouver prides itself on providing UNDRIP-aligned programming for our community, and it is a place that people go to learn about reconciliation, a place to learn about the host nations upon whose lands we occupy. And that is essential for building an informed, engaged community, and aligns directly with Vancouver's responsibilities through UNDRIP. And by investing in cultural organizations, we can build a better, more vibrant community, both in terms of social and economic output. I really urge everyone to think of this funding not as money that is going out into the ether, but a proven investment that in a challenging economic time delivers proven results. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Speaker number 30 has withdrawn. Speaker number 31 is Karen Darn-Woon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors.
Yeah, please go ahead,
My
Karen.
name is Karen. Yeah, my name is Karen Darwoon, and I am speaking in favor of the motion. As a resident of Metro Vancouver for over 65 years, including the last 20 years in Vancouver proper, I have worked in businesses providing collateral services to arts and culture organizations for most of my life. Additionally, I am the parent of a cultural worker who has already left the city, and I am currently the co-chair of the board of Coastal Jazz and Blues Society. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the motion urgent investment in Vancouver's arts and culture infrastructure. I certainly appreciate the input and statistics shared by the previous speakers, because I don't have those numbers. Let me speak from a personal perspective. An avid traveler, I have observed what I think is a great disparity between Vancouver and cities such as Florence, Bologna, Greenwich, Montreal, Melbourne, Calgary, and Winnipeg. These other cities appear to have many spaces which are able to be used for art shows, exhibitions, musical performance, and arts and culture-related discussions. I have visited countless exhibitions globally, which were made possible and more interesting due to the use of an unusual or seemingly abandoned space. Meanwhile, in Vancouver, I see spaces such as warehouses, unused commercial spaces, and other areas that could be great locations for short and long-term shows. Yet these spaces are not made available to the arts and culture sector, or if available, the permitting process is onerous. There remains an urgent need for performance, presentation, and rehearsal spaces in Vancouver, especially small performance space. There remains an urgent need for direct support to the arts and culture sector, especially cultural workers. And there remains a need for planned, long-term, and sustainable investment in arts and culture infrastructure. By voting to approve this motion, Council will demonstrate its commitment to the thousands of artists, musicians, and cultural workers who make our city one of the top 10 livable cities in the world. You will be telling organizations who produce theater, music, and literary festivals, and the workers they employ, that their work matters. You will be preventing the loss of our creative workers to other regions. You will also be leaving a legacy of support for years to come. I urge you to please vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 32 is Greg Velo.
Hi there, it's Greg Valou here from City of Vancouver.
I've been a musician in the city for about 20 years now, mostly in the DIY, rock and punk scene, indie music, that kind of thing, and I'm urging you to support this motion. Now, you've heard a lot from previous speakers on the issues facing established full-time artists and arts organizations, but I really need you to also think about those young kids, those like 18 and 17-year-olds who are just starting out, and they simply have no place to play. There's no there are hardly any low barrier, all ages venues in the city left. And every time someone tries to start one up, the city crushes it, either through the park board or through punitive bylaw enforcement. So I'm keenly aware of these challenges because I've been trying to work on the DIY scene. Because when you're 18, 17, you can't cover a room fee, you can't cover a bar minimum. You need an all ages, low barrier venue where you can come in, play with your friends, meet people, jam with other musicians, and be exposed to an audience. And this is something that I hope the city will consider, because a lot of the issues that we're facing as performing artists comes down to lack of venues. And nowhere is that more keenly felt than for the youth. So please treat this motion as the next step in a pattern of supporting art in the city at all levels, not just from the professional and full-time level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 33 is Colin Miles. Hey, Colin.
Thank you for your good work and all your support. I'm very grateful to be the recipient of the Mayor's Arts Award for Music in 2009 for my work with the Canadian Music Centre supporting classical contemporary composers, my work in the Vancouver Opera Orchestra for 4 decades, and the failed but great struggle to try to save the CBC Radio Orchestra. I want to say that there are, at the time that I started in the Canadian Music Centre, there were 14 composers, professional composers in BC. By the time I left, there were 140, and now there are 200. That's a 14-fold increase. It shows the growth of creative activity in our country, and most of that is centered here in Vancouver. During that time, too, in the 4.5 decades I played in the Vancouver Opera Orchestra, I saw it move from 4 productions, 4 performances, up to about 5 productions, sometimes 7 performances, now down to 3 performances, 3 productions. And I've seen so many organizations disappear. Now, there are 88,000 of us with our primary employment in arts and culture in British Columbia. That's more than forestry and mining and fishing and forestry combined. And they provide $2.8 billion to the economy. And there are figures, too, that show that 1 in 10 Canadians sing in a choir. So you think of all those singers and all those audiences, that's a lot of voters. And UNESCO includes cultural well-being in its definition of health. I think of the healing that has come in something like City Opera, where they worked with the families of the missing Indigenous women in the East Side to create the opera Missing, which they complimented them and saying, you really listened to us, you got it right and you gave us hope. Or if you could have seen my wife when she was in hospice with terminal cancer, how important music therapy was for that, because it had that healing ability. And the things that you could learn, for instance, from Iceland, where they had a terrible problem with juvenile alcoholism. So they said, why don't we put the money into free tuition and instruments and get them playing in bands, do the things that will stimulate that adrenaline the same way that the booze does. And they cut the addiction rate from 55% to 5%, and also smoking down to 5%. By putting the arts central. I recommend Max Wyman's wonderful book, The Compassionate Imagination, how making the arts central is central to a functioning democracy. So there are many, many things you could do. How about thinking of that heritage building of the Bay, which could be turned into a wonderful cultural facility and retain its heritage status? There are things that you could do. And we just hope that you'll use all the ingenuity that you can be inspired from the artists in our community to do to make this a really, really great city, because the cultural tourism project showed that people didn't necessarily come here for the arts, but when they came, they were really excited to see what they found. They extended their trips, and they vowed to come back again. My wife worked in that with Roberta Beiser. That was a civic project in the 80s. Thank you very much. Keep up your good work.
Thank you, Colin. Speaker number 34 has withdrawn. Speaker number 35 is Miriam Asketin.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi. My name is Miriam Esquitin. I used to be the executive director of Vancouver Mural Festival. I've been working in community-based arts for a couple of decades. I have had the privilege of having a residency from the city of Vancouver. I'm a lifelong artist. I recently received earlier this year the King Charles III Coronation Medal for my contributions to Canada in arts and culture. And I also wanted to mention that the Vancouver Mural Festival received posthumously in May the award for the best festival in Canada, granted by the Canadian Events Awards. Why am I saying this? Because, of course, you know that I know firsthand what it is to lose a beloved and organization that is having community impact. I want to speak in favor of the motion, and I want to offer a little bit of a perspective. In regards to funding, considering sometimes the grants, I think the perspective that it comes is like these organizations are going to continue doing things. We take them for granted, and we're going to give them, a couple $1,000s to contribute to what is happening. But there are instances in which our services and our mission can be considered services that are worth supporting as procurement, as long-term agreements, as long as the city needs those kind of services. I'm thinking of placemaking, street use, public art, all of those things that we were doing. We're advancing community building, mental health, safety, sense of belonging, all of those things, and obviously reconciliation and equity goals that are also part of the central mission of the city. So what I want to offer in terms of the enhanced funding is a different perspective, as I said, in regards to procurement and long-term contracting of these organizations. And I had experience like that when I was in City Studio previous to the Vancouver Mural Festival. We did sign a long-term agreement, a renewable agreement with the city for various years, as long as the city needed, civic engagement with youth and civic innovation, that agreement could be renewed. We had a similar example at Vancouver Mural Festival, signing a multi-year agreement with Vancouver Coastal Health. They had a recommendation from the In Plain Sight report that they needed to reduce discrimination to Indigenous peoples in the healthcare settings. And so we went through the procurement process and signed an umbrella agreement to develop all of the artwork so that the Indigenous people will feel welcomed in the community settings and healthcare settings that they attended. And again, these agreements were renewable, were long-term. It is too bad the organization, was in this transition to achieve long-term sustaining funding and long-term sustaining better revenue models. So I wanted you to consider what is the efficiency of these particular services when it is important and maybe crucial for the city to consider not just grants, but actually being a partner of those and showing up for the community when those services and organizations are crucial and delivering those services for everybody. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Speaker number 36 is Peter Cathy White.
Thank you to Mayor Sim and council members for this opportunity to speak. My name is Peter Cathy White and I support this motion. I have been a resident of Vancouver for 28 years and I am the Executive Director of the Arts Club Theatre Company, which is the third largest not-for-profit theatre company in Canada after the Stratford and Shaw festivals, making us larger than our peer companies in Toronto and Montreal, something we should all be proud of. Our size also makes us the largest employer of artists and arts administrators in this city, in this province and in Western Canada, with an annual audience of your constituents numbering over 200,000. The arts sector in this city suffers from long COVID and a lack of funding. At the Arts Club, we have seen our city funding decrease over the last 2 years, which have been the hardest 2 years in the arts sector that I have ever experienced. We operate 3 theatres in this city and we are responsible entirely for their maintenance and upkeep. The city plays no part in those costs except for the annual operating funding you do generously provide. But to put that funding into context, it currently represents less than 1% of our annual operating budget for a company that provides Vancouver 3 non-civic theatres that contribute greatly to the artistic and economic vibrancy of this community. We have had to cancel productions, not program in one of our theatres this season and not fill much needed vacant positions as we navigate this precarious time when audiences are slow to return post-COVID and funding is diminished. If we are suffering, then I know that every arts organisation in Vancouver is suffering. Throughout the ages, the arts has always needed the support of its civic leaders. It cannot continue to innovate how local stories are told and help local artists flourish alone. It is not a commercial venture. It is a community support line and a community asset, an asset that helps us build empathy, understand humanity, understand who we are as a nation, who we are as a city, and who we can be as humans. Until 2017, there was a quote on the Canadian $20 bill that I first saw when I moved here in '97, and that I think succinctly sums up why supporting the arts is a Canadian value and one that contributes greatly to our Canadian identity. Right there in the money was a quote by Quebecois poet Gabrielle Roy that simply and eloquently stated, "Could we ever know each other in the slightest without the arts?" So I ask this council to ponder on that question. Could we ever know each other in the slightest without the arts? And if the answer is no, we could not, then I ask that you please support this urgent investment in Vancouver's not-for-profit arts sector that is suffocating and that needs your support to do the vital work we do in lifting up local artists, let their stories be told to local audiences, and re-enchant a broken-hearted world. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Speaker 37 is Noor Gazel. Hi.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor, City staff, and councillors. My name is Noor Ghazal. I am a Vancouver resident and I am one of the co-chairs of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. Our committee has worked hard to bring about this motion, and thank you, Councillor Fry, for bringing the motion forward. The motion reflects our belief in the vital role that arts and culture play in the life of the city and the labor and care we've committed to improving the livelihood of the artists and cultural workers who make Vancouver vibrant. While I speak to you today in support of this motion as a committee member and chair, I also speak in support as someone who has worked tirelessly in the sector for years and who has watched us slowly lose more and more support and resources. Vancouver is home to the highest number of artists and cultural workers per capita nationwide, and yet our sector receives little of the city's operating budget despite our contributions. We've become an afterthought. The numbers, as outlined in the motion, speak for themselves. We animate streets, build community, reflect our histories, and imagine better futures, but we are doing this while constantly burning out, trying to stretch limited resources, and leaning on one another just to stay afloat. Artists and cultural workers like myself have relied on informal support systems in the absence of sustainable infrastructure. Yes, we are resilient, but we are utterly exhausted and stretched thin. It is disheartening to anticipate any kind of pushback on a motion that is simply seeking to support a sector and people who contribute so much to the soul and economy of the city and who receive so little in return. The motion before you isn't simply asking for funding, it's asking for a review and exploring the options outlined in the motion. It's asking for the city to align its planning with the values it has already declared through Culture Shift and Vibrant Vancouver. The proposed strategies are not unprecedented. They are practical, researched, and long overdue. If we want Vancouver to be a city that doesn't just house artists but actually supports them, this is the moment to act. The overwhelming amount of support we have received from the community for this motion is a reflection of that. I urge you to pass this motion and to do so as a signal that the city values the creative workers who shape its identity and enrich the lives of every resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 38 is Dania Ann Shadid. Dania?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair and folks, for your time today, and also this opportunity to speak in favor of the motion presented. My name is Dania Ann Shadid. I am a proud resident of Vancouver with a background in sociology, specialized in cultural and urban sociology. I grew up in diverse cities worldwide. My earliest memories are those of Montreal's Jazz Festival, and I can tell you Folk Fest here felt pretty underwhelming compared to Edmonton's. I came here essentially to speak to you because I have seen firsthand and researched the need for this funding in the city. Many of my close networks are deeply involved in the arts and culture sector here in Vancouver. They are also the reason to why I have decided to stay in Vancouver and establish myself here as a sociologist instead of returning to the fun and exciting island of Montreal. I chose to move specifically here to Vancouver about 5 years ago because of its reputation for their arts and culture. Unfortunately, my experiences have been met with disappointment and heartbreak. The people who surround me are not only artists and performers. I am familiar with folks who have their own production companies, as well as community organizers who have put endless time and efforts into these events. Today, I'd like to speak to you on the behalf of one of my research subjects. I was able and honored to meet and interview for my own research at UBC in sociology organizers, and I can tell you there is a deep, deep need for infrastructure as well as funding. So I have been entrusted by Reem Lassen, a founder of a skateboard collective in Vancouver, who depended on a skate store, antisocial skate store, to host events. And this is what Reem Lassen would have liked to share with you today. My name is Reem Lassen, and I am the founder of Takeover Skateboard, a grassroots initiative that I started at 22 years old. Back then, I was looking for a connection for a third space, somewhere that wasn't home, school, or work, somewhere that I could breathe, feel safe, and build with others. But I couldn't find it, so I created Takeover. Through arts and skateboarding, I built a space where BIPOC and marginalized communities can come together to heal, to move, and to express ourselves. That was 6 years ago. And now, more than ever, there is a need for these spaces, as they have only grown. We desperately need third spaces in the city. Youth need free spaces that are rooted in belonging, creativity, and care. But instead, we are losing the few spaces that we've had. One of those spaces was Antisocial Skate Shop, and its closure hit us hard. Antisocial wasn't just a skate shop, it was a home for skate and art community, a place where we organized art builds, exhibition, concerts, and Zine fairs, and a place where people showed up, connected, and found a purpose without needing to spend $1. But the rising costs forced it to shut down, and with that, we lost the only youth-centered third space that many of us had access to, and now our communities are grieving. A few days ago, a teen was violently stabbed in Vancouver, and we have to ask ourselves, why is this happening? Because youth here are undersupported, and not because they are broken. They lack mentorship, creative outlets, and accessible spaces. They are full of brilliance, but are too often left with nowhere to feel safe to shine. So on the behalf of Reem Lassen and the communities that I have worked and studied with, I urge you to invest in your arts and culture sector. And as a resident that is proud to be from Vancouver, please, please beat the allegations of the no fun city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dania. Okay, speaker number 39 is Sufi Rahaj. In person? Oh, I didn't see any. Okay, we're gonna circle back. Speaker number 40 has withdrawn. Speaker number 41 is Malik Abozid. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. Malik? Yeah. Also, okay, 39 is here. Okay, perfect. Yeah, 39. Sufi? Is Sufi online? Okay, speaker 39, Sufi Rahad.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable council members, my name is Sufi Rafat. I'm a queer and trans Middle Eastern resident of Vancouver, a Master's of Architecture student, and an arts and cultural nonprofit worker and community organizer, emerging artist, and treasurer on the board of directors at Vivo Art Gallery. I'm here today to express my strong support for the motion calling for urgent investment in Vancouver's arts and cultural infrastructure. I am also an active member of the queer and trans ballroom scene of Canada. Thanks to the tireless work of the registered nonprofit Van Vogue Jam, my quality of life, my psychological, financial, social, and physical well-being have been exponentially improved by the community care they have built. Their work is entirely dependent on public arts and cultural funding. This is not just programming, it is a vital and life-saving infrastructure. As an urban designer and academic, I want to emphasize the built environment alone cannot create vibrancy in our city. It is community engagement and cultural programming that sustains vibrant and livable cities, as many of the speakers today have emphasized. We often hear the word community used in these conversations, but what we are really talking about is belonging, and belonging is essential to human health and well-being. Vancouver arts and cultural sector plays a critical role in supporting those who are historically underrepresented, being Indigenous, racialized, disabled, low-income, and 2S LGBTQIA+ communities. Over the past 5 years, I've organized free public events for my intersecting communities in collaboration with spaces like Chinatown Movie Nights, Vancouver Black Library, and various local galleries. And through public vibrancy and placemaking grants by the city, I can attest that my small contributions of events have helped create new collectives, artist partnerships, and long-lasting community support networks. Without public funding, this work simply would never have existed and cannot continue to exist. Unfortunately, recent city budget cuts have had a devastating impact. Organizations like James Black Gallery, which offer crucial mentorships for emerging artists, when funding is cut, the result is a scarcity crisis. Mental well-being spaces can't rightfully meet people with the capacity that's needed in this kind of cultural work. While in Vancouver's 2020 to 2029 cultural plans claim that the city is renowned for its cultural vitality, the reality on the ground tells us a different story, one of gentrification, studio closures, and a city that is increasingly turning its back on creative communities. We need community-led infrastructure to prevent displacement and ensure access to affordable, secure, and cultural spaces. It's important to remember that the arts and cultural sector contributes $6 billion to our local economy, yet only receives 4% of the city's $2 billion budget. Let's change that. Let Vancouver lead by example by showing that public investment can become public value. Let's activate our public spaces, uplift our communities, and make a meaningful investment in the cultural future of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Speaker number 40 has withdrawn. Speaker 41 is Malik Abozad.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Malik Abuzaid. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm in support of the motion brought forward. I'm a fashion designer, a music artist, a curator, and performer involved in queer community events and programming. And as I am 24, I will be offering an important perspective, one of young currently practicing artists that represent the future of this city. We can all relate to the fight or flight response we exist within when we are unable to pay our bills or feed our dependents. Will anything else be on your mind until you have enough to support the ones that matter to you? This constant reality of many arts and culture workers, including myself, which you depend on to continue the part of the city's identity referencing the culture shift strategy and Vibrant Vancouver strategy. Once those bills are paid, where do you go to remember why life is worth living? To show your loved ones the beauty of love and connection after a difficult day. A music performance, a park relying on the creativity of urban design, perhaps a gallery or a movie. Even the artistry of fine dining that relies on the culture of intersectionality. Without the art that surrounds our every breath, every single person's quality of life would be diminished. The issue surrounding lack of spaces, notably affordable spaces, to practice creatively gathering is currently at the epicenter of many creative practitioners' conversations. The opportunity to utilize empty lots is one that would be mutually beneficial to all parties involved. Globally recognized as an underfunded profession, artists take resources and funding heavily into consideration when choosing to practice or relocate. Therefore, when the city shows financial recognition to the contributions of arts and cultural practitioners, the celebrations echo throughout global communities. In order to cultivate interconnected cultural work that truly connects to the citizens and beyond, expressing and representing the true essence of Vancouver, you need third spaces. Accessible gathering spaces dedicated to collaboration that allow not only practitioners, but curious residents alike a hub for resources, accessible programming such as transcare or cultural sharing workshops, skill sharing sessions, and more would be highly beneficial not only to the mental well-being of the city, but for the general definition of Vancouver's recognized social climate. At this time, I have personally witnessed an overwhelming amount of testimonies by citizens expressing that the city feels cold and disconnected, that it's hard to make friends here and meet people compared to other cities, and I want to change that. That's actually the number one reason I've noticed that leads people to relocation. If a city created much better access to said creative potent third spaces, you would be directly and efficiently combating one of the most complained about frustrations within life in beautiful Vancouver. It would be quite monumental to witness. I think past the artworks themselves, the core of this proposition highlights the city's need for access to connection, connecting kids to artists, connecting kids to inspiration, to opportunity, connecting newcomers to cultural programmers, connecting financial workers to healing workshops that show them that they are creative after all. Imagining the city as one that is able to mimic its level of enchanting natural beauty and its social climate would embrace what makes the West Coast feel so special. Within the proposed context in this motion, outlining relatively seamless opportunities to boost with the social morale, economic value, and genuine connection, consider the life of our children and most vulnerable. I really strongly support this motion being brought forward and would really like to see this platforming of joy and love through access to connection with our fellow Canadians. Thank you so much for your time.
You are way over time, but thank you for speaking to council. Speaker number 42 is Avi Hazard.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you so much for having me on. My name's Ivy Hazard, and I'm a costume artist and community organizer here in Vancouver. I largely work out of the ballroom scene here, but I also do a lot of research into something I specialize in is creative reuse. And I have done research talking to spaces in the city that specialize in taking materials and making them more easily accessible to people. And I really try to take this knowledge and pass it on to people who might not have access to as many resources. So a lot of the folks that I do serve are queer and trans youth of color. And as somebody who has moved here from the States, I do not feel safe moving back down to my country. I moved here because I did believe in the safety that this space would be able to provide me, but I do find that a lot of artists are often scraping by in terms of having to compromise and kind of find the means to make things work here, even though there is a lot of community support. I see more and more people leaving the city and having to basically give up on connecting with people. And I do find that in the ballroom scene that I do organize in, we do have a strong collection of regular events where people are able to meet up and talk with each other in person, for youth especially. I think this is important because otherwise everyone just ends up messaging each other on social media, which adds all kinds of barriers to communication and connection. As an example, recently with the Lapu Lapu tragedy, we were able to take our regular Tuesday practice space and turn that into a space where we were able to mourn the loss of our community members and actually kind of move beyond that. And if we were to only have events where we were celebrating specific moments, like the Lapu Lapu Festival, I think we would feel very stuck as a city in terms of energy. As I said, people are already compromising in order to make these kinds of spaces possible, taking big cuts in pay for the amount of work that they're doing. And so I think it is very important to keep supporting people who are doing this important, often invisible work of connecting people and helping folks who might not have regular access to it, resources that help for self-expression and communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 43 is Dimple Taktani.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Dimple. As a new immigrant to Vancouver, I arrived feeling very uncertain and unseen. I'm a grassroots organizer working with immigrant, BIPOC, queer, and trans communities, and also the current interim executive director of the Vancouver Queer Film Festival, now in its 37th year. But I'm here today because these festivals are struggling. At the Vancouver Queer Film Fest, over half of our attendees come for free because access really matters. over 129 volunteers gave more than 1,500 hours to keep our festival alive. And through our Out in Schools program, 36% of our presentations reach outside Greater Vancouver, bringing very vital support where it's desperately needed. Even beloved events like the Indian Summer Festival, the Powell Street Festival, are warning that they may not survive. These festivals are where I and so many others find belonging in a city that can often feel isolating. These are spaces where queer and immigrant youth see themselves reflected, where communities gather to heal, to celebrate, and to resist. 2 weeks ago, a small grant made the South Asian Pride Block Party at Punjabi Market Plaza possible. Over 200 people gathered of all ages, sharing joy, intergenerational connection, and affirmation in a space that has historically excluded them. This would not have been possible without a small grant that we got from the city. And I just want to say that art saved me, and it gave me a place to belong where everything else was new and uncertain. And this city should fully support this motion, because investing in arts and culture means investing in community well-being, in economic vitality, in social inclusion. Festivals build connections across divides. They boost local businesses. They nurture creativity that makes Vancouver very unique and resilient. And supporting arts isn't just good policy. It's essential to the city's heart and future. I request you to please pass this motion fully and without dilution, because when we lose our festivals, we lose the heart of the city and a piece of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 44 is Parisa Rafet. Okay. Parisa? Oh, got disconnected. Okay, we're going to come back. Speaker number 45 is Amar Mohammed. Oh, okay. Speaker number 46 is Parsa Nazari. Oh, okay. Speaker 47 has withdrawn. Speaker 48. Sorry, I couldn't pronounce this name. Olan Rauju Kolauli. Sorry, I'm pretty sure I mispronounced your name, but no, okay. Speaker 49 is Alger Liang. Oh. Okay. Speaker 50 is Narvin Maraji.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my apologies if you hear children in the background. I'm currently working at a childcare facility, so just thought I'd let you know. So hi, my name is Nevin Morell. I'm a poet, graduate of UBC's creative writing faculty, and I'm the former host of the Massey Art Society and a member of the Under the Table Poetry Collective, which supports queer and disabled poets in the city. But today I'm speaking in my capacity as an artist myself. I think it's important for me to mention that my family has been in the Vancouver area for 5 generations, and I am a product of all the excellent arts funding that was present in Vancouver in the 90s. I would not be a writer or a community member without it. I'm speaking today in support of this motion because, quite frankly, the only reason why I, as a young person, am still in the city is because I am extremely lucky and well supported by my family. And to be honest with you, as somebody that is also descended from Croatian people and can very easily move to Europe, I have considered the option of leaving Vancouver many times because of the lack of support for artists in the city. I love this city. My family is here. My people are here. And because of the arts and culture workers that put all their heart and love and limited resources into the work, I am fully supported in this community. But I think it is really imperative that you support this motion so people like me and people who maybe aren't quite as lucky to have the positionality that I do are able to continue to live here and do the vital work that supports this city and its culture and its tourism industry and all of the other people that live here. I don't have much else to say but that. I work with young people. They often, dream of being artists and musicians, and I really hope that the kids that I work with can also envision a future in the city, but that really depends on if you folks can support us. So, I really urge you to support this motion, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 51 is Dominic Lai. Dominic? Dominic, as a procedure question, I need to ask you if you are residents of Vancouver or not. Thank you. No problem. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here today. I believe I'm the last speaker on this until you go back for seconds, so I'll try and not repeat points that have been brought up already. But perhaps I'll start off with the saying that my mom always used to bring up when I was a little bit younger in Cantonese, say ma lok de hang. And what that means is when the horse is done, you keep on walking, you get off the horse and you keep on walking. This is a situation that many nonprofits and many cultural and arts organizers in Vancouver are facing right now. On a daily basis, as Dragon Boat BC, we get calls from our cultural partners begging us for help. Right now, we're involved with 4 other different festivals and supporting them on a behind-the-scenes basis. We have limited resources, but we're extending everything we can just to ensure that they can keep on going. This motion here provides some level of support, and it's critical that we recognize that right now, we're in a position where a lot of nonprofit arts and cultural organizations are on the verge of collapse. We've seen this come up already in the news many times already. We've seen VMF go down. We've heard of other stories. Without this, the question is not going to be what can we do to ensure a vibrant cultural scene. It's going to become which event, which cultural organization are we going to lose next, and what are we okay with? There's a myriad of things in here that I think are helpful, and I think pointing out 1 or 2 of them, the sustainable funding piece is critical. We understand as a sector that council has many competing priorities and that you can't fund all of this from a core budget. And I think it's helpful that it points out that there's a potential ways to have this revenue come in. It's also helpful that it points out that there's a data piece that's critical to provide the economic impact of these events and these cultural organizations. For example, within our organization, for every public dollar that we get, we generate about $40 in economic impact locally. But that's just based on what we can estimate from our own sources. What this motion does is it creates a little bit more data science behind what we're all doing, and that in turn allows your investment in the arts and cultural sector to be accurately measured. And I will also mention that what this sends to other senior levels of government too is that the City of Vancouver prioritizes arts and culture, not just for its economic impact, but for its cultural impact. And so what in turn this can do is we can take this as a community, going to other organizations like Pacific Can, Canadian Heritage, going to gaming, going to tourism, arts, culture, and sport provincially and say, the City of Vancouver needs this to happen. This is its cultural impact. This is its economic impact. This is important to who we are and where we're at. And finally, what I'll just say is that ultimately this serves as a foundation and a first step for us to actually move forward as a community, because right now we are on shifting sands constantly. This establishes a first step for us to try and get out of this situation so that we can create a community where we can get out of no fun city and where we can create that creative boost that makes Vancouver great. Thanks.
Thank you, Dominic. All right, so that's the end of the speakers list. I'm going to circle back. So first of all, speaker number 10, Sarah Bino, used to be with Josh, but now I think she's here. So I just need approval from the council to have Sarah speak, if there's any opposition. Okay, perfect. Okay, Sarah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. You can speak now. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, my first time speaking. I have no idea how this works. I didn't think I could make it because of work. Anyways, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Sarah Bino, and thank you for letting me speak today. I'm a resident of Vancouver, a member of Vancouver's cultural community for over 20 years. I'm a working actor, venue manager, small event producer, and arts patron, and I am here to urge you to support this motion. Through my role as a front house manager, I can see firsthand that the arts in Vancouver are struggling to stay afloat. Many organizations who already operate with razor-thin margins are being forced to scale back programs, cut jobs, close altogether. So the cost of producing events, at least for me and the tiny events that I produce, have doubled since the lockdowns of 2020, and I can only imagine what's happening with bigger organizations. And of course, as people have said before, there is a ripple effect when arts programs and festivals are not fully funded. Programming has to be canceled. It's not just the artists and designers that are affected. Venues losing a renter, local restaurants and bars are not getting their pre- and post-show waves of patrons. Fewer cabs and Ubers and Lyfts are taken to and from venues and so on, creating a city with less swagger. That's a no-fun city, a city with bad vibes. Arts are a huge part of what makes a city desirable. It's time to give them the support that they need, or at very least, let them keep up with inflation. Actions in this motion are important and I believe will help boost the arts and our local economy. So thank you for your time and ongoing commitment to making Vancouver a vibrant, inclusive, and creative world-class city by supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, speaker number 15 is Evan Stearns. Yep, Evan's online. Okay, please go ahead, Evan. Oh, just disconnected. Okay, so we're gonna start. Okay, all right. Speaker 16 is Nick Fontaine. No, okay. Speaker 18 is Kayla Zander. Oh, okay. Speaker 23 is Heather Redfern.
Oh, hello.
Hi. Are you speaker number
Hi,
23,
can you
Heather?
hear me? I am.
Okay, please go ahead, Heather.
Hi, I am the executive director at The Coach, and I really appreciate having the opportunity to speak to you today. I think that one of the things that we have to be mindful of is the context that we're speaking in, and that goes right back to 2020 when the live performing arts were the first ones affected by the pandemic, and also were the last ones to have the opportunity to be able to recover from the pandemic. And we're still not fully recovered. So not only are we not fully recovered, but there's also been a huge jump in costs, and our community has shrunk. A lot of people left Vancouver. A lot of artists left Vancouver. What we are seeing from our perspective is that local performing arts companies do not have the means to actually be able to get their shows to a finished place. There are a lot of workshops, there's a lot of readings, but there aren't a lot of new work by local artists that is actually getting a full and fulsome production. So that tells me that there's real suffering going on out there. In our position, we run facilities, and the operating costs have increased so much that the only budget that we have any discretionary funds with are our presentation budget, the budget for the programming and that unfortunately is getting smaller as the operating costs are getting larger. More and more of our budget has to come from earned revenues, and that means increasing ticket prices, and that means limiting access because of financial reasons to people in the city. And that is not a good thing. We really want people to be able to participate in those cultural experiences because, as you have heard over and over again today, it's not just about entertainment. It's about health. It's about real community where people have live experiences with each other and relate to each other and important conversations and share moments together. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking just entertainment. We are talking community building, and that's something Vancouver very, very much needs right now. I don't think you're doing anybody a favor by starving your artists and your arts organizations, especially the citizens of Vancouver. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Heather. I'm going to circle back. Number 15, who just got disconnected? No? Okay, all right. I'm going to move on. Speaker 44, Harissa Rafat. Oh, okay. Speaker 45, Omar Mohammed. Oh. Speaker 46, Parsa Naziri. Oh. Okay, Speaker 48, Alan Ravuju Kolawali. Oh, okay. Speaker 49, Alger Liang. Okay, all right, so that's the end of the speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councilor Orr, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I really love this this motion. I love how bold it is. I think there's a lot of really good ideas in here. It's inspiring. In fact, I'm a little jealous that I didn't bring it forward myself, as I do come from an arts background, and one of my first art shows was at Antisocial Skate Shop, which one commenter talked about. Lots of familiar names and faces, and I think you know, I was elected to fight for this kind of bold, visionary investment in this community. And really impressed by all the speakers. Artists are really good at this kind of thing. I really like the ideas of community-led cultural land trust, Vancouver Festival Fund, Cultural Spaces Resilience Fund. Really good ideas for supporting Vancouver arts. And I like to see a version of these ideas come forward at the policy level. But I also think this really underscores the importance of these advisory committees doing this great work. You know, we have a world-class arts sector here: comedy, music, dance, theater. It's very varied in scale. There's granular sort of things to it, and often nonprofits have to compete with each other. I remember I used to have a running list of all the venues that have closed in Vancouver, my column in Scout Magazine, and I had to stop because it was actually too much work to keep updating. Richards on Richards, Starfish Room, Smiling Buddha, Sugar Refinery, Pub 340. I could go on and on. But yeah, we heard a lot about the loss of rehearsal spaces. I've also been evicted from about 10. We heard about massive economic impact that the arts has. We heard about the multiplier effect. I really like that. We heard that arts contributes a lot, but only gets 2% of the budget. We heard that these are foundational solutions. We heard about you know, housing crisis, cost of living, that we live in precarity, that they're not looking for handouts, but that this is a return on investment. That it gives a sense of connection in a very lonely city, and it cuts across intersecting groups. We heard that stopgaps are not sustainable, you know, and we have so many struggling events and cultural groups struggling. Vancouver Mural Fest, you know, Folk Fest, Jazz Fest, so many. Where am I at time here? 2.5. Yeah, we heard comments that bring awareness to this bureaucratic system, that this motion helps newcomers navigate the system, gives a sense of predictability. So I am in enthusiastic support, and I want to not just accept these recommendations, but over time build a serious plan to implement this stuff and make arts and culture, music and festivals a priority. And I urge everyone on council to join me in full support. And I thank everyone for speaking, for their advocacy, and taking the time to comment today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Fry.
Yeah, also want to thank all the speakers and folks who stayed all day to speak to this, and really the incredible amount of volunteer effort that went in through the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee to create this series of recommendations and the advocacy that went into it. And of course, to activate all these speakers to speak to some of these amazing and excellent ideas. As some of you may know, I know Bussy knows this, but you know, I started off as a starving artist running underground spaces back in the day, and then I sold my soul to become a commercial artist, and then I really sold my soul to become a politician. But my roots run deep in the arts community, and I very much appreciate that we are in a very challenging time for arts funding, for the viability of the arts sector, through the cost of spaces to the the lack of granting availability to the loss of big corporate sponsorships, and even what we're seeing now with this sort of scourge of DEI mandate from the United States that's actually influencing local companies who are afraid that if they support equity-seeking communities, they may actually feel the wrath of the Donald Trump administration and lose their access to American markets. So all these, incredibly complex contexts, not to mention the fact coming out of COVID, and now going into, a very uncertain time with tariffs and the like. I was going to speak more to the substance of the motion, and I think that, there's some excellent material in here. It's ironic because today we're also seeing motions coming forward to advocate to provincial and federal governments to create new immigration schemes. We're seeing a member motion coming from the mayor to advocate to Metro Vancouver to remove the industrial land from the regional context statement. And I know that there's been some critiques in some circles about the level of advocacy and the perhaps scope creep of what these asks are. And so I was incredibly frustrated to see about 15 minutes ago, we got an amendment, a very substantial amendment from Councillor Kirby-Young that seeks to strike and replace this entire motion with an entirely different piece that has some merit to it, but fundamentally, I don't think that this strike and replace that's coming forward from Councillor Kirby-Young respects the agency and autonomy of the advisory committee to think and advocate for themselves. And the reasonable request that you'd put forward to have staff report back on recommendations, work that you put together as sector professionals with a considerable amount of your volunteer time. And I want to add that I brought this motion forward as a liaison for the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. I didn't write this motion. The Arts and Culture Advisory Committee wrote this motion. Councillor Kirby-Young was invited and asked on multiple occasions to participate on the motion, on the work with the committee. I understand that Councillor Kirby-Young reached out to ACAC yesterday to provide a draft resolution, which is substantially different from what we just received and what you're about to see. I will say that in this amendment that's coming forward from Councillor Kirby-Young, what's missing is a specific call to action to explore funding tools, to ask for a surcharge that is significantly less than the amount the city's requested from the province to fund FIFA through short-term accommodation taxes. Most egregiously, though, what's missing from this amended report is the ask of the city to increase cultural operating grants. Instead, we see a request to expand funding for more policing. We see the creation of a vague roundtable with no timeline, and there's absolutely no consideration for the upcoming budget considerations, which were, in fact, informing the entire intent behind this motion, was recognizing we have a budget deliberation coming forward. Part of the ask was to look at how this work could inform any budget considerations and have staff report back. I'm really disappointed to see this amendment coming forward, and I probably won't speak to it beyond what I've just said because I think it doesn't respect the agency and autonomy of the advisory committee and the work that you've done, and I appreciate the original work that was done on this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Oh, that's fun to follow, so good segue. And I apologize if I'm not as articulate because it has been a very full council week and I'm a little tired. So I'll try to provide some context here. And I will say that when the arts community has a concern, they show up and they bring it. And we clearly see that we're in an urgent situation here today. It was referenced that we need a new investment and strategy and new solutions. We're very all well aware of the costs of tariffs, the increasing costs that everyone is facing, the decreasing sponsorship. And I think we have widespread acknowledgement that the arts are not a luxury, they are vital. And I will attest to that personally. I think with my life is richer for them. And it would be a pretty bleak thing without it. I think it was Fiona from Folkfest that said, bring back the fun. And I think it was Kylie, co-chair of the committee, which said something that really resonated with me. We wayfind with art and we heart find with culture. And I think that that is very true. I think that the arts are an unsung hero. There are billions in economic impact that is generated. There are tens of thousands of jobs in an employer. We heard a lot from speakers about a very diverse and equally important set of needs, from operating grants to cultural spaces to better policies and processes that support events. I do want to talk a little bit about, and to Councillor Fry's point, I think it was, sort of on the eve of when draft motions are due that he asked me about it. And our conversation, the nature of it was, I think that there is a ton of great work in here in this amendment, but it is not written, I think, in a way that acknowledges what the city can and can't do and the different jurisdictional responsibilities, and in a way that can bring those different parties together to meet this moment in order to kind of find a pathway forward. And my suggestion at that point was, despite the sense of urgency, that we take some time to workshop the motion as opposed to submitting it as it sat, and that suggestion was declined. I have been in conversation with Ashley, who dedicates a lot of time and effort as co-chair of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, and given him a heads up about this, that we're trying to find a path forward. I do want to just level set a little bit and just say, in terms of when we are seeing the senior levels of government pull back and bail, the city has stayed the course. The grants funding has remained stable. I think there was a lot of people talked about cost of living adjustment. We did apply a cost of living adjustment to grants. I think Councillor Dominato brought that forward. We've talked about the importance of space. I think there's a cultural precinct initiative initiated in the original work by Councillor Meisner. The city does provide things like the theater rental grants, the cultural shift centers equity. We are trying to look at inclusionary spaces and development process. I get that it's not enough. We understand that, and there's a lot more to do. But I do think that we have the opportunity as a city to raise our voice and have all levels of government come together on the sustainable strategies in a sense of urgency to meet the moment. It cannot be just the arts sector, and it cannot be just the city. And so I do have a proposed, as Councillor Fry alluded to, proposed amendment to replace this one. If you want to move us to an amendment queue, Chair, please.
Sure, I'll move you to the amendment queue. Okay, please add yourself there, Councillor. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to just try to highlight a couple of the parts here rather than reading all of the language out to everybody. But I think what it really speaks to do is to honor the significant passion and the amount of heart and effort and hard work that the committee has put in, and to frame this in a way that we can get a path forward. The first clause, and again, I'm going to paraphrase so I don't have to read all of it, but really calls on working with the Arts and Culture Committee to establish a roundtable working group. We've done this before. We did it with the hospitality working group sector that can respond. And to the point that was raised by Councillor Fry, it recognized a sense of urgency to the urgent needs of the arts and culture sector and engage with government partners, with the goal of identifying the challenges that are facing the industry at this moment in time, look at a collaborative, intergovernmental arts and culture funding strategy and shared governance models for cultural infrastructure, and looking at providing recommendations for additional policy initiatives that can support it. I do want to say here that this is a model that sorry, it's been a very long week. This is a model that has paid dividends with the hospitality working group when they're also facing similar challenges. We're worried about businesses and restaurants closing down. We pulled a group together, time-bound group, with a sense of urgency at that moment in time, and it's resulted in very significant changes, such as the liquor regulations amendments that Council passed yesterday. And so I do think that that's our opportunity to convene and get parties at the table. And I think, honestly, that's going to be the path forward to success, to look at, as I said, and I think we take to heart, innovative and new strategies that can support the sector, because doing it the same way is not necessarily going to provide that solid foundation moving forward. I should also mention, too, some of the other things that the city has done is provide multi-sector or multi-year grants to advance some of that funding. And so we're trying to do what we can within some of our abilities. The second clause here talks about a lot of the components in the motion, such as streamlining the permitting liquor special event approvals for artists, recognizing that those are revenue generators for you. That's something that we've committed to in terms of permitting, so that really fits with council direction from the past areas. Keeps in all the things around looking at best practices from cities to support ongoing sustainability, and it does reference funding tools like dedicated contributions from commercial developments or venue charges, but identifies here that may require provincial authorization. We do not have the ability to leverage something like an additional 1% in CACs or community amenity charges, and that framework is changing with the province right now. And it's very fluid in terms of what that looks like. So I think, like, there was suggestion, I think, to private venue charges, that kind of thing. City doesn't have jurisdiction over that. So what we're trying to do is funnel this into a way that we can move forward with some clear action. And then the third clause is really about engaging. We have a new minister now of tourism, arts, sports and culture, I happen to know, it asked specifically for them to step up and bring back their funding programs, such as the BC Fairs, Festivals, and Events Fund, and to help develop long-term strategies ongoing that reflect the $6 billion contribution of the region. It also asked to recognize some of the increasingly growing costs like policing and security, and that those be eligible for inclusion under the fund, under the Festivals and Events Fund, which they're currently not. So that's another piece. And then the other one is obviously the advocacy with the feds. But I think getting people together in the short term and getting all those folks around a table, you guys know your industry best. But we need the other folks to come and do it, because if we just start taking it on, we don't have the capacity to fill the gaps to the same level. We're going to need everybody at that table. So that's some of the spirit behind it. I suspect we're going to have a fairly robust conversation on this for the rest of the afternoon, but I just wanted to provide a bit of stage setting around context on that one. Thanks.
Happy to second that, Chair.
Thanks. Seconded by Councillor Claassen. All right. Thanks, Councillor Kirby and Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I've circulated an amendment to Councillor Kirby Young's amendment to return exploration of a bunch of the items in the original motion that will cost staff time, but to explore, but do not cause any additional expenditure to the city, and I think they're worth exploring. I think that that Councillor Kirby Young's amendment is...
Sorry, Councillor, I need to move you to the amendment Q2.
Thank you.
Yeah, please add yourself there and then you can speak. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed with the amendment that Councillor Kirby Young has moved. I think that we've heard from so many excellent speakers this afternoon setting out that it really is a desperate situation. And I don't think it's enough to just point to other levels of government in place of what we have capacity to do at a city level, especially given the huge financial, social and cultural contributions made by the arts community. It's not enough for us to talk about how much we appreciate the arts and culture community. We just desperately need to take action. And I think that, you know, extending liquor hours just isn't enough to sustain and improve the vibrancy of the city. So I'll leave it there for consideration of the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, we need a seconder for this amendment. Second by Councillor Bly. All right, Councillor Claassen.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I see these. We have sort of limited staff capacity here too, but we do have the Deputy City Manager, and through you, Chair, I'd just like to maybe perhaps get staff's perspective on what the potential cost would be for these this amendment.
Sure, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the question. I think what we'll need to do is take it away and assess the amount of work that's involved. We have, of course, a work program, so we'll have to look at the motion in entirety and assess when we can report back. As you know, we have a lot going on, and so in terms of budget preparation for 2026 and a number of other council directions that we're working on, so we'll have to assess the report back timeline.
Thank you. One further question through you, Chair. I realize that FIFA is not your bailiwick on staff here, but there is there was, I believe, an expectation similar in major festivals that we hosted in the past that there are resources that are devoted to arts and culture. This is a sporting event, but arts and culture is important. Do we have any line of sight on what kind of investment for arts and cultural events around the FIFA games is expected?
Thank you for the question. I don't have that information for you now, but we can certainly report back to council with that.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Corbiel.
Yeah, thanks. I just thought it might be helpful because I know we have a full week. Councillor, in case Councillor Maloney misunderstood when she said, I don't think just changing liquor hours is enough. I wasn't suggesting that. I was saying that that was a parallel example of the strength of forming a time-bound working group for challenges in the hospitality sector, similar, as an analogy, similar to challenges that are happening in the arts and culture sector and the benefit of that. So I just wanted to provide clarification in case that was not clear. And as I mentioned in my comments, and there is language in this one that still references the venue charges. If councillors look at that, I think it's in, anyway, it's there, I just read it. It's in B, bullet point 3, and looks at other things that may require provincial authorization. And so that was deliberately reshaped in recognition of some of the jurisdictional components. And there's also reference to potentially dedicated contributions from commercial development. So it's been struck in such a way that it sort of respects all of the different creative options that have been brought forward. But again, for the not restating the reasons there. So I don't think that this is sort of necessary because I think the spirit of all this has already been incorporated and it's been framed in a way that I think we can move forward and there's a lot of good work that can be done. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote. We are voting for the Councillor Maloney's amendment to Councillor Kirby Young's amendment. Okay, this one failed with Councillor Zhou, Kirby Young, Dominado, Montague, Claassen, Meissner, and Mayor Sim in opposition. Okay, going back to the amendment Q1, Councillor Maloney.
I will leave it just for now.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, given the substantive nature of this amendment and how much it really moves away from the intention of the advisory committee who had written this motion, I'm wondering if we might move for a recess. So,
Okay, how much time you need?
well, I mean, I just got this like 20 minutes ago, so I don't know, 10 minutes. I mean, it would have been nice to have it in advance, but
Okay, 10 minutes recess. Do we need a seconder for this? Okay, so let's do 10 minutes recess. Sure. We're going to come back at 4:29. 4:29, we have to be back to council. All right, so that's our recess. Councillor Fry. Okay, Councillor Orr.
Sorry, just one sec to fire up my computer here. Yeah, this is kind of a blindside. I think this amendment is off base. Like, this is one of the most popular motions we've seen in the last month. Dozens of letters in support, 137, I think I counted, 0 against. 50 plus speakers. These speakers spoke in support of one motion, and now we're debating switching to a different proposal entirely. I don't understand why we're trying to ruin this motion. I think it was perfectly good, and it's disrespecting the hard work of the advisory committee. We don't get to hear what they think about the change. I just spoke to them. You know, that they were very diplomatic, but you know, there's so much work and care that went into this original motion. So many ways we can make this city more supportive for the arts. And I think this is an amendment that you'd make if you wanted to avoid supporting the arts in any meaningful way. I think it's a Trojan horse that puts the members who support the spirit of the original motion in an impossible position. Specifically by voting for the arts, we're also voting to increase funding for the police. I think that's sneaky. I think that's tricky. I don't know how you can hear all the conversation today and think that this is a good idea. Policing already takes half of all property tax dollars. I don't see how we can ask for more through artists. Some of the language, like provide recommendations, like that's what the motion already does. Identify and articulate the ongoing challenges facing the industry. Isn't that what we just heard? Assessing best practices from other cities. Don't we have that here? I cannot support this motion, and I'm really, really disappointed about it. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not surprised. It's silly season. The indignance, it's to be expected. But here's the facts. In this role, I think I probably spend 25% of my time, at least, in relation to arts and culture matters, whether it is helping to try and facilitate resources, connections, and first of all, I just want to just acknowledge the fact that I think the work of the Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee is to be commended. They've clearly put their thinking caps on. They're throwing ideas in here, and they're responding to what I think, without question, looks like an existential crisis for this sector. One that is being faced by the arts right across our entire country. We know that senior levels of government have been withdrawing some of their funding. The city funding, for its part, has remained stable with modest increases, and those grants have continued. And for that, I'm extremely happy. And the people that came out to speak to this, I also want to commend them. It reminds me of an image I saw this week of all the late night hosts getting together to support Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, and Seth Meyers, and what have you. And it was just because they came together because they saw a threat to their own work and their industry. And I see that's what has happened here. To hear from so many people and people like Chris Gaze who articulate really the challenges that are being faced right now. And I should point out, for what it's worth, my daughter is a performing artist, and I want to see her succeed. And I want to make sure that this is a thriving sector. But we have an enormous duty to try and be able to turn over every possible stone and look and work together. And I think the councillors that have invested heavily into work around the arts, in the chamber here today, I think would all support those efforts. Supporting the arts is not just about squeaking out more grants or tacking on additional fees, but it is looking at holistically at the cost of housing for people in here. I know that I've met with Ballet BC and to try and find funding housing for some of their residencies. The same is true with Emily Carr University. I've been working with Trish Kelly, the chancellor, to celebrate their 100th anniversary next year. There are so many things that we could be doing, and I think that the city has an advantage to be able to really lean in and work with senior levels of government and members of the community. I'm sometimes dumbfounded about how much wealth exists in this city, but that's not resulting into the kind of patronage of the arts that would allow these many organizations to be able to thrive. So I think that the approach here is a measured one. It also recognizes the significant competing priorities that we face as a core city in terms of being able to fund policing, housing, and many other important priorities that the public is looking for. But that said, I am extraordinarily resolved to try and support arts and culture in this city. I can go on and list all the many initiatives that I've tried to be a part of. And I heard the Bay cited by one of our speakers. And you're right, it's an absolute opportunity that I'd like to see move forward. And that's why I've been a part of conversations with the owner in the Downtown Vancouver Association to try and look at the future of that space. I could go on, but I am really devoted to trying to make sure that the language that is in this motion here will result in positive outcomes and support the people in this sector that produce the life that we get to live here. Our arts and culture sector is who we are, and I want to make sure that they feel is supported by us because they give so much of themselves to us. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I'll be speaking in opposition to the amendment. And I'm doing that because, and just appreciating some of the comments around, but I continue to feel the frustration rise in just what we heard from 50 speakers who were speaking to the motion that we have before us, not the amendment that is to strike and replace entirely the motion that has been worked on, is just this bubbling frustration that each of us councillors who, you know, support the arts and say we support the arts and they're trying to connect people here and there, it's exactly what's lacking is the level of coordination and sophistication in the policy development that's actually going to create positive results for the very speakers that each joined this meeting today to express and represent their organization. That is one that is part of the fabric of the Arts and Culture Network. But the reason I'm not supporting this amendment is because it defies any logic. The advisory committee, the Arts Committee, the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee is the working group. So I don't understand why we would move a motion to create a working group of the very members of the advisory committee that would do this work. They've done all this work. We don't have a hospitality advisory committee, so we had to create a working group. We have an arts and culture advisory committee. We could probably go much further and establish a much more sort of robust and rigorous body that would represent arts and culture. And yet these great folks that volunteer their time have done all of that work off the side of their desks of all the other things in a volunteer capacity on behalf of the city, on behalf of their sector. And it's in the motion. All the recommendations are in the motion. So why would we add a layer of bureaucracy to make it more difficult when what we've heard are 50 speakers who said they're literally on life support? We had a representative from the Vancouver Mural Fest. They're no longer in existence. We don't have time to try and hope to make a difference. It's done. It's over. Here are the recommendations. Do not replace them with a watered-down amendment that represents what I hear from a lot of people in our city. This council is not listening to us. You don't listen. You override and you do what you want to do anyway. And now we're going after a sector that writes to us all the time, engages with us, asks us for coffee, let us know what their challenges are, offers free tickets to have us come to the event so we can truly understand the value of what they represent. So this is a complete sham, and it's a shame. Because if this passes, what we're saying is, don't ask us for any more help, because we're not going to help. Because the help is right before us in this motion. The clear direction of what we need to do is right here before us in this motion. And some people in this chamber, in their capacity as the government of the municipal level, are going to vote to ignore it. And that is a shame.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Yang.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to point out 2 quick back points again, because I appreciate if people have different perspectives and opinions. That's the role of council to debate this, and people can vote as they feel compelled to. But I just want to point out and correct a comment that was provided by, I believe, Councillor Orr, when he said that we were suggesting increasing policing costs. That is not what is being proposed and suggested. What it says and what is acknowledged here is that existing security and policing costs that festivals are faced with be eligible for reimbursement. We're not suggesting that we increase police budgets, and that, so I really would be hopeful that we could have a debate that is fact-based and does not sort of misconstrue some of the points here. It is simply to expand the eligibility of the former provincially available funds to include these costs that are providing great pressure, so that that would alleviate something there. So I thought that was important to point out. I also think that just in terms of level setting around the support, I said that the City of Vancouver has continued to be there, and the problem is that the rest of the ecosystem has been diminishing. The corporate sponsors are not.
Councillor, you are at time.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say very quickly that Celebration of Light, the provincial government is decreasing its funding by $150,000 next year, and the federal government's pulling out. City of Vancouver has not done that. That is an example of what is happening in the arts and culture sector, is that we are staying the course. Thank you.
Councillor, yeah. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been listening to the discussion and all the speakers that came today. Thank you for speaking and for advocating for arts and culture in Vancouver, and for all the work that you do. It really does make our city a great place to live, and it's extremely important to our vitality as a city. There's no doubt that it's incredibly challenging for organizations in the arts and culture sector in our city, and in fact across Canada. Council, as I hope you realize, is very engaged with the arts and culture sector, and are big supporters, attending events, meeting with you, trying to find solutions, and elevating the great work that you do to make our city a better place to live. Community and city funding, or city funding of the arts in Vancouver has remained stable, with some modest increases over the years, as well as many important initiatives to create new arts and culture spaces in Vancouver. I previously served on the Vancouver Civic Theatres Board, and when I was on the board, I learned firsthand about the challenges faced by, in particular, small arts and culture organizations across our city. It's what led me to push for inflationary increases to the theater rental grants, and also upgrades to the Orpheum, as 2 examples. All that said, I just want to remind people, while city funding has remained consistent, and in many cases has modestly increased, as the sector is aware, we've seen senior levels of government pull back on funding, while the city has stayed on as a consistent supporter. I will support this amendment because it does include exploration of dedicated funding contributions from things like commercial development or venue surcharges, things that are under the city's jurisdiction that we have control over, as well as bringing together the funding partners from senior levels of government to urgently address what I think is, and recognize is certainly a crisis in the sector.
But I do feel that this amendment does achieve what needs to happen, and I know that council's committed to working to find solutions. So I'll be supporting this amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I mean, I do remain disappointed with how this amendment changes a lot of the intent and some of the original ideas of the advisory committee submitted amendment. It's not a silly season issue. This is about respecting the work that volunteers on an advisory committee put together into crafting this. And so this amendment, I think, skips over some really excellent points, things like advocating for a new property assessment class, which is a crucial ask. Streamlining permits specific to this sector. Easy ask, something that we can do. An arts and culture navigator desk. That's a great ask, and that's something that I think should be a consideration. And frankly, this work from the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee did not request additional funding for police and security. I appreciate where Councillor Kirby-Young sees that as a necessity for things like celebration of light and what have you, but that wasn't an ask of this committee's work, and I just think it's important to respect what the committee was asking of us and what they had brought forward. So I have submitted an amendment to this amendment, which I'm hoping can at least, I realize that the majority will take this where it's going to go, but I would hope that the spirit of this amendment to the amendment could address some of the basic concerns.
Okay, let me move you to the amendment Q2. Please add yourself there, Councillor. Okay, second by Councillor Kirby-Young. That's everything, Councillor Fry? Oh, sorry, second by Councillor Bly. Yeah, please add yourself there, so. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so first and foremost, I do want to reflect that I did bring this council a motion about an urgent issue with the tariffs and the Trump back in February. And it became a working group that was established through the mayor's office, and I went along with that because I wanted to be a team player and support that. We've had one meeting since February, and that was an urgent consideration at the time. So I'm not, Mike, if you want to get on the queue, you're welcome to, but if you want to talk over me while I'm talking, no, we have procedure bylaws, Michael. So just cool your jets. I want to say that I've added the word urgently because I think this is an urgent consideration. And, I think that the intent of this work was to inform some of the forthcoming budget deliberations. So I've included that because that is what the ask of this committee was, to inform our budget, because this is an urgent consideration. As Councillor Bly alluded, organizations that spoke to us today no longer exist because they cannot meet these challenges that they're begging us to address. And then then I added a last bit. The council report back with 2026 and beyond budget considerations to increase the city's cultural operating grants. We're currently working on budget considerations. This is not overly complicated. But beginning with the Arts and Culture Committee's suggested 10% uplift in 2026 and working towards establishing a 40,000 minimum for. So this is exact language from the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee's request. Now, the ask is that we get a report back on this. Whether or not it's doable, we can find out in a report back. We can find out, nope, it's not going to work with the 0% budget increase or whatever the case may be. But we owe it to the volunteers and the advisory committee to at least honor their request and consider it as we consider all of our budget priorities. That the fundamental ask here is that we consider the arts and culture in the city of Vancouver as a priority, and our budget might reflect that. So I hope that this isn't seen as too out of scope from the intendment of the strike and replace amendment, but I think it does meet some of the original want of the committee. That's it. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, very simply, the word urgent is already in there. It's already in the sentence. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote. So we are voting on Councillor Fry's amendment to amendment. Please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, so this amendment to amendment failed with Councillor Zhou, Kirby-Young, Dominado, Montague, Claassen, Meissner, and Mayor Sin in opposition. Okay, going back to the amendment Q1, Councillor Fry.
Nope.
Councillor Maloney?
Am I speaking to, I'm speaking to the amendment, okay.
Yes, the amendment.
Bear with me. I think that it's important to note that just not reducing funding in an inflationary environment after COVID and with the restrictions of FIFA coming up just isn't enough. And I think being committed to finding solutions is great, but when we reject the solutions that are put before us with this amendment, we're not that committed. So I'm not in support of this amendment. I think it's a real shame that Councillor Fry's amendment to the amendment wasn't passed because it made a lot of sense to me. I'm also not sure that citing the celebration of light as an example of how the city's funding the arts, when we've heard from so many speakers expressing their desperation for more investment by the city, it just seems to be out of touch. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote again. And we are voting for Councillor Kirby Young's amendment. Council, please register your vote. Okay, the amendment passed with Councillor Bly, Fry, and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay, thanks everyone. So moving back to the main queue, Councillor Kirby Young.
Chair, just to clarify procedurally, that was the strike and replace. So do we have a queue, or was that item now concluded?
Okay, can we confirm, Clerk? Is a strike and replace? Do we still need to vote on the main motion? We still need to. Okay, we still need to.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Yeah, I think it's really important that we do move forward. I actually think that it's about changing the paradigm. We can, have debates around whether throwing some facts out there and creating division, but I think fundamentally we have to sort of step back and say, do we have the ability to make systemic change in working with all the different levels and different partners to come up with something that provides more sustainable ongoing support, recognizing that this is a sort of existential crisis with respects to a confluence of factors from trade, from escalating costs post-COVID, from increasing unaffordability, from loss of cultural and art spaces, from housing intersections, from all the different things. But I think that this council can play a really important role in getting those partners at the table and holding them accountable. Do we need to do our part? Absolutely. Can we look at how we do things and do them better? Yes, we can. Do I want to give false hope to and pass a motion that says we'll look at putting on venue charges at the city when we can't do that? No, it's not in our jurisdiction. There was, I think in the original motion to Councillor Fry's point, we said, I'm just bringing this forward. We actually, I think, have, from my perspective, a broader responsibility to help provide advice and guidance to those arts and culture or the other committees. And that motion, as it was written, would actually have been out of order because it contemplated things
We are at times, Councillor.
like a motion that was already passed by Councillor Klassen last time on empty storefronts that actually addressed that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Well, I've already spoken to what was passed, which is now what's up on the screen. My thoughts are consistent with those comments. We're no longer talking about the motion that was brought forward by the advisory committee. And so I won't be supporting it. And I'm really sorry to everybody that spoke. And like I said, we've never had 50 people show up to speak to an arts and culture motion at the city since I've been here for 2 terms. And that just speaks to how important the original motion was. This is no longer that, so I can't support it. I support the arts and culture. I support the work of the advisory committee. I think there's a clearer and better pathway that reflects the urgency of the situation. And by passing this, it's reaffirming to the sector that this council thinks that they know better about what needs to be done than those that live it every single day. And I cannot endorse that. So I won't be voting to support it.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't support this. I was very enthusiastic about supporting the original motion as it was drafted, and I really want to thank so much all the public speakers who came today, and I really appreciated so much focus. You know, we talk about children and young people's mental health and how important that is, and yet here we are not putting our dollars where our words are. It's so important to the role of the arts and cultural organisations in combating social isolation. You know, we've heard that they need reliable and predictable funding, and it's not enough to. Of course, we need structural change, but we also need urgent action. We need urgent funding. We need, to quote one of our excellent speakers, bold visionary investment, and this is not that. So, I mean, I grew up in Melbourne in the 1990s, enjoying so much quality of life through arts and culture, and you know, that's what I want as a city councillor to work towards in this city. That level of options of third places for people to be to enrich their lives, and this is incredibly disappointing, and I'm so sorry it's worked out like this. But thank you to everyone who came and tried, and hopefully we can try again soon. Thank you.
Councillor Claassen.
Thanks very much. I would also like to recognize the work of the committee that has brought, I think, a good suite of ideas forward that are worth exploring further. I do think that we also have a real responsibility to try and support our cultural and art sector. If something has been brought to my attention, usually I am sort of quick to respond. I know we heard from the folk festival representative today. Back in 2023, as soon as I learned of the challenges they're facing, I set up a meeting, and we ended up bringing the folk festival together and began a process that I think led for them to be still here today. I was very excited to attend an opening reception on Friday, and I know they had a fantastic weekend.
Sorry, Councillor, so can I ask, because we are at 4:57, we need a motion to extend. Otherwise, we have to stop this meeting.
I see that Councillor Fry is on there as well, Councillor Dominato, so I'll move to extend just to complete this item.
Okay, all those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Please go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll be brief. Of course, last week, or the last council standing committee meeting, council unanimously supported the temporary occupancy permit that will have a very heavy focus on our artists and arts groups that will be able to take advantage of that, not just necessarily in that neighborhood. I think broadly the aim is to have that happen more across the city. But we have a responsibility to try and bring all stakeholders together, all levels of government, because the city simply cannot carry it alone, and it's an unsustainable path. And I think that if we were just to try and rely upon the resources of this city, we're going to be back at this table having the same requests and the same concerns. I think we need to try and really work together to find those funding sources that are going to be more sustainable for the long term. And that's why I am very pleased and will be pleased to support the work that is in the updated motion. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
I won't be supporting this new motion. I think fundamentally because it doesn't give any kind of timeline to this budget, and it doesn't include a lot of the excellent work that the advisory committee put together. And I want to thank the advisory committee, those who are here and those who are listening online, for your work and your commitment to this. And I just want to correct the mischaracterization that you did not attempt to do this by connecting with both your liaisons. And I know that the overtures, and I have the emails, and I was part of that, there was overtures to engage both of your liaisons on working collaboratively and delivering on something. And we're here because one of us didn't show up to contribute in that way, rather after the fact through a political lens. So I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote. We are voting for the motion as amended. Okay, this motion as amended passed with Councillor Bly, Councillor Fry, Councillor Orr, and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay, thanks everyone. We're gonna take a dinner break. We're gonna be back at 6 p.m. to continue the remaining of the motions. Thanks everyone.
Hi, Julie.
Okay. We're gonna continue with the remainder of the motions. The next motion is motion number 3. Building BC Creative Advantage, a new immigration pathway for cultural entrepreneurs, and it is moved and introduced by the Councilor Montague. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, so Councilor Montague, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Right, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. So this motion, it proposes the creation of a creative talent stream under the BC PNP, which is a way to nominate immigrants to fill economic needs. But these focus generally right now on sectors like tech and healthcare. And currently there's no stream that targets the creative industry talent, so that would attract and retain world-class talent in the creative fields. Obviously, immigration is not something that is in the jurisdiction of City Council, but this is an advocacy piece. It's no cost, no staff time, and it's asking the province to work with industry organizations to develop a process for individuals who are able to build Vancouver-based companies related to film, TV, visual effects, digital media, and other creative fields. It's not about attracting industry workers that already exist in Vancouver. We have service companies, but very few production companies. It's about extraordinary talent, creators, entrepreneurs who will have an impact on job creation and economic development. And these are individuals who want to come to Vancouver specifically, create long-term economic benefits. So I won't go on. I think the motion is fairly self-explanatory. I'm looking forward to, there's some speakers on the list here that I think will be very interesting to hear from. So let's, without further ado, let's get them in.
Thanks, Councilor Montague, and second by Councilor Dominado. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are the residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Speaker 1, Chris Ferguson. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Council. Thank you for having me here. My name is Chris Ferguson. I'm a producer in Vancouver. I run a company called Oddfellows. I am born and raised in Vancouver, and I started out making Crazy Eights short films and building my way up to making feature films. Our company has become the highest grossing feature film company in Canada. Last year we put out Longlegs, which was the highest grossing independent film in the world. This year, amongst other films, we put out The Monkey, which is the highest grossing independent feature in the world this year. So I think it's really exciting what we're doing. I think it's exciting that Vancouver has that, but there are not a lot of production companies like us in the country. What the province has done really well is building a service sector. We have a world-class sector that attracts films from all over the world, and thanks to the tax credit increase the NDP put in, it is back to booming. It still has room to grow, but it's back to booming. And I think the next step for developing the sector is to try to get more companies like mine headquartered in Vancouver. What I have done to try to make that work is I've been working with Oz Perkins, who directed Longlegs and The Monkey, and am building a new company with him in Vancouver. That company has a first look deal with Neon, which is probably the best distributor in the world. They put out Anora last year, which won all the Oscars. They've won the last 6 Palme d'Ors in Cannes. So I think it's super exciting that we have that. But we've been doing this against an enormous amount of adversity. Oz, who's dedicated to the city, has moved his family to the city, is here work permit to work permit. So I have to set up a movie and then get him a work permit, bring him in, and then when that movie's done, I got to set up another movie, fly his entire family back to the States, and then fly them back in to get a new work permit. As far as I'm concerned, it feels like the province doesn't welcome him and what he's doing for us. I think, and he's not the only one. We have Mike Flanagan in town right now making the Carrie series. He's done $500 million worth of production in Vancouver. He's made 5 series. He's been living here for years, and he's been waiting for 2.5 years to get his PR status and has no end in sight. That's another guy who's contributing so much to our economy and to business here and just doesn't have a way to be welcomed. these people can't buy houses. They can't, their families can't feel secure to put down roots. And I think these productions are going to happen here regardless. But if we can invite them here to be based here, maybe they'll bring more. So I think setting up a program through the provincial nominee program will create the opportunity to build a real domestic sector.
Thanks, Chris. All right, speaker number 2 is Greg Ng.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Excellent. Yes. Hello. My name is Greg Ng, and I've been a film and television editor living in Vancouver for the last 18 years. I was born and raised in Vancouver. I went to film school at UBC. I attended the Canadian Film Centre, and I currently sit as the BC Regional Chair for the Canadian Cinema Editors. I am in support of the motion for building BC's creative advantage, a new immigration pathway for cultural entrepreneurs. As an editor, my job involved bringing together all the shot elements of the film, putting it together with the filmmakers to produce the best story possible. And one of those most important parts of this is working closely with the directors or the showrunners and key creatives of the project. A challenge that my post-production colleagues and I have faced throughout our careers is that a lot of bigger productions will typically just kind of shoot their films in the province and then leave to do the editing elsewhere, typically back in Los Angeles or wherever the directors and producers live. And while a production might shoot for 4 to 6 weeks, the editing process often lasts much longer, like anywhere from 6 months to a year. So there's stiff competition for the rare projects that stay and edit in the city. But fortunately, over the past years, I've had the privilege of working with the speaker before, Chris Ferguson, and more importantly with an American filmmaker, Osgood Perkins, as previously mentioned, who along with Odd Fellows Entertainment in Vancouver have had a string of very successful movies, including Long Legs the Monkey, and our upcoming movie hopefully will be successful too. And basically, if Mr. Perkins was not here making his films, I would most likely be in a very different position professionally and financially. I'm in support of the motion because working with Mr. Perkins has brought a lot of great success to our editing team, both artistically and economically. And, by creating opportunities for creatives to stay and live in BC rather than simply coming for a short-term work project, we're investing in the future growth of our industry. And it seems pretty clear to me that this would lead to greater success for the community as a whole. So, thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, speaker number 3 is Andrew Levine. Oh, okay. I'm going to circle back. Speaker number 4 is Jesse Savath.
Hello?
Hi. Are you speaking?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, okay, thank you. So, yes, my name is Jesse Savath. I will start off by saying that I am also in support of the motion. I'm a Vancouver local, born and raised here. I've worked in film for most of my adult life, starting in music videos and commercials and making my move to feature films in 2012. In fact, I'm a child of 2 parents who also worked in the industry. My mom supporting the famous film service city we live in, working on set in the art department, and my dad, who was a famous writer and producer. He was a draft dodger landing in Toronto before moving to Vancouver. He was an American creative who ended up here, but it wasn't an easy route, obviously. And when he was here, he wanted to tell stories about Canada, and he did. I'd love to keep talking about him, but I want to talk about my own experience as a producer. I work exclusively in physical production. Vancouver has always been known to be a film service. We do have outside directors, but almost every other creative role is given to a BC resident. We love giving opportunities to raise up the incredible talent that live and work here. I wish, and many of my colleagues also wish this, that there were more companies like us, but sadly there are only a few others that are helping solidify Vancouver as a flourishing creative hub. We need to encourage more filmmakers and companies to come set up shop here. People certainly want to, but the process seems very difficult to navigate and near impossible. We have an opportunity with this motion to strike while the iron is hot and bring in foreign talent to call our incredible province home. It would be amazing if this ended up being a turning point for our industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 5 is Osgood Perkins. Not online? Okay. Speaker number 6, Kashif Alvi. Oh, sorry for, yep.
Reside in Vancouver. I'm against this motion. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are a settler colonial state built on the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the First Nations. All of us, except Indigenous peoples, are immigrants or their descendants. Canada's immigration policy must be humane, prioritizing refugees, asylum seekers, and family reunification. Against that backdrop, this motion reveals a deep misunderstanding of both the cultural sector and immigration pathways. It mirrors the flawed logic of the UK's Global Talent Visa and the US O1 visa, programs that reward a narrow elite while sidelining the cultural workers who sustain artistic life. It echoes the exploitive logic of programs like the Temporary Foreign Worker Program and the H-1B visa, importing talent under the guise of shortage while entrenching precarity. These programs trap immigrants in low-pay, insecure roles. Rather than empowering workers, they worsen conditions for all. Canadian capital and governing parties cannot be trusted, consistently prioritizing private profit and political self-interest over the public good. BC's cultural sector is built by working-class artists, cultural laborers, and freelancers, people living paycheck to paycheck, relying on food banks and facing housing insecurity, yet sustaining our cultural life. Instead of chasing globally recognized talent, we should ask why local workers who create real value remain unrecognized at home and abroad, and why so many are overworked and underpaid. Creative labor is not unpaid passion. Cultural work is real work. It demands fair wages, stable housing, benefits, and long-term investment. If council and the province are serious about supporting the creative economy, then they must invest in it. This motion offers no such commitment. Section 3 suggests cities like Los Angeles and London surged ahead due to immigration policy. That's reductive and ahistorical. Their dominance rests on colonial legacies, especially English language hegemony, massive state investment, and deep cultural infrastructure, not talent strategy. Section 4's talk of culturally innovative entrepreneurs is vague and troubling, commodifying art, privileging profit, and sidelining non-market practices. Worse, it ignores the self-employed persons program that already covers such cases. Section 5 is incoherent, linking unrelated issues, and falsely implies a lack of local talent. That's insulting. BC has world-class artists. The problem isn't talent, it's chronic underfunding and lack of support. Section 6's promise of economic benefits is baseless. Without addressing housing insecurity and precarity, bringing in talent won't help. Any gains will be captured by the 1%, bypassing workers entirely. I urge council to reject this poorly researched motion that undermines both workers and immigrants, and instead champions policies that support those already creating and sustaining our cultural life and the immigrants most in need. Let's build a creative economy rooted in solidarity, serving workers, immigrant and non-immigrant alike, not capital. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 7 is Ado van Bremen.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
My
Please
name
go
is
ahead.
Ado van. Hello. My name is Ado van Bremen, and I'd like to voice my support for Motion 3, Building BC's Creative Advantage, a new immigration pathway for cultural entrepreneurs. I'm a longtime musician and artist. I've lived in Vancouver most of my life, and I've experienced a very integrated community network that has supported my career and brought me to the level of being a film composer for major Hollywood films while employing other musicians for these projects in the city of Vancouver. And I want to voice my support for this because I feel like these are the projects that we need to keep musicians employed here in film, and I have staked my livelihood on this, and the people who have created these opportunities are able to bring in talent from outside of the country, and this is really important for us to be competitive in our industry, and I vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 8 is Graham 14.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hello. Hello, Vancouver City Council. My name is Graham Fortin, and I was born and raised in Chilliwack, BC. I'm an editor based in Vancouver, BC, and I've lived here since 2007. I'm in support of this motion. I've been fortunate enough to be employed on narrative films, documentaries, television series, and commercials in British Columbia. I've honed my skills as an editor the past 15 years here, and the documentary I co-edited, Ari's Theme, was the opening film at last year's Vancouver International Film Festival. I've also had the pleasure of collaborating as an editor with Greg Ng on the feature films Longlegs, The Monkey, and The Upcoming Keeper. All three of these films were produced by Oddfellows, as previously mentioned, and all three were directed by Osgood Perkins, who's fallen in love with our mighty film community in Vancouver. I have to say, this is not a normal thing for an editor from Vancouver to get the opportunity to work on films of this pedigree. It's very common for the post-production process to happen in Los Angeles, New York, London, or other creative hubs. I was extremely fortunate to have had this opportunity. Emphasis on extremely. Mr. Perkins could have gone back to Los Angeles to edit these films, but he loves our province and the talent we have here. This situation is an abnormal one that I'm in, but in the post-production community. However, if the new immigration pathway for cultural entrepreneurs motion is supported, this could be a much more normal thing for an editor like myself to work on projects of this pedigree. With a new immigration stream, it would be easier for other exceptional creative professionals to hire people like myself in key creative positions. These creatives bring the kinds of projects that filmmakers like myself and other editors, post-production producers and supervisors, production designers, costume designers, VFX supervisors, composers, sound designers, and mixers, and every other member of the village that it takes to make a movie has always dreamed of working on. The word is getting out that Vancouver can compete with international talent, and if this motion passes, more creatives might establish longer-term roots in BC. I've met many other editors coming straight out of Vancouver Film School. If they ask for advice, mine would be to edit as much as you possibly can. You never know what a project might lead to. The thing is, you need a project to edit. You need that opportunity. You need that shot. This motion could provide more projects for not only our current talent pool, but the future talent pools for years to come. You may or may not know the name Robert Altman. He directed such films as MASH, The Long Goodbye, Nashville, Three Women, McCabe and Mrs. Miller, Popeye, the list goes on, and he was awarded an honorary Oscar late in life. But one of his first films, That Cold Day in the Park, was shot in Vancouver, British Columbia back in 1968. And it makes me wonder, if the new immigration pathway for cultural entrepreneurs had existed back then, would we be living in an alternate reality where more of Altman's follow-up films were made in British Columbia with BC talent? I support this motion, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Graham. Okay, number 9 is Lindsay Elizabeth Donovan. Okay, number 10 is Sarah McLeod. Sarah?
Thank you, Chair and Council and Mayor. And I'm really glad to be able to speak to this one because it's really close. I don't think I could speak as eloquently as you did to the other person who was opposed to the motion. I put that I was other, and I talked to Chris, and I got into the details of it mainly because there's a lot of stuff here, right, to go through, and I didn't know how I felt, and you put it into words exactly how I felt. I didn't know how I felt, and then you said it, and then that's why I oppose it. And talking about growing economic roots while we're literally felling the trees that are here is nuts. And the fact that all these people in the letter, Minister of Housing, Municipal Affairs, Tourism, Jobs, Economic, are all here, just like honestly talks about the interconnectedness. And when you're talking and putting these things together with organizations and partners, and I've asked that before here, like who are the partners, and we're talking about sector partners here, and there's a few listed and like talks about, exploring a few others, and then the workers are never mentioned. Are they not the biggest partner in the whole sector? Without it, there's no sector. So, and we did hear from those workers, 51 of them, like, the actual creative artists that are living here right now. And we wasted all of their time. Well, I don't know. I don't want to say you, so I say we. Like, it's us all responsibly. Yeah, so sorry, I didn't tell you why it's unique. I work in this sector, creative, 10 years. I'm usually like, I talk to my people that know the industry more, and they did say it benefits the business, obviously, because it benefits the more people that are above the line with the entrepreneurs. And I have been like the fraction below above the line for many parts of my career, because I'm always the one advocating for the workers that have rights. But to those people, I see both sides. And the opportunity for me to get in a position is not being grown here. We've heard, I believe the creatives who already have lived in this city longer, like that the roots are grown, the community's there, they're being felled, and people are asking to grow new roots. And I know the real refugees because I've worked with the refugees from Ukraine and Syria and Palestine in this creative industry, and they're the workers, and they're the creatives, and they're the artists. And they are the only reason that this is as vibrant, the economy, as it is here in the city, is because of those people. So thanks for letting me speak.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Okay, speaker number 11 is Sarah Blythe.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I want to thank Montague for bringing this important motion forward. I'm speaking in support of this motion because the film industry has gone above and beyond for the downtown east side in so many ways. And in a lot of ways have helped our peers get through some of the most difficult times imaginable. They did this by providing jobs through, and this is like 20 years of doing this type of work that I've seen, working in shelters, working in social housing. We've worked alongside the film industry for a long time. So I just want to kind of break down just how supportive of the downtown east side and of people and having an understanding of people living in poverty and some of the artists that fall through the cracks and just being really supportive over the years. But providing there's a liaison program where they hire folks from the community, by the community, just to make sure that movie sets are safe and that the people in the community know what's going on. And it's been a really great program, giving a lot of jobs to people over the years. We receive clothing and movie set donations from the industry on a really regular basis. We can give pretty much anyone who needs furniture or clothing when they need it, because we get so much support from the movie industry. We've had lots of opportunities for folks to act in movies. Trey's been in several. He was in Long Legs and The Monkey. He was in many movies over the years, and several other folks have shown an interest in either being a liaison or doing any of these kind of jobs. And we we've been working with the industry to do some pre-employment and employment with folks, even through their recovery. We've been given tickets throughout COVID, when there was not really a lot going on. We were given tickets to go to movies, and it's one of the nicest things that we can do. It's been a really nice for community members to be supported by the film industry in that way. Chris and his team at Oddfellows, who spoke earlier, built us an office. We needed an office for our new over prevention site. Built it. They helped us get a donation of 10,000 blankets when we needed it last winter for our homeless shelter. So really, like, we can ask the film industry anything, and they've really stepped up with anything. A few days ago, one of our ops peers in recovery got a job doing consulting, and also
Sarah, you're at time.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for speaking to council. Okay, speaker number 12 has withdrawn. Okay, so I'm going to circle back to speaker number 3, Andrew Levine. Okay, speaker number 5, Osgood Perkins. Okay. Speaker number 9, Lindsay Elizabeth Donovan. Okay, thank you. All right, so that's the end of the speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Maloney.
Hello, I've just circulated an amendment, so I might join an amendment queue perhaps.
I'll move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. Please add yourself there so I can advance you. Okay, yeah.
Thank you to everybody who came to speak and to Councillor Montague for moving this motion. I've drafted an amendment to hopefully address at least some of the concerns raised by speakers in opposition about the difficulties cultural entrepreneurs face, including low income and inconsistent income and access to housing and lack of dedicated creative workspaces, and the need to foster local talent and not just import it. But I also acknowledge the incredible contribution to our cultural community and economy of creative entrepreneurs who come in from elsewhere. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks. I'm reading through, and I'm going to use words from my colleague, Councillor Fry. This is the first I'm seeing of this. I think it doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it's in the spirit of what the motion is intending to do. This is about, the motion is about bringing unique people in to support. Vancouver has a great service core that's been created here, and it's about bringing in people who can support that core and provide work for local talent and grow the industry right here in Vancouver. I don't know how we can. Also request fostering local talents. Asking the province to invest in local talent, I don't know what that means. I'm happy for people to ask the province to invest in local talent, but it has nothing to do with this motion. So I'm not going to support it because I don't understand how it's connected, to be honest with you.
We need a seconder for this amendment. Councillor or seconded. Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, just by way of explanation, I drafted this after hearing from Speaker, I think number 2. So I apologise for not being able to give you more notice, but I did my best. That's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. So we are voting for Councillor Maloney's amendment. Council, please register your vote for this amendment. Councillor, okay. All right, so the amendment failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Dominado, Montague, Claassen, Meissner, and Mercy in opposition. Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Bly, and Fry absent. Thank you. Going back to the main queue, Councillor Maloney.
I'm right, thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, question for the mover through the chair. The motion uses the word exceptional repeatedly. Exceptional creative professionals, exceptional creative talent. If this goes forward, who determines what's exceptional and what definition of exceptional talent would be used, for example?
Councillor Montague.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is just an advocacy piece, right? It's not for city staff to make these determinations. It's not for council to make these determinations. The PNP program is about creating a path, an immigration path for the province to nominate individuals. It's up to the province to make that decision. They do it for healthcare workers. We're in desperate need of doctors. They nominate doctors in the healthcare profession, for example.
Okay.
It would be up to the province to make that determination.
Sounds good, and that follows into my next question. Is through the chair to the mover about the PNP program requires immigrants to have $600,000 in assets. So this proposal for cultural entrepreneurs, would this have the same requirements, do you think? Are we like targeting wealthy and elite artists, or what's the ideal targeted immigrant through this program?
I think what it's asking is that the province work with local stakeholders, Creative BC, BC Arts Council, and people within the industry. So I think again that would be something that the province would have to determine if they decide to make a stream for creative.
Okay. Thanks for those answers. Also, maybe another question. I was wondering if the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee was approached with this, or?
I haven't spoken with them, no.
Okay. Yeah, well, I was a little confused about this motion, especially after striking and replacing a motion that I felt would have supported local talent. I appreciate the speaker brought up the Golden Visa program, because I did have similar concerns in that it was similar to the TFW program. But at the same time, I listened intently to the speakers, and I feel like they clarified a lot of positions for me, which is great. And as someone who had to get a work permit to play shows to 100 people in like a dive bar in Seattle, I understand the frustration of this process. And I appreciate it as an advocacy piece. I like advocacy pieces, and I don't want to dilute the spirit of this motion with an unnecessary amendment or further politicize this. So I will support.
Okay. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Chair. When we're talking about the movie industry, I always like to take an opportunity to talk about my own experience in the sector. So I'll just say that I'm in full support of this. I once worked on sets, 21 Jump Street, MacGyver, some legendary Vancouver productions, and I know the value of having strong talent here. A number of us have done a tour of Industrial Light and Magic, which has recently had a new location for their facility. They're creating incredible economic growth for our province, have done for many years. It is the leaders and the entrepreneurs. We want to welcome them. Canada is a welcoming place. And for them to be able to bring their talents, mentor others, and create great opportunities for local workers and local talent is just an opportunity that I think for the last generation or more, I think we've really benefited from that. And to be able to put this forward to the province, to include this in the provincial nominee program, I think is a right way of approaching this important tool that allows us to find really good people to add to the Canadian workforce here, start new businesses, and make good things happen. So with that, I fully intend to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Montague to close your motion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, everybody. I'll be very brief. Like I said, this is about having a pathway for individuals, for them to come to this province and this city, and individuals who have the ability to really help on an economic basis to employ local talent, as well as have indirect benefits to other sectors like hospitality and tourism. So hopefully we can unanimously support.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, so let's go to the vote. So, council members, please register your vote.
Sarah, can I get a vote of in favor, please? Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Kirby. Noted. All right, so this motion passed unanimously with Councillor Bly and Councillor Fry absent. Thanks, everyone. That completes motion 3 on the agenda. Okay, motion 4 is the next items, closing a tenant relocation and protection policy loophole to protect more tenants. And it is moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay. Oh, the snowbird. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good way to open your motion, Councillor Orr. Okay, Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Attention by a constituent who emailed me that in some rare cases, the TRPP is not applying in a case that's contrary to the spirit of the law to an unintentional loophole. The issue is that if a condo building is purchased by a single buyer and operated as rental housing, the TRPP does not currently recognize that situation as constituting primary rental housing. That is therefore eligible for tenant protections despite being an apartment building in every sense of the word. The reason it's not covered currently is there's 2 classes of housing. Primary rental housing are buildings that are intended to operate as rentals for the long term. Secondary rental housing is things like basement suites, rented condos. All primary rental housing is covered by TRPP, but tenants in secondary rental housing are only covered if 2 or more lots are being consolidated. How much time do I have? But the 2 or more lot provision is intended to give rights to erratic small numbers of tenants across multiple sites, not buildings that are being operated on a single site as a rental. So if a condo building is converted to a rental building under the ownership of a single landlord, that meets the definition of primary rental housing because it's a building that is intended to operate as a rental for the long term. But currently, the language of the policy does not give that direction explicitly. This motion will fix that loophole and make sure that tenants in all rental buildings, regardless of the context of the building's construction, will be covered by the TRPP.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Maloney. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. The first registered speaker is Stephen Bohas. Yeah, Stephen, please go ahead. Yeah,
Chair.
Let's bring the presentation up. Okay, perfect. So I'll start the clock whenever you're ready.
Okay, yeah. If we can get the slide up.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Thank you, Chair and Council. My name's Stephen Bose. I'm a renter. I live in Vancouver, and I'm in very strong support of this motion. And thank you, Councillor, for bringing it forward. Yeah, there are a lot of shortcomings of the TRPP, and one of them we actually ran across was 1770 West 12th. In this case, yeah, this used to be a strata building, got bought out by a single owner, and then there were people kind of quasi-renting here, and maybe some of these things should go on the length of the residence of someone, because if someone was bought out and they were forced to be bought out, they had lived there for a long time, and we did hear from speakers in that situation. Next slide. The other expression that's very interesting is this development here, which is kind of like a street over on West 17th, or West 13th. So this is actually 4 units, and it operates like an MCD. Next slide. And there was a development permit here. at 1845 West 13th, and there are essentially 6 units. Here, 2 of them were occupied by the owners. 4 units were being rented last year. One of the renters left last year, so they were left with 3 units, and then they applied for a development permit that was granted. And this is the case in the Broadway plan where you've gone from 6 units to 2 in a duplex. And the TRPP, as far as I know, nothing really applied to them. And in this case, if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, and it quacks like a duck, it is a duck. This is an MCD, even if it wasn't registered as an MCD with 6 potential units for rental. And yeah, the development permit was granted. Next slide. And you can actually see the housing conditions in the prior to letter. In the event that one or more eligible tenants are discovered to reside at the property or formerly reside at the property, well, the development planner would have known that tenants who lived in the property actually sent them letters to say, hey, they're living in the property, and this prior to letter doesn't actually reveal that there's an issue. So here's a case where the Broadway plan protections should have been covered. Next slide. We've got this rezoning here where the tenants weren't allowed to move back in Mount Pleasant. And Mount Pleasant, the industrial area is existing non-conforming, and it will never be all industrial. Next slide. You're going to see more of these things come across the entire city, like sites close to this one at night that was recently approved. Next slide. And then here is the site in question that I've brought forward. Next slide. You heard a lot of concerns about residents at 400 block in West East 10th and Mount Pleasant. Next slide. So yeah, I do urge council to amend the TRPP and support Councilor Orr's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 2 is Teresa Alfage. Teresa Alfage? No, okay. Speaker number 3 is Nathan Davidovich. Nathan?
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor. My name is Nathan Davidovich, and I support Councillor Sean Orr's motion. My sister and myself were demo-evicted from Oak Street and 37th Avenue. Everybody knows about it, as there was a story in the Georgia State newspaper. 42 affordable rentals are now being replaced by 68 high-priced condos. I was offered help by the Tenants Relocation Service run by Doug Purdy, who was a longtime social planner for the city of Vancouver. I assume that the pension he gets from the city of Vancouver is not enough, as he's in his mid-80s and still need to work. Well, I found a place without his help. We need proper uniform tenants relocations policies for all of BC. We should not have different policies in Vancouver and different one in Burnaby or New West or other cities around the province. And I don't know, I don't see Councillor Fry here, but he's on the UBCM. And I assume the UBCM should negotiate with the provincial government to have a uniform tenants relocation at all the different, whatever it is, 162 cities in BC, because it just doesn't make any sense to have different rules for tenants because they're on the other side of the boundary from one city to another. You know, it should be the same. And I don't know, maybe the new minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs, Christine Boyle, who was a former councillor here, maybe she can understand the issue better than the former minister, who was an athlete, who didn't know anything about housing. But I don't know. It's up to council to speak to the new minister, and maybe she will make some changes. So anyhow, thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you, Nathan. All right, so I'm going to circle back speaker number 2, Teresa Alfeld. Oh, all right, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finances and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councilor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I am supportive of closing loopholes in our TRPP. It's obviously very important to give renters protection, considering the scale of development that we are pursuing in our city with the aim of creating new rental units, and including below market housing. I had a question through you, Chair, if I might, to the Deputy City Manager, and I appreciate you may not have the answer to this, but I'm wondering if it's your interpretation that this would apply to strata windups. So that would be where a developer buys a strata building and turns it into a rental building.
My layperson's interpretation would be yes, but what I would prefer to do is to refer it to our housing policy team, have them report back. If that's
Okay.
right.
There's no one online from housing policy right now.
I can do a quick check, but I'll need a few moments.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Okay. That's it,
I'm wondering if we might need a few minutes recess,
Do we
maybe?
need a recess?
For member motions. Yeah.
Or how about if I advance Councilor Maloney?
Sure.
So, yeah, okay, Councilor Maloney, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you to the speakers and to Councillor Orr for moving this motion. And I understand that a review of the TRPP scheme is underway, and I think it makes a lot of sense to include this unfortunate loophole during that process. It won't add substantial cost or workload, and clearly this review is necessary. Just to reassure, I think that what we're asking for, what Councillor Orr is asking for, is that is for staff to include this in a review, and I'm sure that part of that review would be whether it applies to strata wind-ups and the implications of that. So I'm very comfortable with this motion passing as is, and I think that question will be answered within the review. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to vote in support of this motion. I think when housing is tendered primarily to be purpose-built rental with a security of tenure, that it's appropriate for the TRPP applied. So I'm happy to support it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Just wondering if you have answers.
I've not heard back yet, but Councillor, perhaps you could suggest an amendment that directs staff to include that scenario in their analysis and report back. Or we could just take it as understood that we should look at that scenario as well. Sure.
Okay, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, the chair, just to Deputy City Manager again, I'm just wondering how to proceed. I understand, obviously, we don't have staff just at the ready on this, and I apologize, I had not thought of this scenario before, but just wondering how I can ensure that it's something that staff does address in their analysis. To Councillor Maloney's point, I'm not, I don't think just because we think they're going to do it, they're going to do it. So I'd like to just get a bit more clarification.
Sure thing. I think that if you would like that added assurance, I think an amendment that directs us to include that scenario within the analysis and the report back would be appropriate.
Okay, thanks very much. I will need a minute or two to put that together. So
let's just do a quick recess for 2 minutes.
Sure, 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Council. This is just something I want to clarify. We're seeing a lot of strata windups in Broadway plan, and I just want to ensure that this analysis of updates to this policy, closing loopholes, which I support, I just want to ensure that this is analyzed as well, because it's a significant number of rental units that are being, pardon me, former strata units that are being converted into rental units ahead of redevelopment. So I've sent that amendment in, and if you could move us to the amendment queue. Yeah, so pretty straightforward. Again, just ensuring that this specific scenario, which we are seeing more of in Broadway plan in particular, is analyzed as part of proposed updates to this policy.
Okay, Councilor Kirby Young, we are going to the vote right now. So if you want to vote, you have to turn on your video. Oh, there we go.
Yes,
Do,
yes, Chair.
do you
Can I
need
get
a-
a vote assistant in favor, please?
Okay, thank you. Mayor Sim is not here. Okay. Okay, this amendment passed unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Councilor Meissner? Okay, thank you. Going back to the main queue. All right, so let's vote for the motion as amended.
I'll take a vote assistant in favor, Chair, please.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Kirby Young. Oh. Okay, there we go. All right, so. Okay, so let's go to the vote. So, Council, please register your vote on the voting screen. Yeah, he said no more comments from Councilor Meissner. Okay, yeah, so let's go to the vote for the motion as amended. And Councilor Kirby Young, need a vote assist in favor?
Yes, please. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. All right, so this motion as amended passed unanimously with Councilor Fry absent. Thank you. Okay, that completes motion 4 on the agenda. Motion 5 is improving public safety by protecting supportive modular housing, and it is moved and introduced by Councilor Orr. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, thank you. So, Councilor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
The screen says we're on the motion 4. Is that correct? Oh, my screen is, okay, here we go. Thank you so much, Chair. We have an acute housing crisis in the city that's affecting everyone, but it affects people who are poorest and most marginalized the most. We have thousands of people who are sleeping rough in the city, not enough deeply affordable housing, and not enough shelter beds to have a place to spend the night. Modular housing is typically considered temporary, and the current zoning allows for 5-year terms by default. But these modular housing units can last up to 60 years. When we take them down after 5 or even 10, we're wasting money. We have a severe deficit of needed low-income and deep subsidy housing. And if we're going to tackle the homelessness crisis, we're going to have to meet that need. For every unit of modular that we lose, we're going to have to create a new unit at a much higher cost in the future to fill out that need. These sites have communities with neighbors who care about each other. If modular sites are shut down, the residents face the threat of homelessness. Even if they find long-term housing, it means that other people who are at risk will lose out on units. Residents of modular housing unsurprisingly report their well-being is improved by living in these modular units. The units are nice, much better than SROs. We know that housing People decreases criminalization and interactions with police. Failing to protect this modular housing will mean more people sleeping in the streets and in parks and will risk increasing homelessness in the city, which is already too high. When sites are being used imminently, the city should be proactively ensuring that replacement sites are found so we don't lose this needed housing. So protecting modular housing is good for residents of the housing, it's good for people who are housed, and it's good for the city. We have a responsibility to fight for people who are at risk of homelessness and to fight to curb and end homelessness in the city. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. All right, so do we have a seconder for this motion? Seconded by Councillor Maloney. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. The first registered speaker is Russell Maynard. On the phone? No, okay, we can come back. Speaker number 2 is Matthew Uden.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you, councilors. My name is Matthew Uden, and I'm speaking in support of this motion today. My background is doing community outreach in the downtown east side, and I've had to help several people who've lost their housing from the modular sites in recent years because of the short-sightedness of a short-term lease. We have to struggle at that point to find them suitable housing. And oftentimes it's like it's an undue duress situation where they're, being forced to move everything out. And we're not really sure why. The city of Vancouver should have an obligation to provide these modular sites for the length of the lifetime of these sites and, realistically preserve not only the modular housing community, but their own intention of the use of land. They shouldn't be doing something so short-sighted as to say, well, we can house people, but only for 5 years, and then we need to consider our option. Like, nobody really does that in any other scheme of things. Anyways, thanks for hearing me, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 3 is Doug Forbes. Doug online? No, okay. Speaker number 4 is Crystal Lee Ng.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes, Crystal. Please go ahead.
Lovely. So, hi, my name is Kana Ng. I have been working in the downtown east side as a frontline worker for over 10 years. And I support this motion to extend the life of modular buildings rather than cut them short. The reason why is because throughout my outreach, I really see people in distress when they have to move when it's not needed in the first place. When the motion to cut new funding for SROs was being passed, it stated in that motion that there was a duty to protect modular housing. There was a duty to figure out what to do with modular housing. And so it only makes sense, given the current housing crisis, that the life of modular buildings are extended. I'll keep it simple and I'll keep it short. I hope and I pray that when you guys are making this decision, you think of the people who are the most vulnerable, who don't have the means to find housing elsewhere. I mean, I recognize that the intention of these modular buildings were supposed to be short-term, but there's no solution in order to make it short-term. There's currently no solution in this housing crisis, so you have to extend the life of these modular buildings. And I'll end it in this. I said it once and I'll say it again. In the pursuit of making Vancouver great, don't forget to be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 5 is Heather McKay. In person? No? Okay. And come back. Speaker number 6 is Jason Landing Danner. Okay. Speaker number 7, Theodore Abbott.
Hey, I'm here. I'm on the phone.
Yeah, please go ahead, Theodore. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. So my name is Theodore Abbott. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I support this motion. As Sean Orr was saying, for the last several decades, our city has been in a pretty steady decline of affordable housing stock. In the 1980s, Vancouver had up to 15% non-market housing. That number is now down to about 5%. And I think that extending the leases on these modulars to the life of the building is a really easy and straightforward way of stopping the loss of affordable housing. So losing these modular housing units would also increase homelessness in Vancouver, and I don't think there's two ways about that. I think that inevitably this would push people off the bottom of the housing ladder, and there would be more people on the streets, hence the motion reducing public safety by extending the leases. So I also think that, these modular homes, I mean, this is a fact, these modular homes were established as a rapid response to Vancouver's homelessness crisis. It is also a fact that urban Indigenous people are disproportionately represented among Vancouver's homeless population. Urban Indigenous make up about 33% of homeless residents, while Indigenous folks in the city make up only 2% of the population. Thus, I think that this motion can be viewed as helping to fulfill Vancouver's commitment and this council's very strong commitment to UNDRIP. So if you want to make good on your commitment to UNDRIP, if you want to show that UNDRIP represents more than just a mechanism of political posturing, then you should vote in favor of this motion. I see this motion as symbolic of what makes municipal government very important, arguably more important than federal or provincial politics, in that with this motion, you folks can make a very concrete and tangible impact on people's lives. Vote yes and make sure that that impact is a positive one and not a negative one. I support this motion, and I hope you support it too. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Speaker number 8 is Tanya Wapking.
Hi, thank you for being here and listening to me on this motion. I do support this motion. I am a Vancouver resident, and I am also a 60 Scoop survivor. I'm an Indigenous frontline worker. I'm a case manager in the downtown east side. I have almost 30 years of experience. And the homelessness crisis that we have dictates that we do need to protect this housing. Creating more homelessness right now in this crisis is not going to be okay. Our wait list for BC housing, there's about 5,600 there. There's about 3,000 additionally on the supportive housing. And the most people on those lists are seniors and families. We've already lost 200 units when we lost Little Mountain, Larwell Place, and Ineki. I have to tell you that I lost one of my clients last year to the Ineki after the displacement, and she did not get housing before she passed away. So this is also affecting frontline workers. These also have a lifetime of 60 years. This is a sustainable project to continue, particularly when we're facing a tariff war with Trump over steel and other materials. We need to maximize public land use. And while the City of Vancouver works on these tri-government approaches, I really do want to say and highlight that Vancouver has a disproportionate overrepresentation of the homelessness. 39% of the homelessness population of the downtown east side is First Nations. And of those folks, of those Indigenous folks sleeping rough, 64% have a history of residential schools. We need to protect all available housing so that there's nowhere else to go. The SROs are unlivable. These are self-contained units that give people dignity. I hate to say it, but at least one of my clients got to die in dignity instead of being on the street. This is what we're facing. And lastly, the BC Housing Action Coalition report, if you have not checked it out, they looked into just 2 housing programs, assessed only 37 buildings, and there were 191 vacant units. There were 151 where they couldn't claim any status. The overall vacancy rate is like 9.16. But some of those buildings, as I said, there were 37 buildings. some of the vacancy rates in those SROs were between 20 and 20% in the downtown east side. So yes, we have to meet the moment, and this moment dictates that we need to take this supportive and sustainable view for the next steps. Thank you so much for your time. Masi Cho Haichka, hi.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 9, Stephen Bohas. And you have a presentation. Okay, let's bring that presentation.
Thank you, Chair and Council. I am in very strong support of this motion, and I'm a renter. I live in Vancouver, and here is an example of temporary modular housing that we are losing right now on Powell Street. This is photos from a couple of days ago. Maybe it could be full screen. And there is no reason why this isn't being relocated. Staff had previously identified donor sites for modular housing for new sites around the city, including around the Nanaimo Station. Next slide. Here's another building that we lost, one of two, on Larville Park, and they were taken apart and shipped off to Kamloops and back to the factory and not relocated in the city. It's a missed opportunity. Next slide. And especially, next slide. It's really a mixed opportunity given that the art gallery site is now empty. It's a big hole. They shouldn't have dug that up. Parking lot could have gone there. Now it's an empty parking lot. We could have had this housing here until the art gallery figures out what it's going to do. Next slide. Here is another lost building on Little Mound on East 37th. It was with us for a few years, and it was taken apart, put in storage. I don't know the whereabouts. It should have been used in housing elsewhere in Vancouver. Next slide. And here is another site being assembled. This is on Vernon Street from the Grandview Viaduct beside Clark. There are two buildings there, and they're both very, very effective. Next slide. And the building's being assembled, and they've been there for a couple of years, or a few years now. The operators have done great jobs with the neighborhood agreements. Not an issue with the neighborhoods, and these sites can go down in different parts of the city, and they have, except maybe west of Oak. There's a difficulty getting past that line, but throughout the city, they've been very effective, and the housing is high quality. Next slide. Here is a site that is the first one at Main and Terminal. It stood the test of time. Next slide. This is the work camp housing, which isn't nearly as effective because the rooms are so small. It's like barely enough, big enough for a bed, but still better than nothing. But the real temporary modular housing units that are like 3 stories, those are the ideal size. Next slide. That's the work camp housing, one of 2 sites near Main. Next slide. And this is on Franklin Street. So I've actually spoken to some of the residents there, and they've praised the temporary modular housing as a way of having independent living. And I would urge the city to continue with this and keep this housing for a very, very long time and relocate if necessary. Next slide. This is the housing that we lost on Larville Park. Next slide. And this should never happen again. Next slide. As we're seeing right now on Powell Street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 10 is Andy Lin. Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, my speech says good morning, but it's already nighttime. Anyways, I would like to start off. Homelessness is not a laughing matter, certain councilors. Good evening. My name is Andy Lin. I was born and raised in Vancouver, and I currently reside here as well. I also own and operate a small business that is non-essential. I come before you today in support of Motion 5, extending modular housing, brought forth by Councillor Orr. Motion 5 is a step in the right direction in addressing the many crises that the people of Vancouver face. With the cost of living rising and things becoming less affordable overall, many people are living paycheck to paycheck, closer than ever to homelessness. Supporting Motion 5 means giving these people a potential means of getting back on their feet. Not only is supported housing necessary, it is also a public service ensuring the well-being and prosperity of the common people. It is also the first step in reintegrating individuals back into society. A society that fails to care and invest in those in need is not a just society and is not one people would love to live in. Everyone has potential to contribute to this society, and it is up to government to see that. Mayor Sim and ABC will tell you that they are the party of fiscal responsibility. The way I see it, they're the only thing they're responsible is growing their generational wealth. They waste money trying to brute force a solution to homelessness, poverty, and etc., freezing the creation of new supportive housing, but increasing the police budget by $5 million and sending them in to clean up the streets. That does nothing but waste our precious tax dollars on yet another pointless endeavor. It is akin to treating the symptoms of a disease but ignoring the disease at itself. Earlier in this meeting, Councillor Young questioned why supportive housing was a potential exception in regards to solar access and how ensuring sunlight is important for kids. I agree. While this is true, many teens and young adults are currently facing homelessness, suffering from drug abuse, and suffer from mental health illnesses. They would most certainly like a roof over their heads, a home to live in, somewhere to lay down, instead of staring into the sun. While councillors, you may not agree with each other on every single thing, as is all humans. It is time this council put people over profits, people over politics, and support real solutions to the crisis at hand, brought forth by Councillor Orr. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Speaker 11 is Devin O'Leary.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead, Devin.
All right, cool. Hi, my name's Devin O'Leary. I'm a resident of Vancouver's downtown east side, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Carnegie Housing Project today and saying that I support this motion because it's really the lowest hanging fruit for reducing the loss of the housing we desperately need in the city. It's housing that 3,000 people are on a wait list for, and it's housing that, as it currently seems, will not be replaced as quickly as it's being lost. Protecting the supportive modular buildings that are left is a powerful decision that y'all can make today to prevent the kind of harm that 183 tenants had to go through when their leases ran out at Little Mountain and Larwell Place and Aneki. And I have outreach worker friends who've told me about having to relocate those tenants, and they say that whenever there wasn't decent housing available, which there's no housing that is equivalent to those that people can go into, and then even the SROs, which are phasing out, those are in short supply. It's so hard to find a spot, and then it's even harder to make sure that alternative housing actually has the right supports in place for people. And when those supports aren't in place and they end up in something that's a bad fit, they end up getting evicted and they're on the streets. And then again, they're shuffled into that 3,000 person wait list, waiting for the next available supportive housing unit, which likely is not going to come in their lifetime. And when these folks were once provided support, now that if they're on the street, they don't have any support and they're really at risk of spiraling. And for many, it is effectively a death sentence that involves countless interactions with burnout police officers and park rangers and paramedics, and then random neighbors that we walk by, and hopefully everyone's checking to make sure that people are breathing, and if we have training, we can do naloxone if they end up overdosing. And then the reality is you've got many, many more people in Chinatown and Gastown, tourists and stuff, who have no clue what to do. And so it's not a safe scenario for anybody, and really the safest thing is keeping people stable in the housing they have. And because it doesn't feel like our calls have been heard around this in the past, we're really scared that it's not going to change. So luckily this is one of our calls, and we're really grateful that Sean is championing it. We think we've lost a lot of trust in the city in recent years, and this is actually a really good way to start to turn that around and repair that trust. I think supporting this action will signal to Vancouverites that our leaders are genuinely committed to keeping them safe, and we have petitions that we put out a week ago that we've got 150 signatures for of people that support this motion. And one thing that we heard when a similar motion was brought up 2 summers ago was that more dense housing should be built on these sites. But I think that argument only really carries water if there's a plan by the city and agreements with senior government to build the 3,000 supportive homes that are needed. But until then, we can't get rid of these people's homes.
You are over time already, but thanks
All right,
for
cool.
speaking.
Yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 12 is Jean Swanson.
Hi, I'm Jean. I'm a Vancouver resident. I support the motion. I agree with what the other supporters of the motion have said. If council doesn't change the zoning bylaw for supportive modular housing, we could lose 600 units by 2031. They're nice units, way nicer than SROs with kitchens and bathrooms, about 3 times as big as an SRO. They'll last another 60 or so years. But we're right in the middle of a homelessness crisis, and your zoning bylaw says they can only stay for 5 and possibly 10 years. In March, there were 3,290 people on social assistance, mostly disability, with no fixed address in Vancouver, 3,290. That doesn't count seniors or immigrants or people who aren't on social assistance. To get rid of 600 units of nice housing when homeless people have about half the life expectancy as house people should be a crime. Yes, the people living in the modulars will get some sort of housing saved for them by BC Housing, but that means folks who are homeless won't get those units, plus all the hassle and dangers that Devin just talked to you about. Maybe you think what business thinks is important. If homeless folks lose the chance of getting one of those 600 units, where do you think they will sleep? Where will they stay? They have to be somewhere, probably in front of businesses that don't want them there. Maybe taxes are important to you. A 2005 study by Steve Pomeroy said it costs $66,000 to $120,000 per person per year to deal with homelessness if they're homeless, compared to $13,000 to $18,000 for supportive housing. The Simon Fraser study said $55,000 a year for leaving someone homeless, compared to $37,000 for housing. The Calgary Homeless Foundation said $134,000 per year to maintain homelessness, versus $10,000 to $25,000 to end it. Some people say it costs too much to move to modulars. Why then did the province, at its expense, move the Larwell modulars up near Kamloops? Surely that would be more expensive than moving them to another Vancouver site, maybe a parking lot. We're supposed to be discouraging cars for the climate. Let's do it for folks who are homeless too, or find some other city sites. This would be a good way for this council, voting for this motion would be a good way for this council to signal that it does really care about the folks who are homeless and want to find a real solution. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Jean. Speaker number 13 is Madeline Andrews.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Great. Thanks. I am a Vancouver resident and I support the motion. Listening to the other speakers, I agree with what they're saying. So to try and bring up some other points, the issue that it was pretty clear ABC got elected on as one of their key issues is safety. And we all know that when we're hungry and we haven't slept well, that it's a challenge to treat all the people around you with all the respect they deserve, and as this endures, as you don't get proper rest and food and a roof over your head, people spiral, and that's what goes on our streets all the time, as you can hear from everybody who has experience dealing with that. And it's a safety issue, it's a humanities issue, and it's also if like the city council decides to not reinstate the leases for the modular housing, I believe it'll really be further like alienating to your voters and create a lot of even more cynical energy towards politics, towards city council, towards the party in power, and like housing and arts and culture and policing and all these things are so linked. And what you end up hearing in a lot of arts and culture and online and stuff is people making fun of the insane decisions that go on. So yeah, just like MPA Philip Owen, right? Like there's opportunities to work together for people to come together to get motions passed, to get people's lives saved, and I really hope you guys vote yes on this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 14 is Chen Yang Boon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Chen Yang.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm calling in support of this motion. I've heard a lot of rhetoric from Council lately about who is the most pro-housing, has voted in favor of the most proposals, or proposed the most pro-housing policy, and that's great. In the middle of our crushing housing crisis, I definitely prefer having our politicians compete over who can enable the housing supply we need to ensure an affordable, sustainable future. That said, I think it's worth asking the question, what does it mean to be pro-housing? Does it mean removing restrictions and red tape to enable private developers to build? Does it mean taking advantage of public and private funding sources to build new nonprofit housing? Or does it mean doing all we can to upkeep and maintaining existing housing stock? The only possible answer is all of the above. If we build at a breakneck pace, but only over top of existing dense housing, tons of people are displaced while we net very few units at all. If we use all our public funding to build units that go through years of city process and permitting, we will not solve our crisis. And if we let perfectly good units get torn down to remain as vacant lots for years, then we are going in reverse. This motion addresses the last of these three by making sure that affordable housing stays intact for as long as possible. Here's another aspect to the idea of being pro-housing. A council that supports housing cannot only support a few kinds of housing. If you only support public housing, co-ops, and seniors' homes, you are not pro-housing. If you only support market housing, you are not pro-housing. A pro-housing council must support housing of all kinds, from market housing to supportive housing. The full mix is needed to address the varied needs and circumstances of all the people who live in Vancouver. And just as how market housing drives down the rent for affordable stock through vacancy chains, supportive and shelter rate housing has also been proven to have a downward pressure on rents, benefiting everyone. All housing is in fact good housing. So I hope you vote in favor of this motion. Prematurely tearing down affordable homes and displacing our most vulnerable so that the land can sit as a vacant lot is perhaps the least pro-housing move I can think of. So let's not do that again. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 15, Simon D. Weird. Hi.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting me speak today. I'm Simon DeWert. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I strongly support this motion. Now, if modular housing is a Band-Aid, we can see that we give it leases, expecting it to last a certain amount of time. It's not yet time to remove the Band-Aid. We still have a very serious problem at the bottom of the market. We can see that there is problems at the top of the market now. We've overbuilt perhaps, but we still have very serious problems at the bottom of the market, and I believe we need modular housing to support that. Now, to solve our problems at the bottom of the market, it may require the province, it may require federal support, and we have now Christine Boyle and Gregor Robertson in those posts. I hope they will work with us. But whoever we have there, we need local leadership. We need your leadership to solve these problems. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Speaker number 16 is Craig Ollenberger.
Hi there, this is Craig Ollenberger.
Yeah,
I'm representing. Great, thank you. I'm representing the Grandview Woodland Area Council. I'm the chair of the council. Many of you will know us as one of the longest standing community councils and one of the most active in the city, with over 50 years in doing our best to represent Grandview Woodland. We know we're in an absolute affordability crisis. We're not creating affordable housing or supportive housing at near the rates we need to. And when we certainly understand that there are serious impacts to being unhoused. And in our community we have many who are unhoused, living on the streets, and we have many more who are in really precarious situations and nearing being unhoused. And we know how much that housing means to people who are on the street or facing homelessness. It's fairly elegant housing. It's been a really good experience for the people in it and for the communities around it. And it's very dignified, and it provides an essential service at a time of crisis. Where the easiest housing to have is the housing that's already there. And the idea that for sort of bureaucratic reasons of having decided there's a bylaw against how long the housing should be there, that we would take it down, that just seems absurd at a time of crisis. It seems like the easiest decision in the world to protect that housing and make sure that if it's going to last, let it last. And if the site is needed for something else, ensure that we move it to another site and retain that housing, because it's very necessary housing for a lot of people in our community who really don't have other options, and we want to see it protected. And there's just no argument I can imagine for knocking them down, taking them apart after 5 or 10 years. So I think I echo the previous speaker there around the fact that you're a pro-housing council, and we see that. Be a pro-housing council and protect this housing for those who are the most in need and at the bottom of the income bracket. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 17 is Zachary Suman.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello, Council. My name is Zakir Suleiman. I was born and raised in East Vancouver, and I want to speak in support of this motion. I want to ask Council, what does it mean when we declare a crisis? We've been in a housing crisis in Vancouver since the current federal housing minister, Gregor Robertson, used to work in this chamber. We've been attempting to address that crisis in a number of ways since. One of those ways were putting modular housing in place. But instead of becoming a temporary option for people waiting on new housing to be built, these units have increasingly become more permanent homes as the housing crisis drags on. As others have mentioned, in 2023, we lost 200 units at Larwell Place and Little Mountain, and we stand to lose 600 more units over the coming years, all because the policy that put these units in place has not kept step with reality. The reality is that these quote-unquote temporary units are increasingly a better option than homelessness, and there are no alternatives at present for these people. Just as with SRO tenants, homeless encampments, and the increasing number of Vancouverites becoming homeless for the first time due to economic downturn, there is nowhere else to go. Further, the cost of modular housing has increased from tens of thousands of dollars per unit to $300,000 per unit, roughly. We're therefore losing 600 units by 2031 represents millions of dollars in funds. Losing these units represents a waste of taxpayer money. Finally, there's just simple morality. People deserve to be housed. They deserve a place to live, and particularly because Indigenous people in the city are disproportionately likely to be homeless, and people who are homeless are very likely to have disabilities and have experience with the foster system, prison, and all the other systems that catch us when we fall in this society. They deserve our best effort. They deserve our help. People facing homelessness deserve our solidarity. So I ask that you please support this motion and allow modular housing to remain for the life of the building. We are in a housing crisis. This is a time to act like it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 18 is Effie Demeter.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Effie Demeter. I speak for our Downtown East Side, my project. And it's too bad that Mr. Sim has gotten up just in time for me to speak, but you've heard a lot of good reasons why this motion should be passed. There's a lot of numbers on it. There's the big idea that obviously this is going to make more people homeless. But the real thing is that we're taking down housing in a housing crisis. That's not something that should be even on the table. These buildings can last for 30 to 40 years if maintained. And so the leases that are about 10 years or whatever has been put on there, 5 to 10, is ridiculous. If you were going to do something with the modular housing, then why don't we take, if there's really places for people to go after they've been in modular housing, when you're rehousing people to take it down, then the people who are actually on the street homeless should be able to be moved into the modular housing. That's like burning tents. You know, the police take away tents, but you're having whole buildings taken down in a housing crisis where there are people living outside already. And it's a big thing to say that we trust that more housing will be put up or people can be rehoused in different areas. That's all good and well, but this also links to the last time I was here of the pause on supportive housing. People need supportive housing still. Like if one of the issues is the fires, for example, the other health and safety issues, that is, imagine how those rates would go up if there wasn't supportive housing. People in these spaces are so happy to have housing after years and years on wait lists. I've actually worked in these buildings before, and they're like a dream if you've been homeless or living in an SRO. You get your own kitchen, you get your own bathroom, you actually get some dignity back. And tearing that down it should be considered a human rights violation. You can really use these buildings to do some good rather than tearing them down. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 19, Sarah McLeod. Sarah?
Thanks, Chair. I came to speak in support of this motion by Councillor. And I really love the urgency of it. That's, I think, how can we even make it more urgent? But as soon as possible, like it won't come soon enough. We already saw like the ones that have been removed, and my neighbors across the street is a modular housing supporting unit, and the community is amazing. And because they all support each other, and it's such an amazing group, and all the people that work there just do amazing things, and their lease is up at the end of the summer. And so they're starting that process. They're probably more than starting. Like, I don't know all the details, but they're relocating and all that hard work for people who had like a community, and there's no need for it really to go away because of the crisis. And this, as soon as possible, please, the city, because I'm not giving out hope. Like, maybe there's still a chance that this one doesn't get removed, even though they're already that along in the process of the relocating. Because like I'm pretty sure it's not city-owned land, but it's land that has partnerships, and the mayor has been on a parcel of that land doing photo shoots. So like there's you guys need to tell everyone about this crisis. I mean, we all are. I'm sorry. But it just doesn't seem like if you can do anything as the city in not just in owning places, but in like talking with partners and finding any type of support to keep the existing, extend obviously, which you want to do the just leases in general, because it's just designed waste. It's designed waste to have something that has a life of 30 to 40 years, and again, to just cut it off before it grows. It's like a pattern, and it's so, it needs to stop, and please get back quickly and try to save what is leaving. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, so please try to do that. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Speaker number 20 is Kevin Conrad. Speaker 21 is Patrick Long. Patrick?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Hello, my name is Patrick Long. I've been living in Vancouver for the last 9 years in Hastings Sunrise. I used to be a support worker on the downtown east side and a shelter supervisor. And I agree with everything that's been already said before me. I'll just add that housing creates stability, and stability is priceless. And right now, with what's going on, it just seems to be increasing the homeless population. We need more housing, not to tear down housing that's already existing right now. I remember how many times I have clients who would come in who were not addicts yet, and after being in the shelters and then onto the street after they timed out, had become addicts afterwards because of the stress, the lack of hope, lack of dignity, and housing provides hope for people. And myself, as a recovering fentanyl user, if I didn't have a place to detox at home, like with dignity, like I don't know what I would have done. And right now, people need more support than ever, and you guys are in the place to provide that support for these people. And so I fully support this motion that we need to start having more compassion for people, because I moved here from London, Ontario to work in the downtown east side because I saw Vancouver as a place, as a leader in helping the homeless and what's going on with the drug issues globally. So I just really hope you guys think it over before you guys make your decision, because people need help right now. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to circle back to the missed speakers. Number 1, Russell Maynard. No. Okay, so speaker number 3 is Doug Forbes. No, okay. Speaker number 5 is Heather McKay. No. Speaker number 6 is Jason Landing Danner. Okay. All right, speaker number 20 is Kevin Conrad. Perfect, thank you. All right, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just one quick question through you, Chair, to the Deputy City Manager. The motion talks about moving temporary modular housing. Can you provide some context into the appetite of the provincial government to relocate TMH from one site to another?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, it's hard to speak to the to speak for the provincial government. What I can say during with our partnership with BC Housing, there is a strong interest in relocating those units within Vancouver. And so we do have a partnership with them when a building comes up for relocation, to try to find a site in Vancouver for those units.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney?
Thank you to Councillor Orr for moving this motion, and all the speakers who've waited around for a long time to speak so movingly in favour, and all the people that wrote in. We are in a homelessness crisis, and we can only house our way out of the homelessness crisis. This council recently voted unanimously in favour of the notion excuse me, that housing is a human right. There's no doubt that permanent supportive social housing is better than temporary housing. And often temporary modular housing is the only thing standing between homed and homeless. When temporary modular housing expires, the leases expire, folks are then displaced and often return into homelessness. I appreciate the speakers that drew attention to the disproportionate representation of Indigenous folks amongst the homeless and our city's commitment to UNDRIP. These modular units fill a gap, and given this council's very unfortunate decision to pause net new supportive housing approvals, we are even more reliant on these stopgap measures. So I strongly support this motion. It's not yet time to remove the Band-Aid. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just briefly speaking to the motion, I appreciate the spirit of which this motion is brought to this council, particularly because I think everyone around the table wants to see people housed. They want to see people have homes, and I think that is. I don't think anyone in this room would question that, and that housing can play a role in a stepping stone to other places in life in terms of stability, in terms of pursuing education. You look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you need to have your basic needs met, whether it's food, clothing, shelter, so on. That being said, what I struggle with the motion in particular is that we already have provisions right now with the temporary modular housing, which we've done in partnership with the province to extend the leases for those buildings and for those sites. There are provisions, and we have done that in cases already. We also need to have provisions as well to potentially use those sites for future projects. And really what our goal is and this will be worked out with the provinces, there is future relocation, but again, we've already heard that's very difficult, and the province isn't really interested in that, is to have permanent sustained housing for people that's dignified, and we are working towards that. We're working towards that and addressing the SROs in the downtown east side, which are dilapidated in many cases, but we are also working very closely with the province to add additional housing. And I just wanted to highlight some of the historical figures for the city of Vancouver, specifically around between 2013 and 2023, our acquisitions and completions of social housing, supportive housing, sits around north of 8,000 homes. And our approvals of social and supportive housing in that roughly that same time frame were about 10,000. Over 1,000 of those units being supportive housing. And yet, and then our recent homeless count, I just want to reinforce it, it is a challenge. It's a really complex issue. The 2023 count, we don't have the 2025 numbers right now, was 2,400 people who are some sheltered, some on the streets. That number has increased by well over 800 people in 10 years between 2013 and 2023. But despite the additional housing we're providing, and we're not the only municipality doing that, people are still homeless. And I identify that because it points to the complexity of this issue of how people end up in poverty, how people end up homeless. Young people, we're seeing more seniors unhoused, and that the city can't tackle this issue on its own. And we're making changes, we're enabling changes, but to be successful, we need more provincial support, federal support. We could look at things like federal transfers that accounts for the fact that we tend to see a higher demographic of individuals who end up homeless on our streets. We could, there's other measures, but I think that at this time, we have a framework that enables continuing to have the temporary modular on site, being able to extend the leases on those sites as needed. That exists already. And again, I want to reinforce that we all care about addressing this issue, but we as a city alone are not able to address it on our own. It's impossible. But we have a lot of measures in place that we're taking with the province and the federal government, and they also need to step up more in this space to support the cities. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. All right, so Councillor Orr.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the great discussion. I do appreciate that there is work being done on permanent solutions for housing, as Councillor Dominato mentioned, and that I do believe that people are still homeless, not because we are making a lot of new housing and we're just getting an influx of new homelessness. We're actually, there's a net loss of housing, I believe. So we're not actually making any new housing, but I agree. We need more support from senior level of governments. We can't do this on our own. This is a partnership with a senior level of government, with the provincial government, and they've stepped in to help with this. I just think this is doing our part. I don't think we can, just strike this motion down because more other governments need to step up. I think it's a yes and situation. So I think it's we do need all that support from other levels of government. Totally agree. We also need this. So let's do the right thing and make sure we renew these leases and make sure that if they do have to be moved, they are moved within the city. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks everyone.
Chair, this is Councillor Bly. I'm sorry, I can't put myself on the queue. I wonder if I could be added.
Yeah, so we can add you, Councillor Bly. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Bly.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I know we've got other motions, but I'll be speaking in support of this motion, and listening to the speakers and also the comments in the discussion and recognizing the complexity of the challenge, the broader challenge around homelessness. However, I think this motion is asking for two pretty straightforward directions to staff, which is considering how we can allow the housing units we do have to remain on the sites they have until we can intensify those sites. And that really is it in a nutshell. I don't know if this particular motion is stepping outside of our municipal jurisdiction, considering it names city-owned sites, city-owned parking lots, and ensuring that we don't lose any needed modular housing while we are working towards new, sustained, dignified, self-contained units of supportive housing, which we know ultimately is required not just in Vancouver, across the region, across the province, across the country. And that's where the higher levels or different levels of government come in and share that responsibility. So I think this is a very appropriate motion. I think it absolutely has to be done. And we have to recognize that we are the councillors that have now been in this chamber for 3 years and really don't have much to show for any new supportive housing that has come online. So while I appreciate the comments of my colleagues related to advocacy, it's sort of falling a little bit short now, 75% into a term, to have a proven sort of strategy or method or network or relationships to have a strategy delivered to the city, to those that are supporting our in-house folks. But there's nothing to show for it. So I think at the minimum at this point, we need to protect the modular housing that we have until we have something better to further intensify those sites with the same level of supportive housing at the same level of affordability, which is what we absolutely need in our city. So with that, I will close my comments and be voting in support.
Thanks, Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the mover of the motion, which I fully appreciate what is intended here. Having been in this chamber and seen a similar discussion a couple of years ago in 2023, there was a motion that we spoke about extending the life of temporary modular housing. At that time, I was able to get a list, I think that it was provided by staff. I think there were approximately 10 different sites. Of them, 7 had provisions for extensions upwards at that time, 2 years ago, up to 2030, and the dates were between 2028 and 2030. And that was based upon projected use of that land, but also just probably other factors. These were had essentially been funded by the province and BC Housing and were had a clause, a provision for life extension. And then the subject came up of a temporary modular housing unit on Little Mountain. From conversations I had with staff, it was going to cost over $6 million to move it. So as a result, the province was not willing to fund that. So as a result, the cost was so prohibitive that it was not being able to move. This apparently is one of the inherent challenges of these units. They're not really built for being disassembled. And when you think of temporary, you think temporary, and they'll maybe possibly be able to put them up and place them somewhere else. But so this is questions that I've asked previously, if there was not a way for these to be constructed in such a way that they could be more easily transferred to other sites to extend their use. So I'm not a builder, and I don't obviously know much about the construction of these units, but the problem is that we have been getting them through the province, and the supplier creates these buildings that are extraordinarily costly to refurbish and to connect up to utilities in other sites. But we did make it very clear before that the emphasis really should be on permanent housing. And as a result, we've had significant numbers of sites that have either gone through the process or are currently under construction. I can think of Little Mountain, which is on track right now. We've got the Salvation Army site in Cordova. First United, I think, is very close to completion. There are quite a number of sites that have been making great progress during the last several years that'll be a mixture of social and supportive housing. So I, again, understand the spirit and the intent, but I really appreciate the fact that staff have been able to provide some background and information about the practicalities of being able to move these sites, and also the fact that once those dates come to term, that there is usually an option in many cases of 3 to 4 years extension, giving more time for staff and for our partnership with BC Housing to be updated and see if we can keep things going. So based upon that, I will not be supporting this motion. Again, I sort of appreciate the spirit of where it comes from, but I think we do probably need to get more information about these sites and make sure that they are built in such a way that they can be extended. And so when we do have opportunities and partnership funding from BC Housing to get moving on social and supportive housing, that we're able to do that swiftly. Thanks.
Councillor Ward.
Yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate that information, and that was brought forward. It does cost a lot of money to move these buildings. $6 million was the figure. I believe that's in the spirit of the motion is to allow the buildings to remain on its current site for the life of the building and to not move them. So that is the idea, is to let them stay on the site. That being said, also the province did pay for the cost to move the building to Kamloops. Surely that cost would be much more to move to Kamloops than within the city. And as we heard from staff, that it is the desire of the province to keep this within the city. So I appreciate the discussion, but I think the spirit of the motion is that we should remain on site. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly point out that the wording of the motion is that the city will make every effort. And I think it's, of course, realistic that sometimes it won't be possible, but I really like the idea of making an effort in a homelessness crisis to retain as much temporary modular housing as possible. Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. So clerk, please take us to the voting screen. And council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, so this motion failed with Councillor Zhou, Dominado, Montague, Clausen, Meissner, and the mayor in opposition, and Councillor Kirby and Councillor Fry absent. Thank you. Okay, that completes motion 5 on the agenda. So let's just take a 5 minutes recess. So we have another 30 speakers left. So let's take a buyout break so we can come back at 8:07. Thanks. Okay, so before I continue, I just want to deal with one procedure issue here. So we have one new speaker for the item number 8, which is the former chief of Schleswig Nation, Jen Thomas. So I'm just asking if the committee member is open to add Jen Thomas as the new speakers for item 8. Any opposition? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we're gonna add Speaker Jen Thomas there, with also the delegation from the with multiple councillors from Schleswig Nation. I just see accent. Okay, thank you. So let's continue. So number 6 is the next motion, identifying progressive revenues for to protect public services, and it is moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing that, Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you. This motion answers the question, how can we raise more revenue for public services from those with the most capacity to pay? We have to look out for people who are struggling to make ends meet. We need to make sure that Vancouver is livable no matter your income, and that we protect our public services from cutbacks. This is a motion to have city staff report back with information on how Vancouver's different sources of revenue impact different economic groups, and to have staff provide information on which sources of revenue the city could deploy or scale up in 2026 that would impact higher income earners and not the poor. This information is useful to council. It will help us make sound decisions in the 2026 budget process to achieve the right outcome for people. This is just a request for information to help us do our job better and to give us the tools to protect people who are struggling. It also shows a commitment to people that this council is not going to cut the public services that they rely on or increase fees and rates that make their life more expensive. So yeah, it's just a request for information, and to quote the mayor, let's be curious. Thanks.
Oh, my mic is not on. Okay, sorry about that. You know what? I'll go back to speaker number 1, Dr. Davyani Singh. Do we have speaker number 1 online? Oh, okay. I'm gonna come back. Speaker number 2 is Maria Zan Baxter. Not in chamber, not online either. Okay. Speaker number 3 is Zachary Sulman.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi there. So, hello, Council. My name is Zakir Solomon. I was born and raised in East Vancouver. I'm from a working class part of the city, but it's changing. Increasingly, this is a city which is stratified. It's increasingly a city where people can't afford to live. The median income in this city, as a reminder, is $52,000. More people here are closer to being poor than they care to admit. And you're either just barely struggling to keep your head above water, actively in crisis, or in a bubble, the minority of people who can afford a home or to save. When we talk about affordability in Vancouver, we often talk about housing, but we also need to talk about quality of life. Quality of life is something that affects everyone, regardless of whether you're rich or poor. How well maintained are the roads? Can you find a lesson or activities for your kids? Stats Canada announced that for the first 3 months of this year, the disposable income of the top 40% of earners increased to 49% of their income, again, just within the first 3 months of 2025. The top earners in the city are increasingly earning more and growing their wealth in a way that is decoupled from the rest of us struggling to make rent. Why should future taxes be the same for both groups? The province and the federal government both have a progressive tax system. We should explore that in Vancouver. This motion asks staff to identify which sources of revenue impact which income groups. It asks for fairness and to explore how those that make more can pay their fair share and how working families can be less unduly burdened by needed tax increases. People want to live in Vancouver because of the quality of life here, but that quality of life is degrading. We need to find new measures to stabilize our infrastructure and services and to grow what people in this city need. Studies show that higher taxes don't cause rich people to leave a city, particularly in a place like Vancouver. Instead, the quality of life is the larger deciding factor. We take for granted in Vancouver that we live in the most beautiful city in the world, with amazing nature, world-class arts and culture, and plentiful parks, but increasingly the cracks are beginning to show. We expect to access pools and leisure programs without having to wait an hour-long line. We expect that our infrastructure, whether it's the seawall or the electrical grid, is maintained. We need public bathrooms so we're not stepping in poop on the street because people don't have anywhere else to go. We need more options for childcare and daycare, and we need more funding for arts and culture. Right now, we're currently handicapped in how we can efficiently and equitably fund future fixes. Please support this motion to explore smart, efficient options to ensure we have the abundance people in Vancouver deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 4 is Nathan Davidovich. Yeah, please go ahead, Nathan.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor. My name is Nathan Davidovich. I support Councillor Sean Orr's motion. The city is allowed to raise money by various means in addition to property taxes. Some need the approval of the BC government. I have been proposing for a few years now to raise more money from street parking on commercial and industrial streets. But nothing has been done. We still have only around 8,000 paid parking spots in the city. I estimated that the city could raise at least $10 million per year by expanding the paid parking to all commercial and industrial streets. Previously, for many years, the revenue from parking were used to pay for traffic signal, traffic management measures to improve pedestrian safety. And 2 weeks ago, City Council approved Councillor Lucy Maloney's motion, but we need funding to fully implement her motion. I understand that the city engineer gets different messages from different business improvement area. Some of the BIAs like paid parking and some don't. And it should be city council decision, not a staff decision, which streets have paid parking. That's the way it's done in other cities, of course, but as you well know, Vision Vancouver has made many bad decisions and passed on to staff to make decisions and taking it away from city council. And of course, that should be reversed by a proper city manager, which we don't have right now, I presume. Paid parking is usually from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. However, many cities are moving to 24/7 paid parking. This is the way to go as it's more equitable and will raise even more money. I mean, we can just look at New York City with its successful congestion pricing that are raising, millions and millions of dollars, and the funding is going to transit expansion. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you, Nathan. All right, so I'm going to circle back to speaker number 1, Dr. Devayani Singh. Okay, speaker number 2 is Maria Zan-Baxter. Not in chamber, not online. Okay, thank you. So that completes the speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councilor Orr. Oh no, that was the holdover, right? Okay, Councilor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, a question to the mover of the motion. I'm curious if you could expand on what ideas or propositions you have around identifying existing or new sources of revenue which primarily impact people with higher incomes in Vancouver. What were you thinking? It's kind of light on details, the motion.
Yeah, good question. I mean, I'm not an expert on this, so that's why we want staff to try and find those things. But we do have this number of sources of where to get revenue from. Special taxes like the empty homes tax, CACs, bylaw fines, penalties, user fees, parking costs, as a speaker just mentioned, licenses, permitting. So there's a number of avenues there that we can look at for sure. I appreciate the question.
And are you able to elaborate on how you would tier that? So if you were to start to look at fees, would it be, we'd start to do income testing? So if you're going to the pool, take your kids, if you earn more, you pay more. Or if you live in more, your property value is higher, then you're going to pay more. That was proposed last term by Councillor Swanson.
I'm not sure the mechanism. That's a really good idea. Property value being more. Thanks for that input. That's certainly an option. Something like that. I don't think income testing necessarily, is the right move. But yeah, definitely. We don't generally have income testing sources, but there is research in other jurisdictions that can help. That can help us decide how to do this.
Okay. Well, on that basis, I have a couple of minutes to speak to the motion, Chair. This motion is very, very light on detail, and I can't support it. It is there's not a lot of information, but it also seems to me that it cloaks the notion of maybe the city of Vancouver is going to develop its own income tax, and we have income tax in this country. It's already well established. We're all paying it. And I'm not sure if it's notionally to have staff come back with recommendations around Jean Swanson's mansion tax, which was based on something that most homeowners have no control over, which is the property value and the assessed value of their properties. But I really don't know where this is going. And we already have a number of strategies underway around looking at sponsorship, looking at partnership. And I would suggest that we're better positioned to be looking at those areas, as well as advocating to the province and the federal government around a new framework that goes beyond property tax. For example, some jurisdictions are looking at a sharing of the provincial sales tax or the growth year over year of the sales tax. But this is very vague, and I certainly have concerns about the direction it may be headed, so I'm not going to support it.
Thanks. Okay, Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Some clarifying questions through you, Chair, to the mover of the motion as well. It says that you want to look at revenue sources that target, quote, people with higher incomes in Vancouver. And I'm wondering if you can tell me what's the definition of a higher income?
Higher than a certain threshold that I assume sort of would need to be decided. Definitely, I would say taking the average income and going somewhere from a lot more than average income. So on the higher kind of thing. I don't think this is that difficult to understand. But
Well, I think if you ask 10 different people, what someone, if someone makes a high income, I think you might get 10 different answers. So I don't know, is that someone who's making, say, $80,000 or more? Is it someone who's making $150,000? Is it someone making $1 million a year or more?
Yeah, really, I
My
mean-
definition of a high income might be very different from yours.
I appreciate that. That's probably very true. As somebody who previously made $20,000 last year, would attest to. No, I don't think it would be close to 80.
That be included as a higher income, because some people have fairly high mortgages, some people are mortgage free, but bought their house when it was $34,000 and have a very low income, but they have a very high property value. So how would you suggest that be dealt with?
Yeah, I mean, this is not about a new sort of mansion tax. In that case, that was just sort of, I was just kind of answering Councillor Dominato's question in terms of this isn't a new sort of policy. This is just about getting info from existing sources of revenue that we already do, and just identifying ways to collect within our powers. Because I'm not sure that we're talking about property values. It's not mentioned in the motion, property values, so I'm not gonna.
Okay. One more question through you, Chair, to the move of the motion. Just, it suggests, suggesting people pay more for city services, or is the motion suggesting that people would pay more for city services like pools, community centers? And I think you mentioned parking in your comments, but so someone going to a community center would pay more based on income?
Yeah, I think there's certain services that do operate like that already. I think there are different ways that this already works in terms of, pools. There are different grades of income that already exist. So yeah,
Right now we have someone goes to a city service, and if they're a senior, they pay a little less than an adult, and a child pays less than an adult.
Yeah.
Would we have tiers for people who make more money or less money? And again, how would we be able to do that?
Yeah, that would be something for staff to report back on for sure.
Okay, maybe a follow-up to the city manager through you, Chair, Deputy City Manager. Does the city have the ability to income test residents?
Thanks for the question. Don't know the exact answer to that. I do know, for example, the leisure access pass is available for people of certain income thresholds. I don't know how that is determined, though. We would have to.
So there's already a mechanism in place for people,
don't-
low-income earners, to get.
The leisure access pass is intended to support families with lower income, is my understanding. But I would like to get back to you on that.
Okay. And one other question through you, Chair, I guess, sorry, while I have a second to the mover of the motion. What about people who don't live in Vancouver but are using city services?
Yeah, that's a good thing. I don't think I thought about that. I'm just thinking of the things, the other things like, empty homes tax type thing. But yeah, I hadn't actually thought of that. That's a really good point. I take that on board.
Okay, Chair, I see I'm out of time, but just to end, I can't support the motion. It's just way too vague.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillors Dominato and Montague asked many of my questions. I appreciate, the desire to ensure that our public services are appropriately funded, and I know that Council shares that desire, but the motion is just missing too many critical details as to how this would work, as well as being out of our jurisdiction. I have lots of questions, but they've already been answered. But access to income information is not something that the city has access to. It's not within our jurisdiction. That's the purview of the provincial government, the federal government. And if we were to base it on, say, home ownership or property value, there's many high-income renters as well in our city that are renting luxury apartments and are not homeowners, for example, but have very high incomes. I just think there's just too many details missing for me to support it. So I won't be able to support this this evening. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Meissner. So I'm going to cede the chair to the Vice Chair, Councillor Claassen, so I can, ask some questions. Okay, through you, Vice Chairs, also point out information through you to the Deputy City Managers. So I just want to clarify that, City, do we have access to the income data?
So, we don't have access to income data in that way.
Okay.
However, for example, for the leisure access pass, people do have to demonstrate that they are low income. And there are a number of different ways that they can do that, and that is on the website. And that leisure access pass then provides discounted rates for access to various parks and recreation services. For our housing, for our social housing that we operate, for example, people would have to demonstrate at a certain income level in order to be eligible for our subsidized housing.
Okay,
so there are places where we do ask for income information.
Okay, so for subsidized discount, that's easy because people can prove that they are actually the lower income. But for the high income, how do we have the, access to that data? How can we prove that people has higher income since we don't have that access?
Yeah, that I would have to go back to staff. I'm not quite sure how we would achieve that.
Okay.
So we need to report back.
Yeah, thank you. And the data is mainly with the federal government, with CRA, right?
That is where the income data would.
Okay, so as a municipality, are we allowed to request the data through CRA?
To my knowledge, but I would need to get.
Okay, and also that how does this work realistically? Like people paying license fees or paying the community center, and they have to present some ID, and the staff validate that ID with the income of that person. The city even legally to do that, allowed to do that, because that's the personal information.
So I would have to ask our legal services to opine on that. However, the legal access program does enable people to present information voluntarily on their income status in order to receive access to that leisure access pass. So you have to be eligible to receive the pass, and once you have the pass, you can use it to access services.
Okay, thank you. And other questions, there's some certain professions and also certain ethnicity groups, they are higher income. For instance, doctors, lawyers. So if we do this, from city's perspective, is this considered discriminatory against some of the groups, professions, or ethnicities group?
I would have to ask our legal services for an opinion on that. So I would request a report back.
Okay, thanks, Sandra. All right, so that's all my questions. So I'll just provide some comments here. So as what we heard, there's so many uncertainties and so many questions that people don't even know. And I think still to my knowledge, this is considered as very discriminatory against certain group of our people. And also, we do have some higher income people. I think the best way we can do is to ask them to donate to some, we have the SEND program, sponsorship, donation, and that we can take advantage of those people's, they want to contribute to our city, but not tax them using this way. This will discourage those people living in our city and create some, unfairness across all the groups. So with that, and also, Councillor Ward talking about the empty home tax. To my knowledge, some of the senior people, they save all their money for the whole life and bought a property and rent it out, and they have to pay the empty home tax, and their income's actually zero because of the retirement. So I just don't think realistically how that works. But I understand where this is coming from. And I really appreciate the good heart from Councillor Orr, but I think realistically, I don't think that works for the city. And I don't think legally we are allowed to do that. And that would also create more divisions in our community, which is already very divisive. I think our job is to unite all the people together instead of creating further divisions in the community. So with that, I'm not going to support this motion. Thanks. I'll take the chair back, Vice Chair Claassen. Okay, Councillor Maloney, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you to Councillor Orr for moving this motion. I certainly support the concept of revenue being earned from those most able to pay, and I think it's worth investigating how to ease the burden on people suffering from the current affordability crisis. People are really hurting and they're struggling to pay for their housing and their groceries and their utilities. but some members of our society have a much greater capacity to pay. And I think this is worth examining. And I think it's okay to ask for staff's assistance in identifying how to achieve this. And that's why I'll be voting in favour of this motion.
Thank you. Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you. I won't be supporting the motion. While I applaud in substance, the intent, I would agree with a lot of the councillors in here. It's way too vague. Administratively, it will be impossible to administer, and it will be unfair. And so I hear these comments all the time about most able to pay, and these would be great solutions. Well, individuals who are able to pay, most able to pay, they actually do pay a lot in income taxes, sales taxes. If they run organizations, they generate payroll taxes, and so the multiplier is huge there. Now, I can give you 3 situations of how, we can't generalize on people, and this is why it'd be so administratively impossible to administer this. Like, you could have a situation where someone has minimal income, but they live in a luxury apartment that was purchased or owned by their parents. That person probably doesn't pay at all, because optically it would look like that person made almost nothing. Then you could have a family of 2, let's say, first responders, being paramedics or firefighters with 2 kids, and they work incredibly hard, and they're able just barely to get into the housing market with a massive mortgage. They would present as probably a very high income earning family with a big asset. And so to have them pay their fair share or more would probably break them, but they would be collateral damage under a motion like this. And then the third example, and something very similar came up, and Councillor Joe mentioned it. But, a retired school teacher that just so happened to buy a house in the 1970s, and paid that mortgage off over 30 years. And today, on a fixed income, on a pension, barely able to afford to stay at home. And that person would probably have to pay more as well. And so, while I can appreciate the spirit of the intent, this motion will divide people even more. And, I would have a big problem supporting it. I don't think you should have to show up to Kit's Pool with your T4 to figure out whether or not you're going to have to pay more to swim in that beautiful pool of ours. So with that, I'm not going to be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Ork, to close your motion.
That was really good. I like that. But yeah, I just want to, I wanted to remind, like, when we're talking about equity, again, I just wanted to bring up my comments from earlier about substantive equity in the charter. That ensuring that laws and policies have an equal impact on all groups, and that treating everyone the same may not result in fairness. I mean, if you've seen a picture of equity, it's that's commonly done. Equality is giving everyone a same box to look over a fence, but some people don't need that box, so you take it away, and not everyone's on the same playing field, and we have to sort of do those things to achieve those outcomes, because it's about achieving a quality of outcome, and not just a quality of opportunity, and ignoring and again addressing historical advantages, so in that case, substantive equality, rich people wouldn't be accepted as an analogous ground in a charter challenge for discrimination. Just to make that clear. So I just want to make sure that we're not making the poor pay for our 2026 budget, and that was the spirit of the motion. I understand if there's not enough detail, I'll do better next time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Orr. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen, and Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, Councillor Bly is absent. Okay. All right, the motion failed with Councillor Joe Dominado, Montague, Klassen, Meissner, Mayor Sin in opposition, and Councillor Kirby-Young, Bly, and Frey absent. Thank you. That completes motion 6 on the agenda. Thanks, everyone. So motion 7. The next motion is streaming the provision of duplex and multiplex housing in R1-1 zoning, and it is moved and introduced by Councillor Maloney. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Maloney, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead, Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, thank you very much. This motion asks staff to explore simplifying the approvals process for multiplexes to make it faster, like the process for single-family homes, and to increase the design flexibility and number of eligible lots, including smaller units and lots without lanes. It asks staff to consider the implications of altering Vancouver's multiplex program to allow larger, more family-friendly homes that are much more affordable than the single-family homes they are replacing. This issue was touched on by the recent laneway home strata motion moved by Councillors Klassen and Kirby-Young, which was passed in a unanimous vote. Staff gave feedback that the topics raised in this motion can be explored in a report back that informs the scoping of the R1-1 updates and would be undertaken concurrently with the motion from Councillors Kirby-Young and Klassen. A number of these topics were analysed during the development of R1-1 and therefore staff will already have some data available. This motion asks staff to explore altering Vancouver's multiplex zoning to align with Burnaby's, allowing more floor space inside the building, and with more floor space comes larger apartments. In Vancouver, we have overwhelming demand for larger family-friendly apartments. And I will say more afterwards because I note that I'm over my 2 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Seconded by Councillor Orr. Okay, thank you. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speaker should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Brian Davidson. Brian online? Oh, yeah, hi, Brian.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Council. It's good to see you guys. It's been a long day, I know. I'm here to speak in favor of this motion. This is a fairly granular motion with a lot of details in it. But I think it's important because this is a moment where Council can provide direction to staff as they are engaged in a process of looking at the R11 zoning. And so I think what this motion does is sort of a couple of key things. One is to try and improve the speed of the process by making most multiplex approval processes more like what we do with a single family house or a laneway house. So simpler, faster. It tries to unlock a lot of properties that currently aren't allowed for multiplex. That includes lots that are too small, lots that are too big, lots without lanes. So we have a lot of these lots throughout the city that just aren't allowed yet. There's no good technical reason why, we just haven't done it so far. And then third is allowing a lot more design flexibility, both for individual projects, but also in terms of how discretion is used by the Director of Planning. And part of the goal of this is to put all of these three things together, is to take the bulk of those multiplex applications and try and move them towards that simpler process. And then use that staff time where we have a negotiated design, a much more long, complicated, to deal with these unusual lots, to deal with the lots that we don't currently allow, the ones that are too small or too big, or we want to look at higher density, or we want to do other things. And the goal for that is to try and avoid having to go through a very long process or having to go through the Board of Variance. And I'll just say, as a couple of examples, We've got several multiplex motions that have gone through development permit. Eventually, they come back with comments, and some of those comments are fairly simple things like move your roof deck in. And it's fine, there's nothing wrong with that, but we don't necessarily need to wait 2 or 3 or 4 months in order to get basic comments like that. So what I'm hoping is that we can apply a simple set of rules that are predictable, easy to understand, the same as we have like for a single family house. And as we go forward, what I'm hoping to hear from council is that you just are providing staff with a green light to go forward and do more, to build on the success of what's already been done, but to keep pushing further. And that's what I'm hoping to see from this. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 2 is Peter Dowdy.
Hi, my name is Peter Dowdy. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm calling to support this motion. On September 14th, 2023, Vancouver became the leader of BC's land use reform movement by creating a multiplex motion and rezoning all of the previously residential space to the new R11 inclusive zone. On November 30th of that same year, Bill 44 legalized multiplexes in many cities across the province. In acknowledgement of Vancouver's leadership role, the R11 zone was exempted from that rule. However, over the next several months, other cities have passed ambitious motions that have transformed Vancouver from leader to laggard. Like this motion mentions, Burnaby allows taller and denser multiplexes, but we don't just have to look to the Lower Mainland. Kelowna passed an ambitious multiplex reform motion, and they were rewarded with a building boom and falling rents. We need to reclaim leadership on housing. Consistent with the 3331 objective of this council, we need much faster approval. Kelowna can approve a multiplex in days, so why does it take us months? Admittedly, Vancouver is not Kelowna, and there are many places where a multiplex is not enough to satisfy Vancouver's housing needs. However, nearly half of the square footage that is built in Vancouver in a given year is either rebuilding a low-density house or renovating one. This motion unlocks better options for that labor to contribute more to resolving our housing crisis. Jim Davidson spoke right before me, and if you haven't, I strongly recommend that you look at some of the really brilliant designs that he's created for multiplexes and small lot apartment buildings. If you see those, you will think, I want this for me, I want this for my city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Peter. So speaker number 3, Russell Wong. Oh. Okay. Speaker number 4 has withdrawn. Speaker number 5, Suki Sahoda. Oh, okay. Speaker number 6, Hamon Moon. Hey. Hi.
Hi, thank you. My name is Harmon Moon. I live in Mount Pleasant and have since 2020, and I'm here in support of this motion. Hopefully this should not come as a surprise to anybody in this room, but we're in a housing crisis. And one of the reasons that we have ended up in this housing crisis is that we use so much of our limited land for one of the most inefficient forms of housing, namely the single-family house. And this is the result of decades of city governments privileging single-family home construction over all the others. And one of the mechanisms that they would use to do this is forcing denser housing to jump through hoops and permitting that single-family housing simply didn't need to do. This motion helps address that for multiplexes and hopefully serves as a prelude to simplifying and encouraging construction of denser and taller forms of housing. I'll mention that it's frustrating that this city is so far behind on allowing housing that we have to look to Burnaby's building codes for inspiration. Nothing against Burnaby, but we are the economic and cultural center of the region. We should be the leader in allowing housing and in building housing. We shouldn't. Why are we trying to catch up to Burnaby when Burnaby should be the ones trying to catch up to us? So to conclude my remarks, As I mentioned, we're in a housing crisis. Again, hopefully not a surprise to anybody in this room. And we need sustained commitment to building as much housing as we can in all neighborhoods across the city. This motion is a step in the right direction, and I hope that there will be many more to come. So I do urge council to please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 7 is Samil Ud Vavant. Samil.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Can this go up more? Okay, first, can this go up more?
Oh.
Never mind. Okay, first, thanks for being open late. I'm speaking in favor of the motion. I would have to briefly give some constructive criticism to the council, actually. The way you communicated about how to testify in person was really confusing and honestly disrespectful to people's time. I got an email saying, "You're speaker number 7, the meeting is at 9:30 tomorrow." I thought there'd be about 6 people in front of me. So, and I was not alone. A lot of people came at 9:30 a.m. So if you haven't done this before, it's not at all obvious that it was going to be 11 hours later. So just something to look into. Testifying in person is a sacred right, and you honestly made it pretty hard to do that. Okay, so the root cause of high housing prices is a lot of people want to move here because it's beautiful. I was one of them. Maloney was one of them. I don't blame anyone. If a lot of people want to move to your city, you only have 3 options. You can make it illegal to move there. You can let prices rise enough that only rich people can live there. Or you can build a lot more housing. We can't stop people from moving here, nor should we. So we basically let housing get so expensive that only rich people can live here, or we build a lot more housing. There's absolutely no reason it shouldn't be just as easy to build a fourplex as a single family home. It doesn't make a neighborhood less livable. It doesn't do any of the horror stories that NIMBYs say it will. I've heard people say that building more housing doesn't lower prices because Vancouver built more housing than anywhere in North America, and housing prices rose. That's true. Vancouver built a lot of housing, and housing prices rose. Detroit didn't build a lot of housing, and housing prices didn't rise. That's because Vancouver's really nice, and Detroit is falling apart. It's not that building houses caused Vancouver's prices to rise, and not building houses didn't cause Detroit's prices to rise. So it's actually very simple. Build more houses, lower prices. That's what the city desperately needs. Everything else is a Band-Aid if you don't do that. Tenant rights, great. Preserve modular housing, great. If you don't build a lot more housing, the problem of affordability will never get fixed.
Thank you. Thanks for the comments regarding the speaker system. Well noted. We're going to communicate it with our team. Okay, speaker number 8 is Hugh Stimson.
My name is Hugh Stimson. I'm an environmental consultant. I live in Strathcona, and I'm a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbours Association, and I am speaking in support of the motion. Quick personal story. I have a daughter. She is generally a very capable person, but when she was younger and she was asked to take on some task like brushing out her hair or organizing the stuffies on her bed, she would sometimes adopt this tactic of doing a sort of halfway job to prove that the whole project was kind of a bad idea and probably shouldn't be attempted again. So I learned to say to her when starting a new task, try like you intend to succeed. I co-own an old 1905 house in East Strathcona. I'm getting older and things change and I need to downsize. The problem is in Vancouver, we mostly have tall and sprawl. My options for downsizing are mostly tall. The way we happen to do tall in Vancouver is mostly tiny shoeboxes on loud, arterial, smoky streets. That's not something I'm looking forward to, which is why the multiplex policy matters to me. Multiplex doesn't have to take years to site and permit and debate and build, and there aren't just a handful of big developers in the city with the capacity to build it. It also doesn't have to change neighborhood character drastically. All of that means that the policy we have today for Multiplex could lead to a real difference in the amount and kinds of housing available to me and everyone within just a few years. But our current policy seems to be designed to have the word multiplex in the title while having restrictions and requirements that ensure that very little multiplex actually gets built. And it does, if it does, that it's kind of awkward and limited and ungenerous. The current policy reminds me a little bit of my kid being conspicuously unable to tie her shoelaces to make a point about shoelaces. This motion gives guidance to staff to design a policy that treats housing like something we want. It allows our existing supply of land to get turned into comfortable, efficient, sensible housing. I like where I live now. I like Strathcona. In a perfect world, we would sell our lot to an independent developer, perhaps Mr. Davidson, and a year or so later, I would move back into the old address in a new, comfortable, homey unit with new neighbors. Heck, maybe one of them would be my kid. Imagine if Vancouver where that was possible. This motion says to staff, and I suspect staff may want to hear this, try like you intend to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 9 is Zoe Selena Mabry. Speaker number 10 is Kathleen Winchester.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, hello. My name's Kathleen. I'm an animation professional. I work at an animation studio in Olympic Village, and I live in Kerrisdale. I've been living and working in Vancouver for the past 8 years, and now I have a 7-month-old baby. I'm fully in support of streamlining the development of duplex and multiplex housing, both in my neighborhood and across Vancouver. For years, I've been searching for an affordable place to buy in Vancouver. I searched before I was pregnant and then gave up hope of finding a place before having a child. I currently rent, and giving up on buying for now, I started looking for a bigger rental unit for a growing family. That was just as difficult, if not more disheartening. The supply issue is a serious one for people of my generation. I'm in my 30s, and both my husband and I are working professionals, but we can't find a home we can afford to buy. Almost everyone I know of my age is facing the same problem. It's baffling to me that in a housing crisis, multiple unit dwellings face bigger hurdles and longer approvals processes than single family detached homes. I find that sad, actually, and I would love to see that changed. That's why I'm supporting the motion, to simplify the approvals process, to allow multiplexes to be built faster and cheaper. We really need more supply for growing families, and we need affordable homes for the average income owner, so we're not pushing young families like mine into terrible debt. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Speaker number 11 is Callista Ryan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Callista Ryan. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm in support of this motion because it speaks directly to the kind of leadership and pragmatism we need in Vancouver right now. We all know that we're in the midst of a housing crisis, and the status quo where single detached homes still have simpler processes, while the kinds of gentle density housing we desperately need still face additional hoops to jump through, is not serving our city. The R1-1 zoning was created with good intentions, to offer diverse housing types while maintaining neighborhood character. But in practice, the system makes it that it's still easier to build a multi-million-dollar single-family home than it is to deliver more affordable housing for multiple families and larger families on the same lot. I live in Dunbar, and it's not often where I can find a place to live there as someone who is a young person, and I would love to see my community welcome back young families with a lot of the large lots that are in the area. It's also near UBC, and so I could envision the community becoming more vibrant where a lot of families could live on the same lots, but also as young people get older and if they can't find a place to live on their own, they could also have their own unit close to their family, but still separate as they get older, or also welcome students in the community as well. By making these opportunities for more diverse housing, larger floor plans, which are much needed, will also help young families come back to a community that has a lot of schools, a lot of parks, and a lot of community centers. And as the population is aging there, as noted before, it's harder to downsize. And so this will also help multi-generational homes and families as well, which is why I urge this motion to pass. I also think it's exciting to see this happen in Burnaby. We don't want them to get ahead of us. We want to follow their lead and make sure that we don't fall behind other cities that are already streamlining the building and opportunities for multiplexes and duplexes. Let's remove the obstacles, not the ambition, which is why I urge council to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Callista. Speaker number 12 is Bobo Eric.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Bobo. Please go ahead.
Hi, Vancouver City Council. My name is Bobo Irick. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of this motion. When City Council passed the Multiplex plan back on September 14th in 2023, it was accompanied with great fanfare and a happy birthday song from the mayor, for which I'm still grateful. I found myself having to reluctantly support what I thought was a tepid proposal that would not and could not meaningfully address the city's housing shortage. It applied to too little of the city's land, including fees designed to restrict uptake and limit the development of multiplexes, to split any new development 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 between single-family homes, duplexes, and multiplexes, and put such a low restriction on the floor space that a multiplex could build that we were going to have either fewer or smaller homes. We also ended up with a multiplex program that allowed multiplexes to proceed straight to a development permit stage, which allowed it to outcompete secured rental proposals in areas that overlapped with those zoning or with those policy proposals. This motion addresses some of these issues. The R11 multiplex rules should be expanded to be at least as permissive as Burnaby, given that the housing need in Vancouver is greater than it is in Burnaby, and at least as much as and at least match the rules that are outlined in the Rupert Renfrew plan. How many times have you as councillors heard people complaining that the new homes that are being built in Vancouver are too small? We've got shoeboxes, for instance. This is directly related to the limits on the floor space ratio that we allow in the city, especially in our multiplexes. A strata multiplex on a standard lot divides 4,000 square feet of internal space between at most 4 owners-owned homes, and that's hardly family-sized, give or take 1,000 square feet per home. At 1.5 FSR, this grows to about 1,500 square feet per home, which is a lot closer to the quote-unquote family size that everyone seems to want. So let's make that happen. I really set my hopes on incremental improvements to our housing predicament, given that large leaps and bounds seem hard to come by, and I think this motion is a step in the right direction. So thank you so much, and I hope you pass this motion.
Okay, thank you, Bobo. All right, so I'm going to circle back to number 3, Russell Wong. Hey, Russell.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Russell Wong. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of this motion. We need more housing. I think everyone here agrees. The big advantage of multiplex projects in particular is speed. Compared to larger projects, multiplexes should be a lot faster to plan and to build. Back in 2017, Kelowna introduced and fast-tracked fourplexes in a new RU7 zone. With pre-approved designs, they were able to reduce approval times from a year to just 2 or 3 weeks. If Kelowna can do it, there's no reason that Vancouver can't do it. Right across the street from where we live, there's a fourplex planned. The initial application was received in March 2024. The development permit was issued in July 2025. So Kelowna could approve a fourplex in 15 to 20 days. In Vancouver, it takes as long as 15 months. Apparently, the median time right now is about 10 months. The motion also mentions Burnaby's multiplex policy, which allows for 4 floors and 50% site coverage. That's about twice as much floor space as Vancouver's multiplex policy allows. On a 33 by 122 lot, about 4,000 square feet, Burnaby would allow about 8,000 square feet of floor space. Vancouver would only allow 4,000 square feet. So this is backwards. Within a region, you're going to have more people who want to live close to the geographic center of the region with easy access to jobs. In the case of Metro Vancouver, that means the city of Vancouver. Because we're not building enough housing in Vancouver, it's like pushing down on a balloon. We're pushing people out to Burnaby, to Surrey, or to Langley. I think it's fair to say that the city of Vancouver should allow more housing than a municipality that's further out. But at the very least, we should be considering making Vancouver's multiplex policy as permissive as Burnaby's. In places where demand is high and land prices are high, we should be allowing more density, not less density. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Speaker number 5 is Suki Sahota. No, okay. Speaker number 9, Zoe Selena Marbury. Oh, okay, all right, thank you. That's the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone again for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. In the interest of time, I'll keep my comments brief this time. And
Really appreciate it.
simply to say, happy to support the motion and the proposed streamlining that Councillor Maloney's brought forward. I've happily brought a motion in 2020, the first motion to the council around piloting more gentle density, envisioning missing middle housing such as the multiplex. And so I'm overjoyed to see it moving ahead. I know we have a number of applications coming through now, and happy to support this motion if it will help us advance that work more quickly so we can get those homes on the ground and people living in them. So, and I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Thanks very much to all the speakers who've waited around so long to speak to this motion. I really appreciate how long you've stayed, and I'm sorry it was very inconvenient for some people. In our current economic climate, we really need to bolster our local economy, and that includes the construction industry and tradespeople's jobs. We need to have housing in the pipeline with so many big projects stalling. This motion was developed in very close conjunction with people from industry, and I'd particularly like to acknowledge Bryn Davidson and Russell Wong for their help with someone who's pretty new to housing in formulating this motion, along with other housing experts as well. Our program is too restrictive to build the homes that we need and give people housing choice in every neighbourhood. We can't have bigger apartments and artificially small buildings. So aligning Vancouver's multiplex zoning would eliminate this artificial limit and allow more floor space and larger apartments while still maintaining the small scale that the multiplex program was built on. This motion also explores getting rid of half-storey massing requirements for houses and duplexes so that the designs align with multiplex and allow for more yard space or green space if that's what people want. It also asks staff to look at scaling up the size of bike rooms in bigger lots. So I hope that we'll have all of council supporting this. It's clearly what we need for so many reasons. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. So seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. So Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. And Clerk, please take us to the voting screen. Okay, so this motion passed unanimously with Councillor Kirby and Councillor Fry absent. Okay, thanks everyone. Wow, that completes motion 7. Motion 8. Realizing the full potential of exceptional lands in Vancouver, and it is moved and introduced by Mayor Sim. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, so Mayor Singh, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Okay, thanks, Chair. This council has taken an innovative approach to our unique industrial lands. Early in this term, council endorsed my motion directing the development of an industrial modernization and intensification framework to guide how we plan for, protect, and intensify our limited supply of industrial land. Now, we've seen strong progress by our team members on this work, as well as a growing number of applications and inquiries for mixed-use development which seek to introduce housing on sites historically zoned for employment uses. My motion, realizing the full potential of exceptional lands in Vancouver, builds on Council's commitment to modernizing and protecting our industrial and employment lands, while also ensuring our policies are responsive to evolving citywide needs. This motion proposes examining a handful of high-profile industrial sites to better understand their potential to support employment-generating uses, industrial intensification, and, where appropriate, potentially housing, cultural spaces, or public amenities. These locations are exceptional sites that present unique opportunities to envision innovative potential mixed-use industrial, which often exist within provincial TOAs. We need thoughtful, evidence-based policy to ensure that the city's economic and housing goals can advance together on these sites. By directing our team members to analyze these sites more closely and return with options before the end of October, we will accelerate decisive actions and demonstrate our commitment to a modern, flexible, and innovative approach to our industrial lands.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Second by Councillor Claassen. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speaker if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered public speaker is Cameron Throne. Cameron.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And yes, I'm a resident of Vancouver. And I'm here to speak in favor of this motion. This motion provides a pathway for dormant or underutilized lands in the city to deliver on key city priorities, including new modern creative industrial spaces and critically needed rental housing close to transit and amenities. For way of reference, our company Strand has a site in the Mount Pleasant area that's about 350 meters or about a 6-minute walk from the Olympic Village SkyTrain station. Most of you are probably familiar with this site at 2nd and Alberta, surrounded with construction hoarding and a hole 40 feet in the ground. We were the first applicant to proceed under the I-1C zone that allows for creative industrial uses on lower floors with intensified office spaces above. You know, it was a well-intentioned quick start initiative introduced in November 2020 during the COVID crisis with the intention to create new employment space and generate economic activity. The report proposed that it would create hundreds of construction jobs for projects in that zone in the short term to support economic recovery. That was nearly 5 years ago, and unfortunately, the I-1C zone has created neither construction jobs nor delivered new stacked industrial space or office space. Ours is the only project that ever broke ground, and unfortunately, despite an extensive marketing campaign launched in 2022, there have been no meaningful leads for either an office or an industrial tenant. We started ringing the warning bells back in late 2023, advising staff that there's no demand for the office space. Without alternative policy options, there would be no ability to deliver new creative industrial space or other public benefits. We started exploratory conversations with staff on a new proposal for the site that would maintain our commitment to deliver the full FSR of creative industrial space while providing secured rental housing instead of office. However, it's been a tough slog to get any traction because while our proposal is innovative and delivers on key city priorities, there's not an established policy pathway to enable staff to support the proposal. We submitted a policy non-compliant rezoning application a year ago, and a common theme from staff has been, Cameron, it's not like we don't like your project, but there isn't a policy to support it. Consequently, sites that are well positioned geographically to deliver on key city priorities are frozen. It's not feasible to build what the policy allows, and there isn't a policy pathway to deliver what the market demands. Land use policies, as important as they are for setting a vision and a framework for approvals, must not be frozen in time. Over time and in response to changing circumstances, land use opportunities evolve. Rather than being immutable or static, land use policies need to evolve as well. In that sense, I'm suggesting the I-1C zone fronting West 2nd Avenue should be redesignated from industrial to general urban to activate the streetscape and to make it consistent with the zoning on the other three sides of the Mount Pleasant industrial area. In closing, this notice of motion creates a path forward to deliver high-density rental housing close to transit in amenity-rich neighborhoods, while at the same time delivering employment-generating industrial space. In the absence of council support and direction, sites like this will remain fallow, delivering neither office, industrial space, or housing.
Your item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carmel. Okay, speaker number 2 is Evan Allegretto. Okay. Speaker number 3, Tim Grant. Tim.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Tim Grant. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm representing PCI Developments. I'm speaking in support of the Mayor's motion as presented, in particular in respect of the identified Marine Gateway area and the Mount Pleasant industrial area. Over the last 16 years, we've been advocating for the unique, large-scale, mixed-use development opportunities integrated with Marine Drive Station and the South Vancouver bus loop. Our first phase at Marine Gateway, completed in 2015, anchors a preeminent transit-oriented complete community. Finally, after a long 10 years seeking city's consideration of a second phase at Marine Gateway, the city has accepted and is processing our rezoning application. Your Mayor and Council's support and direction to staff have been imperative in this accepting the application, notably the previous motions and associated discussion in these chambers. On our 5-acre property, currently home to a car dealership, we are proposing to develop over 250,000 square feet of modern, high-utility industrial space, along with over 125,000 square feet of flex industrial commercial space adjacent to a new almost 2-acre elevated park. There will be also approximately 1,000 secure rental homes within 2 towers and a podium. You have received written comment and support from Marple Oak Ridge Family Place, who we intend to work with on childcare and a senior center, as well as satellite community center programming with Marple Community Center Association, who have also submitted written comment and support. It is important to note that rental residential uses at the property are critical in facilitating project feasibility and are currently provided for by Metro Vancouver's regional growth strategy, being that the property is predominantly within 200 meters of Marine Drive Station. With respect to Mount Pleasant, we similarly appreciate this motion's highlighting of an important opportunity to realize on the city's economic and industry objectives in this exceptional, almost globally competitive neighborhood. Having only recently been in front of you at public hearing on May 20th for our West 4th and Ontario properties, I won't rehash our comments, but note it remains imperative to broaden allowable commercial uses in this area and minimize overly prescriptive and impractical industrial uses, particularly above the ground floor. Such requirements under existing I-1 zoning and Broadway plan provisions represent insurmountable barriers to project feasibility. Despite a challenging, dynamic commercial leasing market, particularly for office, and with greater flexibility in allowable uses, we are optimistic that our development will be an attractive, globally competitive option, particularly for innovation and production industry businesses that the city aspires to attract to Mount Pleasant. Broader allowance of office, retail, and service uses are critical to attract such local and international businesses, and in turn facilitating feasible development of new, high-utility urban industrial premises. We are hopeful that this motion could provide impetus for this much-needed policy refinement to renew and realize on Mount Pleasant's great economic potential. Thank you for highlighting these important new opportunities. We look forward to working with staff expediently on our related in-process applications, and dare I say, shovels in the ground in the not-too-distant future. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Speaker number 4 is John Lugner.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead, John.
I'm John Lugner, Senior Director of Real Estate for Hungerford Properties. I'm speaking today on behalf of Hungerford Properties, but also on behalf of NAP Vancouver, where I'm a board member and co-chair of the Government Relations and Development Issues Committee. We're in support of this motion. Thank the Mayor for bringing to light the underutilized nature of these exceptional areas. which really require unique consideration for the potential they could bring to the city, each from a financial and tax-based growth standpoint, a development sustainability standpoint, housing and meaningful job creation, and fiscal prudence as it relates to encouraging increased ridership to our very expensive yet best-in-class transit system that we enjoy. We encourage this motion insofar that it leads to the creation of a framework for how and when regional land use amendments are supported, needed, and proposed to the city or by the city to Metro Vancouver. Without this, none of the previously mentioned benefits for any of these areas can be realized. And any rezoning application, as you heard from previous speakers, and including one that we have for Hungerford properties that we will be looking to bring forward, on our site at 396 Southwest Marine Drive, any proposal for mixed use is mired in bureaucratic gridlock or political limbo. Now, over time, land use changes as well as highest and best use for areas naturally change with patterns of residents' behaviors or changes to the built environment. Today, without those land use changes and more rigidity in our land use planning, we wouldn't see places like Yaletown. We wouldn't have River District. We wouldn't have some of the best places in the city and communities that a lot of residents call home. Mixed-use residential, retail, and office exist throughout our region. As a region, we've embraced the concept of mixed use. It is everywhere. Now, we see in many instances in industrial next to residential, abutting a lane or a street or existing alongside each other, lot line to lot line. It's very common in East Vancouver. With simple assessments of industrial use based on its compatibility with retail, residential, office for noise, odors, hazard rating in conjunction with acknowledged engineering mitigants for various externalities, a very unique and viable typology can emerge. Simply put, allowing for synergistic industrial uses where traditional mixed use is needed for all of these areas. The city so far has only really tested this concept of mixed use with industrial in a couple of instances on sites that are approximately 1 acre or less. The city needs to be smart with and strategic in how they respond to Metro Vancouver policies, and I do commend this motion as doing just that. From an NAIOP perspective at Hungerford Properties and general industry standpoint, we're supportive, but request that NAIOP and industry be consulted with directly by staff prior to the report back to council on this motion, as there are very many technical details to work through and advise on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Speaker number 5 is Louis Schwartz. Online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Louis.
Chair Zhou?
Yes.
Excellent. Thanks
please
very
go ahead.
much. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name's Louise Schwartz. I'm co-owner of 3 businesses in the flats, Terraform Assistance, Recycling Alternative Regenerous Waste Lab. I'm a Vancouver resident. And I'm really speaking, I guess I put down other about this. It's not that I don't understand the importance of mixed use in many applications. And actually, of all 5 of these areas, I actually think at least 4 of them that I can think of are probably quite appropriate for this type of consideration. What many of us, I run 3 businesses in the flats, and this is one of the areas that's mentioned. And so I really want council to keep in mind if there is an opportunity to either sever the flats being part of this discussion until we can actually quantify what's going on in the flats in terms of many businesses operating and thousands of jobs down there that are industrial and that are very important to the operations of the city. And so many in this room have visited my operations in the flat and understand the important work that's going on. And if we're moving in a direction of starting to understand if 5 of these areas should be zoned in a different way, please, can we consider, in the case of the flats, at least not doing anything to change what might impact industrial land until we can quantify the businesses there, the jobs they are creating, the impact they're having on the city, and the benefits as far as industrial activities. Because the flats is very unique. It is historical. It was really the feast bowl for the First Nations when they were first harvesting in this area. Then we know it was part of the major development of the city. And finally now it is emerging into a new type of economy, green economy, climate-forward economy, and inclusive. And that's what we're doing. I'm bringing in electric recycling trucks We will be doing the Recycle BC MRF collections for multifamily downtown, and that's just our business. We're going to be processing plastics down there. We need to be thinking about industrial land. So I don't want to extend your last night before summer holidays, everyone, but can we think of either severing the flats out or at least making a consideration that this kind of quantification will, for the flats and what's happening in that district for industrial activities will be considered before anything is done that might jeopardize industrial land in that particular area. Thank you, everyone.
Okay,
and have a great
Yeah, thanks, Louis. Okay, speaker number 8, Chief Winsborough has sent his regret. So we're going to move on to the next speaker, which is speaker number 7, Peter Webb. Peter.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Peter Webb. I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but I was born at St. Paul's and have worked downtown for 40 years in the development industry. I want to thank council and everybody here tonight for the long, arduous day I've watched today you go through in solving the city's various issues. Thanks very much for your hard work. I'm the Senior Vice President at Concord Pacific, and if you don't know it, the history of Concord Pacific, of course, started with the Expo lands, and we have blossomed from that time. It's about 40 years ago the Expo lands transacted, and we're now the largest master plan community builder in the country, with projects across the country and the United States and UK as well. And then about 10 years ago, we bought the Molsons. So that's why we're here today. We bought the Molsons Brewery that's at the Burrard and Cornwall location on the west end of the Burrard Bridge. And it's about a 10-acre site. The Molson history was one of industry. And of course, it was a brewery bottling beer for many, many decades. And it has since, about half a dozen years ago, moved out to Chilliwack. And the reason it's done so is because it's not viable to have an industry of that nature, a facility of that nature at that location in the city any longer. At Molson's Brewery's highest employment rate, it employed 250 people on site. Doesn't sound like very many people. And for the last 10 years before they moved out, there were only 150 people on site. And that's interesting because what industry really means is massive buildings and probably a low employment population. It's interesting people get perspective on that. Along with the purchase of the Molsons, we inherited what is the liability of a metro industrial restriction, which of course is an effort to control loss of industrial lands in the GVRD so that we can maintain our economic base. That all makes a lot of sense. But at times, periodically, the industrial locations we have don't make sense anymore. Especially in this case, at the Molson's location, there's no major truck routing through, there's no rail line access anymore, there's no shoreline access anymore. These are the things that really were the reason that Molson's was there in the first place. Those things have all since been lost. And now the world has changed at the Molson's site. The Squamish Nations, in their IR designation and self-governance, has elected to proceed and has a servicing agreement in place with Metro and the City of Vancouver now, whereby they will, on their 10-acre site, which is about the same size as ours, they will build a 4.5 million square foot residential project that will house 6,500 homes. They share a 700-foot property line with us along our eastern edge, where there will be 5 towers ranging from 30 to 50 stories along the edge of our property. So the world has changed. A friend of mine just mentioned the other day, if you were an alien and landed in Vancouver, it would only take you a day or two to figure out that the Molson site really shouldn't be industrial any longer.
Peter,
Even D&D is reconsidering their use, by the way. So we support the direction. Am I out of time?
No, you are actually 25 seconds over already.
Okay. Through master planning of the site, we will be able to enhance the circulation system that Sanok has. So we'll be able to put a 4-way intersection at Cornwall, and you'll be able to go through our property to access the Sanok site, alleviating the pressure of traffic from Sanok that may be going through Kitts Point. So that's one of the examples of the benefits of a large-scale master plan solution. Concord supports the mayor's motion, and we suggest one amendment, if I may.
Oh, sorry, Peter, you are actually 1 minute over.
Okay, can I just read the amendment proposal? I think that we've already...
don't think we can make any exceptions for the speakers.
Oh, my
We are
God.
already 1 minute over, 1 minute, 10 seconds now. You can send the amendment to councils so we can take a look.
Okay, thanks very much.
Do that. We still have a couple of speakers. You have enough time to send the
Thank you.
amendment to council. Thanks, Peter. Okay, speaker number 8 is Nathan Davidovich.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Nathan Davidovich. In many cities, there are residential development together with industrial projects. There are 5 sites proposed, but other sites, and staff should present a complete list of all the possible sites and in Vancouver, as well as contacting Metro Vancouver and or Metro Vancouver to see what other sites are available throughout the Lower Mainland. The Marine Gateway area is one of the 5 areas mentioned in this motion. In case you're not aware, there is a new $1 billion bus garage that construction just started at the south foot of Canby Street for around 350 buses. Why not provide affordable rental housing above this new bus garage that is called the Marpole Transit Center? This has previously been done at the UBC bus loop, the New Westminster SkyTrain station, the King Edward Canada Line station. They all have housing above. But we have many, TransLink is the only independent transit authority in Canada, and they keep making mistake and wasting our money left, right, and center. They sold the Oak Ridge Transit Center at 41st and Oak instead of keeping it and rebuilding a modern bus garage with housing above, as it's done in other cities all across. This is an example of a missed opportunity to build over 500 rental apartments that could be built above the Marpole Transit Center. This figure I took basically from San Francisco because there is a garage that they are rebuilding in San Francisco right now that would have 600, the same size basically, and would have and they're building 600 affordable rental apartments above that garage. And as I said, we are missing opportunity here in Vancouver by not doing it. And so thank you for hearing me.
Yeah, thank you, Nathan. Speaker number 9 has withdrawn. Okay, speaker number 10 is Jen Thomas from Slates Watu's Nation. Jen? Hi, Jen.
Good evening, and thank you for having us tonight. I'm going to actually let our new councillor, Nick George, speak on behalf of the nation.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Nicholas Kofi, Councillor Nicholas Kofi, speaking on behalf of Citywide Nation. Citywide Nation is looking for the city's support in regarding the necessary approval to redevelop the terminal lands to include a broad mix of uses, including residential uses. The Planning Department of Metro Vancouver have expressed support for this project. TWN considers this a significant opportunity to continue to build and strengthen community, improve the lives of their members through access to and the participation in the economic and social opportunities offered by this project within Citywide Nation territory. This also aligns with the city's UNDRIP action plan and opportunity to make tangible progress for economic reconciliation. Thank you.
So we're in support of this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Thanks, Councillor. All right, so, okay. Oh, I'll circle back to speaker number 2, Evan Allegretto. Not online, okay. All right, so this is the end of the speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, thanks. I have circulated a proposed amendment to Part B.
I'll move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks
So,
for...
Councillor, can you add yourself on the queue so I can advance you, so we can keep